those that have sponsored the event. We have SLB in the house already. We have Total Energies, Q Sourcing, Junior Chamber of Energy and Mines, Kyambogo University, followed by the YPs, the young professionals, and the SPE. We are glad to have you here, the young ladies and gentlemen. We shall also have an innovation pitch in between the two sessions for the industrial and the young professionals. After, we shall have project exhibitions, and then we also have debate. This year is very, very interesting because we have brought in debates to the university students, preparing them for the YP debates to debate with the different countries, with the different SPE sections all over the world and Africa. We shall then have paper contest presentations from the students that have gone through. Then after lunch, we shall have very interesting sessions, debates finally, and then Petrobowl. I'm sure everyone is waiting for those important and interesting sessions. And then we shall close our day with the award ceremonies. Thank you. I wish you a good day. I hope you enjoy our program. And please feel at home. Yes, Mr. Ezekiel, you could.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for that wonderful summary of the event. A brief history of paper writing. Paper writing contest is usually an abstract where we release flyers as SPE. So we expect students to write in line with the theme of our conference. So this year, we had quite a number of not applicants, but people who wrote. Now, from these people who wrote, we usually select the best 3 present at the conference. So, all universities are involved. And by the way, I didn't mention this, we are happy to have 12 universities participating in the SASTCE 2026. That is Mbarara University, Kyambogo University our host, Makerere University, King Caesar, Victoria University, IUEA, Uganda Institute of Petroleum, no, you pick 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘕 University, and then any university I've forgotten. There are also universities that are not doing oil and gas, but they're part of us. IU. These are people who saw that, yeah, the sector is a value chain. We don't exist as just oil and gas. We need other people in the department as well. So I'm really happy to be part of this great event. So at this point in time, allow me call upon one of the oil and gas students from Kyambogo University to take us through an opening prayer and anthems to officially kickstart the SASTCE 2026. Rachel Mucho, you're most welcome.
Good morning to you all. My name is 𝘉𝘁𝘍𝑚𝑢𝐶𝑜, the current Deputy Publicity, SPE Kyambogo Chapter. So at this moment, I would like to request all of you to stand up for prayers and the anthems. And So I think we can sing the anthems ourselves. We are familiar with them. Mungu twaomba tuilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu. Uganda, may God uphold thee. Right, let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Kind and loving Father, I want to say thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for the beautiful weather. We thank you for you've enabled us to reach here safely. And we pray that whoever is still on their way, you guide them and give them journey mercies. We hand over this event into your hands. We call upon your Holy Spirit to guide us. We pray that we learn from it. We pray that we all benefit from it. And your name shall be glorified. Through the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I have prayed and believed. Thank you very much.
Joshua Businje. Joshua. Joshua is coming with a safety moment for us.
Good morning to you all. My name is Businge Joshua. I'm the current speaker, SPE Kyambogo chapter, and student, Kyambogo University. I welcome the delegates as well as our keynote speakers, industry experts, as well as the student body from all the different universities that is here. So we're going to have a quick safety moment. For the sake of toilets, we're going to have the gents having the extreme end to the right. You just pass through the door just outside here. Then you move to the extreme end. That is where the toilets for the gents are. Then for the ladies, it is to your, the ladies, it is to your right. The gents, it's to your left. Then the emergency stop, the emergency exit is the upper one. In case of an emergency, please use the upper exit. Then in case of anything, please contact the ushers. They're going to be having either putting on black and white or having a tag. As well as anybody you see, I'm sure they will help direct you there. For any injuries that may need first aid, we're going to have you be transferred to the medical center. The ushers will help in directing you there. I think that is mainly it. For any other inquiries, please reach out to the nearest usher to you or any member that will help direct you. Yeah, thank you. Please enjoy the day and thank you for coming early.
Thank you so much, Businje. At this point in time, we shall have the SPE president, Kyambogo University, to usher us into this place. Bruno, you're welcome.
All protocol highly observed. I greet you all in the name of our Almighty Father. My name is Gavirano Bruno John Baptist, the President Society of Petroleum Engineers, Kyambogo University. I want to take this great moment to welcome everyone on behalf of the Society of Petroleum Engineers and on behalf of the Department of Mining, Chemical and Petroleum Engineering. You are all most welcome to Kyambogo University. I'm just going to give a brief communication, and I will invite our faculty advisor to welcome us briefly and usher us into the event. So in here we have different groups. We have the industry, people from the oil and gas industry. We have companies that we have invited. We have 𝘚𝘀𝘀𝘢𝘀𝘀𝘀𝑗𝑢𝑟𝑒𝑠, we have SLB, we have 𝑘𝑢-sourcing, we have 𝘜𝘢𝑥, we have representatives from PAU, and we have representatives from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Yeah. So I would a moment as we welcome our keynote speaker. Most welcome, sir. Yeah. So I've been informed, just a quick reminder, we are going to be having our HOD on his way. We apologize for the delay, but he'll be here to make a brief communication and he will usher us. So I was still telling you we have different companies on board. We have 𝘚𝘀𝘀𝘀𝘀𝑗𝑢𝑟𝑒𝑠, we have SLB, we have Ministry, we have 𝘜𝘢𝑥, we have PAU, and then we have 𝑘𝑢-sourcing. We have different students from different universities, and some of them are already here. We have over 10 universities that are going to participate in this conference. They are all going to be exhibiting. They are all going to be participating in Petrobowl. They are going to participate in paper contest and then debate. So it is a great honor to welcome all of you to this event, and I wish us a good stay. I pray that the time that we are going to spend here can be fruitful. To my dear students, I am requesting you to listen from all these industry people so that by the time we leave here, we are not leaving the same way we came in here. So I don't want to take much time. I beg to stop here, and I wish us a nice day. Allow me invite our faculty advisor to give us more brief as we enter our event. Thank you very much for listening from me. I remain Gavirano Bruno, the President, Society of Petroleum Engineers, Kyambogo University. I wish you a nice day.
A very good morning to all of you. Yeah, a very good morning to all of you. Yeah, my name is Dr. Peter. I am the faculty advisor, Kyambogo University, SPE Students Chapter. I'm here to just give a few remarks, but our head of department is around, so we shall give him the honor to usher us into this program. I just want to be so grateful to all of you for turning up into this occasion, this landmark occasion that we are hosting at Kyambogo University. You're most welcome. I want to appreciate people who have made tremendous contributions to make sure that this event come to pass. You're most appreciated, and we recognize your contribution to ensuring that we are here today and everything is moving on as planned. I want to appreciate the student community of Kyambogo University who have actually managed to organize this event. They have been tremendously working all around the clock to make sure that this event is the way we see it today, together with the SPE Uganda section. Your effort is highly recognized, and we really appreciate that. And on behalf of the department, let me just make my remark about what we do here at Kyambogo University. I think the head of department will come and also talk about that. We have a program that is focused on petroleum engineering, and that's called Bachelor of Science in Oil and Gas Engineering, which it's going to be running now for 4 years. It's been running for 3 years, but we shall have it running for 4 years now, and it's officially an engineering program accredited by National Council. Apart from that, we are working on so many programs, master programs, postgraduate diploma programs. I think when the head of department comes, he will be able to hint on all of this. Yeah, so all these programs are going to be running in Kyambogo University, and your presence here gives us hope that through the partnership that we see now cooperating with the industry partners, we are very confident that we shall run these programs effectively, given the support and the collaboration and the MOUs that we shall have with some of our stakeholders. So I'm sure we shall have a proper connection with the industry and having very impactful implementation of these programs. I want to take much of your time. I think we've already invited the HOD to come and give his remarks, only that he's still on his way. I think in the meantime, we can still proceed with the other programs, but when he comes, we shall be able to give him that time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Pido. Thank you so much for that wonderful discussion and welcoming us into Kyambogo University officially. We can never get successful in the industry if we don't have collaboration. That's why he has mentioned signing of MOUs with some of these companies on how best we can work together to achieve our main target. That is joining the professional field in the oil and gas and related fields, energy department as a whole. So right now, our next speaker is a female figure in the energy sector that I would say has done a lot of things to the sector. First of all, her bio alone is quite of great reputation. Let's welcome Miss Anita Linda Badagawa, who also doubles as our chairperson-elect SPE Uganda section. Anita gained office last year from Mr. Gideon Chibirige, who isn't yet here, but is our chairperson emeritus. So Anita brings 7 years of experience in the oil and gas. She happened to pursue a bachelor's degree in petroleum geoscience from Makerere University. She didn't settle for less. She said, you know what, let me get a master's. But in what field? She went for business administration and said to specialize in oil and gas. So Anita, you're most welcome. The ladies, you are an inspiration to the ladies in the sector. People look up to you. And yeah, this is the opportunity to interact with Miss Anita. And any free moment you get, kindly reach out to her, talk to her. She's a very nice person. That's why she's able to lead a group. This is like a revolution. You know, when you're starting a revolution, it's usually with the young age. So if someone can mobilize people all the way from Mbarara, Busitema to come to a conference at Kyambogo, that really speaks a lot of their ability to lead. So, Miss Anita Badagawa, I'm humbled to welcome you to this panel, and please, this session is yours. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you to our program's coordinator. Distinguished guests, esteemed partners, members of the SPE, which is Society of Petroleum Engineers Uganda, the student chapters present, faculty, directors, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed, a very good morning to you. It's my great pleasure and honor as chairperson of SPE Uganda to welcome you to the 3rd edition of the annual SPE Students Technical Conference and Exhibition for 2026. This is the 3rd edition proceeding from the one that we had in Makerere in 2024, and then also one that was held last year at Mbarara University. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the hosting university and student chapter, Kyambogo University. I would like to thank our sponsors and partners, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Uganda National Oil Company, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, SLB, which is 𝘚𝘨𝘢𝘀, the Junior USEM Chamber, Q-Sourcing, and the SPE International. On behalf of the entire SPE Uganda section, I would like to appreciate our sponsors and partners once again. A round of applause for them. Globally, SPE was founded in the early 1900s, and it has grown to be one of the largest individual member organizations across the globe, which has over 146 countries represented with over 130,000 members. At the heart of SPE and its guiding principles, our mission is to connect a global community of engineers, energy professionals, scientists, both in the technical field and even in the non-technical field, to foster innovation, exchange knowledge, create a platform for technical transfer and expertise for best practices in the oil and gas industry. But like our program coordinator mentioned already, SPE rebranded to Solutions, People, Energy, so as to be more inclusive and also to rise up to the challenge, which is a global trend on energy transition. Here in Uganda, SPE has been active since 2011, and we have over 1,000 members, both in the students category, but also in young professionals and senior professionals. Now, today marks more than just another students' event, another students' focused conference. It represents a deliberate investment in the future of Uganda's energy sector. As a country, we stand at a crossroad and also at a defining moment, given that with significant progress in the oil and gas development, since 2006. 20 years later, in 2026, we are looking at developing and producing our first oil this year. This platform has been intentionally designed to bridge the gap between academia, industry, policy leaders, government, and the likes, to provide students and young professionals with the opportunity to engage, to learn, and to contribute to the evolving energy landscape. To our students, I would like to emphasize and implore you that your presence here is not by chance. You represent the next generation of engineers, scientists, business leaders, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and innovators who will shape Uganda's energy sector through balancing its economic growth with environmental responsibility. It is therefore with hope that you will take full advantage of this opportunity to learn and to ask questions, to challenge ideas, and to build meaningful connections that will define your professional journey and the country at large. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the theme for this year, which is sustainable energy transition, balancing the economic growth and environmental protection in Uganda's oil and gas sector, we are reminded of the critical role of leadership, knowledge, and collaboration, and what each of those will play in achieving this balance. It's now my distinguished honor to invite an industry leader whose work experience spans over 20 years and embodies these very principles. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Dr. Joseph Kobusheshe. Thank you. He's the Director of Environment, Health and Safety at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Sir, you're welcome to deliver the keynote address. Thank you.
It's your phone? Okay, someone else's. I've not been advised about the protocol, and so I'll just say distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I'm hoping that my presentation will come up. My keynote address is going to be in form of a presentation. I think speaking to the majority of the people here, students, I thought I should include visuals, and so hopefully that works out. But as it comes, it's a pleasure for me to be here at this great institution this morning. I would like to thank the management of this great institution, Kyambogo University, which we recognize as one of our leading institutions in the country, that is leading the way in educating, skilling, promoting innovation and research in our leaders of the next generation. So we thank you very much for that good work that you're doing here. I also thank the different teams that have made this possible. I had sponsors that were recognized earlier, the SPE leadership, both at the national level and the different chapters. for all of you members and participants here. So I've been asked, as introduced, to speak to you about the sustainable energy transition, which is a very interesting debate that has been around for some time, especially how we balance economic growth and environmental protection in Uganda's oil and gas sector. If we go to the next slide. The next slide should be giving a little bit about me as the presenter. You have already been informed that I work with the Petroleum Authority as the Director of Environment, Health and Safety for the last 8 years, since 2018. Before that, I was head of the Health and Safety and Environment Unit in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And then I had served in various roles within the ministry from 2003 to 2014. I was also once a student, like many of you here, at Makerere University, where I graduated in 2000 with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, and then I did a little bit more, as you can see. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is established as a statutory body and an act of parliament, and its mandate is to regulate and monitor the petroleum sector. Our vision is to be a leading petroleum regulatory agency, and we exist so as to regulate and monitor the exploration, development, production, together with the refining, conversion, transport, and storage of petroleum in Uganda to create lasting value for our country. Cabinet recently passed a new petroleum policy, which is soon going to give us an additional mandate of regulating and monitoring what we call the downstream sector, which involves the marketing, the sale of petroleum products, the industry that most of us are more familiar with, because it has been here for much longer than the exploration and development, which I will focus on a little bit more. On the next slide should be my outline, and then I will straight away dive into the content of my presentation. So if you go to the slide with the various pictures or screenshots, I took these a few days ago when I was preparing for this presentation. And what I did was just to do a simple Google search on the Iran and Ukraine war, which most of you will be aware that is currently happening and is the current affairs at the international scene. So when you do a Google search on the Ukraine-Russia war or on the Israel and US war with Iran, what do you see as the major results of that Google search? It is what you will see. And when you read, you will see that it doesn't really talk much about the human life that is being lost as we speak, the missiles and drones that are being fired. You can see a common ingredient in those shots is about energy. These wars have kicked in an energy crisis which is growing and evolving to unprecedented levels. And what does that tell us? It tells us about the significance, about the importance, about the reality of the world that we live in, that energy is a very, very significant and important aspect, both at the global economy level, but at national level and at personal level. None of us can live without food. So I was looking for something I can equate the importance of energy where we stand. It is like food for the global economy. It is food for the national economy. It is what strives. It is what drives the economies. It is what sustains development. Without energy, without food, the body becomes weak, it becomes sick, and it may even lead to death. Likewise, in the current global context, without energy, the economy gets sick, the economy suffers, the economies may eventually die. And that's why you see a lot of the news, the focus currently, is not on the numbers of the people that are dying, which is a sad thing, but it is about the impact that these wars are causing with respect to energy access and energy security. The importance of energy is not only in today's global economy, but it has a historical perspective. Right from the early days of civilization, in the late Middle Ages, as you see, energy has always been important for development, for civilization, for industrial revolution. And you can see how the energy sources, the energy efficiency has been evolving over the last centuries. Starting from early civilization, we are looking at the 15th century, around 1400 to 1500, where most of the current energy sources that are more efficient were not available then. And society then relied mainly on wood, biomass, animals, wind, and water. And as you know, these were the pre-civilization, the pre-industrial days, because you couldn't do much with that. The energy forms then were just for settlement, basic agriculture, and the early transport. You recall, like, for example, the early explorers, people like Christopher Columbus, the challenges they had moving around the world, because the modern ships that are powered by modern sources of fuel were not available then. And you can imagine what a challenge that would have been crossing the Atlantic in those 1400s on a ship that is purely depending on wind energy and human labor for moving it. And that stagnated civilization for many years until, would say, the period of the Industrial Revolution era, which was much later. That could be like 300 years later, where the steam engine was discovered. With the discovery of the steam engine, that triggered massive development. Most of you, historians or non-historians, you'd know much more than me on the Industrial Revolution. A lot of that was powered by the fact that you now had an engine that could do work much, much more efficiently, faster. It led to urbanization, led to factories, railways, and mass production. And from then on, it didn't take a very long time, like we saw before the pre-civilization days, for further developments, for further innovations to be made that led to now even more current and more efficient forms of energy that we enjoy today, such as oil and gas, which I talk a little bit more about later in my presentation, but also the hydropower, nuclear power, and renewables, which are now the current forms of energy that we use and enjoy. and of course the associated technologies to do with the internal combustion engines, the turbines, and that has led to a massive revolution in transport, in the digital economy. All of us here, a number of us here have gadgets. They rely a lot on data centers, which are massive, massive consumers of energy. Now, there is also a very direct link between global energy consumption and development. And what you see there is a world map of the energy use per person. It's a bit old, 3 years ago. I couldn't find a more updated one, but I don't think that pattern will have changed more. And you'll see that the more red that map is, it shows the more energy per capita. And all of us who know the world map, you'll see that those countries, those regions that consume a lot more energy, as indicated on that map, are also the most developed countries. You're looking at countries like North America, you're looking at countries in Europe, you're looking at countries in Asia, and you're looking at countries in, you're looking at the subcontinent of Australia. And then you'll see our dear Africa, lightly colored, and you can see where Uganda is. And where Uganda is, you can look at our energy per use, per person, which is one of the lowest. And that tells you about the positioning in terms of development of our country. So developed countries consistently show high energy consumption per capita. The developing countries struggle with low energy access and energy poverty. No country has developed successfully without increasing its energy consumption per capita. And sadly, for most of sub-Saharan Africa, as you can see, which is the lightest part on that map of anywhere in the world, our energy consumption per capita is still very, very low. 80 to 90% of our energy mix is dominated by biomass. By biomass, I mean wood and charcoal, and which, as you saw in the previous slides, most of the countries relied on that form of energy some 300, 400, 500 years back. And here we are in Uganda after that 400, 500 years back. We are still relying 80%, almost 80% of our needs on biomass. We have limited access to modern energy services, and energy poverty perpetuates economic poverty, as I have indicated there on the slides, and that is also demonstrated by the next slide, where we now look at the size of the economies in terms of the GDP per capita. What is the product? What is the money output, the economic output of a nation, the economic output per person in a nation? And that you'll see, because it has been adjusted a little bit to take into account the differences in living costs. I think Uganda's GDP per capita is currently just about 1,000. And on the map there, you see it shows Uganda slightly above 2,000. And that is because to make a good comparison, a like-for-like comparison, it is taking into consideration the differences between the living costs, for example, of someone living here in Uganda and someone living in Europe, which is much higher, and that raises a little bit our GDP per capita to over 2,000. But as you can see, it is far, 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 far below the world average, which is about 20,000. So we are among the least 6% countries that consume least energy in the world. And I think someone would not also be wrong to say that we could be among the 6% least developed economies in the world. And you see the countries with the highest GDP per capita, the highest or best quality of life, which are far to the right, countries like Qatar, a lot of the states that have a lot of energy wealth in the Middle East, but also enjoy far, far better quality of life than some of our countries in sub-Saharan Africa. They are far to the right, consume a lot of energy, and at the same time are one of the highest countries with the highest GDP per capita anywhere in the world. So, back to Uganda then. As I indicated, the situation here, not so good. 80 to 90% relying on biomass. We consume only 6 to 10% of our energy consumption is petroleum products. And 100% of those are imported. Currently about 40,000 barrels per day. Electricity share of the mix is only 3 to 5%, mainly in terms of hydro, solar, and thermal energy. And the paradox is that this is despite the very massive, very high potential that we have in almost all sources of energy. Very high potential for hydropower energy, as you can see on the right. High potential for solar power. A lot of our resources are not being utilized or harnessed to our benefit. We have vast resources in terms of solar energy, hydropower, nuclear power, and of course the oil and gas resources, which are currently estimated at about 6.65 barrels, of which approximately 1.4 billion barrels is thought to be recoverable, with some associated gas currently estimated at about 500 cubic feet of gas. So, how is oil and gas feature in a sustainable energy mix? A lot is being said, especially with the current debate on energy transition, on where oil and gas fits within the sustainable energy future matrix. Now, despite all that is being said, I think all the models I have come across show that oil and gas are still going to provide more than half of the global energy in the next 50 years. Different models play about different things, an increase, they talk of a peak, but what is not disputed is that oil and gas are still going to be a major contributor of the overall global energy mix within the next 50 years, at least within the next 50 years. Next slide. What is important then is to understand that there is an intricate balance between energy crisis, in other words, energy security, energy access, but also now the environment and climate crisis, which this theme of the workshop is about. And therefore, that calls for developing these resources in a sustainable manner. It doesn't call for the phasing out. It doesn't call for the phase, especially for sub-Saharan Africa. And it is a sad story for us because in the last 2 years, of the top 10 global oil and gas projects, only one was in Africa. This is the continent that is consuming the least amount of energy, as earlier indicated. But as you can see, that we are also the continent that is investing least in more oil and gas projects, which are going to remain a formidable force in the energy mix for many, many, many years to come. And therefore, especially for Africa, for the foreseeable future, oil and gas remains part of the solution, not of the problem to meeting our climate change goals. We are a country that is still reliant on biomass, on charcoal, that is leading to a lot of deforestation. So our transition pathways, our definition of transition cannot be in the same context as those countries are already enjoying very good, affordable, and reliable access to more forms of clean energy. And therefore, Africa must continue to invest in sustainable oil and gas exploration and development. And you, as the students, you, as the captains in the petroleum engineering field, in the petroleum geosciences of the future, you need to bear this in mind, and you need to ensure that you can keep driving more exploration, more sustainable use of oil and gas resources for our country. Energy poverty, as I indicated, it perpetuates economic poverty. We saw from that chart a direct correlation between energy and development. And global energy demand and consumption is forecast to continue growing in the foreseeable future. At no point in history, in time, up to the present day, have we seen any year, any era where there has been a decline in energy consumption. Of course, this is due to the ever-increasing, partly due to the ever-increasing global population, the ever-increasing way of life, which demands for more energy, but as I indicated, the significance of energy or the direct correlation between energy and development. Why especially oil and gas matters for Africa? Despite the calls for fossil fuel phase out, we still have on the continent about 600 million people without electricity. That is, I think, about half or slightly more than half of the entire continent of Africa. There is a lot of pressure on us to decarbonize, and we know as a continent we have minimal historical emissions. I think Africa, despite being about a fifth of the global population, we account for only about 3% of the greenhouse gas emissions to date. And therefore, we are in a unique and differentiated position as a continent, as a country, that we have unique circumstances and unique needs that need to be satisfied. And the way forward for Africa, I speak this with a lot of emphasis, both as a petroleum, as a petroleum engineer and industry player, but also as an environmentalist, that Africa must continue to invest in sustainable, I think the key word is sustainable, oil and gas exploration. The transition should be about decarbonizing the energy, not eliminating the fossil fuels overnight, because the people who have been using these sources of energy for generations and generations, we are not seeing them about to stop. Yes, it is very important that as we exploit, as we develop, as we use these different forms of energy, especially oil and gas, we are mindful of the associated environment and social impacts. Number one on this, which has been mentioned, which I'm sure you're aware of, is the climate change, and especially to do with greenhouse gas emissions from combustion, which are estimated that energy use contributes either directly or indirectly to 75%. So 3/4 of the emissions from the energy use sector come from these CO2 emissions. There are also other associated impacts like environmental degradation, local pollution during exploration and production, habitat disruptions, especially for us here in Uganda, where our activities are taking place on shore, meaning on land, and they interact directly with the communities, they interact directly with our wildlife and our other natural resources. We also need to be mindful of the fact that petroleum or generally fossil fuels are finite resources. So they are not renewable. They are depletable. You produce them and that's it, and you cannot have them replaced within that same geological context. And then sometimes, again, because our activities are on land, they are also associated with a number of other social impacts. For example, displacement of people from land to create the land for these activities, livelihood changes, and a number of other impacts, which all need to be sustainably managed during the exploration and production of these resources. So what is oil and gas future in a sustainable energy mix? Oil and gas remains a strategic commodity. There are a lot of conflicts linked to energy resources. The energy security concerns are reshaping policies across the world, and Africa is caught between competing global interests, as I mentioned. Access to affordable and reliable energy vis-a-vis the impacts that are associated with oil and gas exploration, development, and production. And so what needs to be done, or what is being done here, especially in a country, the emissions from those operations need to be managed and can be managed and should be managed through mainly best available technologies, like minimizing flares, which is a path that this country has taken among others. Methane management, those of you doing these science-related courses, you'll know that the global warming potential of methane is much, much, much higher than that of CO2 or other greenhouse gas emissions. And so for every ton of methane that is managed, you're I think, dealing with almost an equivalent 200 tons of CO2. And this can be managed through leak detection and repair and gas recovery systems, making sure that as little or none emissions escape into the environment. Local pollution calls for strict environmental regulations and compliance monitoring. The global transition pressure calls for us, Africa, Uganda, to actively participate at the global level where these decisions are being made, especially at the United Nations framework for climate change, making sure that we are mindful of the risk of stranded assets that as we exploit these resources, we do not find ourselves in a situation whereby we have invested a lot in these assets and we are not gaining from them as much as we should. And so this calls for strategic positioning and alliances with like-minded countries that can buy from us, we can buy from them, like-minded countries. And revenue for green transition. As I said, as we get revenues from these resources, we need to use them wisely, especially in creating wealth and investing in other forms of energy. And as a country, we have taken strategic and deliberate steps to ensure that this is being done, both at policy and legal framework level, but also at very special and specific measures that are being undertaken at policy and legal framework level. For example, flaring of gas is not allowed by law. That is prohibited by law in normal operations unless under specific circumstances that are mainly related to emergency. A climate law has been enacted where as a country and as a sector we pronounce or we make commitments on reducing our emissions in terms of what we call the nationally determined contributions, which are looked at, discussed, and committed to at country level, basing on our unique circumstances. The regional institutional capabilities have also been enhanced, and dedicated training and human resource development, both by government, the industry players, but also the non-government institutions. For each project, we have greenhouse gas emissions calculated and reduction targets set in terms of use of best available technologies. Some of the special measures, due to the requirement that you can't flare or vent gas, LPG, which is the gas that we use at home, liquefied petroleum gas, is to be produced from excess gas. The other 500 billion cubic feet that I talked about. And by doing that alone, and many countries still flare and vent this gas. If you look at those facilities in the Middle East, you're going to see a burning flame on top. That is the flare that I'm talking about. In our facilities, once production starts later this year, you will never see that burning flame on top except under emergency circumstances. And by doing that alone, it leads to a reduction of about 30% of the emissions, because most of the emissions that are associated with production of oil, so the scope 1, what we call the scope 1 emissions, they actually arise from oil and gas burning, flaring, which is prohibited in this country. So by doing that alone, you have eliminated a third of all the emissions that would be associated with oil and gas production here in Uganda. Converting, other measures include converting excess gas to power instead of venting or flaring, leak detection and repair. As I mentioned, that is very important for methane management. Electrification, where possible, electrification of oil and gas facilities, like camps using hydro power from the grid, which is green, and as much as solarization, but also design optimizations. So those are some of the deliberate steps that have been undertaken by government to ensure that our oil and gas sector makes its fair contribution towards managing the climate-related risks. I will now talk about specifically the projects. For some of you that are not familiar with them, we have 3 major flagship projects that are ongoing. 2 of them in the upstream. In the upstream, it means they relate to the development and production of the resources that have been discovered, and that is the 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘪𝘯𝘀 project, which is in the north of Lake Albert, as you can see on that map, that gives an overall sort of infrastructure development for the ongoing projects that shows the country's fields in the north, some of them in Murchison Falls National Park, if you're familiar with that geography. And then we have another project in the south, the Kingfisher project. And all these deliver the crude that is produced to what we call the delivery point that will be located near 𝘉𝘠𝘰𝘪𝘯𝘢. And it is from there that you see that red line, which is the East African crude oil pipeline that will then transport the produced crude from all the way to access the international markets at the port in Tanga. There are also plans for developing a 60,000 barrel per day refinery. An agreement has been signed with an investment partner who is going to partner with the government, holding 40% and the investor holding 60% to develop this refinery. And if all goes according to plan, we hope that we can have a refinery in the next 3 to 4 years in the country from now. But the upstream projects are still on course to realize first oil later this year, and then all that first oil will be exported through that crude pipeline for the first initial years until the refinery is in place. A refinery is very good for the country because it enables value retention. In the country, you have a refinery that creates jobs. It can spur other associated industries around it, the petrochemicals industry, whereby the byproducts from the refinery can be used for to serve many other industry needs. And that is why government has insisted and has been committed to ensuring the delivery of a pipeline project in Uganda. Once commercial production starts, we hope that this will bring in significant revenues for the country. But even before that, there has been a lot of investment into this sector, right from the early 2000s, even before commercial discovery, to 2006, when the first commercial discovery was made in Uganda. And then subsequently, if you go to the next slide, you can see how the investments in the sector have been rising. I think there's some slides before that. You can see how, yes, next slide. The next slide is just a pictorial of the current status of the 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘪𝘯𝘢𝑥 projects that I spoke about. So what you see there is what is called the Central Processing Facility. That picture is indeed taken in Uganda. It is taken in Bulisa, and that is, I think, about a month ago. So the picture on ground has slightly changed, but you can see that significant progress has been made towards first commercial oil production in Uganda. The next slide, I think, should show the current status of the Kingfisher project, which is about a fifth the size of the one that you saw. I should have mentioned that we expect a peak production of about 190,000 barrels per day from the 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘪𝘯𝘢 project, and then from this Kingfisher about to 40,000 barrels per day, which is about a fifth of the other big project. That is nearly ready, has at 95%. And then the Kingfisher project is also, the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘵 project is also getting ready for first commercial production. Next slide. Yes, those are the investments that I was talking about, significant investments that have been made in the sector over the years. And as you can see from right around 2021, 22, there was a spike that that coincides with when the final investment decisions for these projects have been made. To date, over 9.96 billion has been spent in the sector as of 2024. We are still working on the figures for 2025, so that means that figure has increased. We now have over 2 billion mark being invested in the projects every year, and that is very significant investment in the sector when you consider the size and magnitude of projects that we have had before these. The biggest, I think, before these projects would be Karuma, which was just over $1 billion that was invested over a period of years, and now we are talking at more than 2 billion being invested in these projects per year, so much more than what was invested in Uganda's single biggest project over many years. And then combined, you're looking at a total investment that is estimated to be about 20 billion over the duration of the projects. That investment is going to bring significant returns for the country, which I have showed on the next slide. A lot of people ask, so when we start producing, what do we expect? And that is what you can see there, that depending on the oil price, as you'll know, the oil price, use the term VUCA. It is volatile, it changes, sometimes uncertain. And so you can't put a very specific figure. With the war in Iraq, we have had, for example, the price of crude rise from what it was rotating about, oscillating, I think, about $65 per barrel. Now we are talking at over 100, and then it is projected that it could even increase to as high as 150 if something is not done, $150 per barrel. So there are different scenarios you can see there at when you have a lowest projected price of about $50 per barrel. How much revenue do you expect? At 75, which is kind of the average. And then when there is a windfall, say at over US $100, which I think it is right now, that you have significant revenues that can come in and can help us as a country to do many other things. Just to put in context, that 1 to 2.5 billion you see, currently I think government collects in taxes, the government revenue is about $8 billion. So $8 billion, if you have a single sector, or if you have these three projects that I just described, bringing in what would now be, say, at 2.5 billion, you're looking at more than a quarter of what you can potentially collect from all the other sectors of the economy. That can be delivered by just those three projects alone. So these are massive and very significant projects for the country that we all should be excited about, that we all need to do to ensure that we can offer the support we can, especially you as the students in this petroleum sector, who, as I said, will be responsible for taking on from us as the next generation. Then it is important that you can sustain the value that has been created and even grow it further. There are also other benefits which I have indicated in terms of skilling, in terms of technology transfer, employment of Ugandans. I'm sure that all of you are studying either to be able to be employable or to employ. You should not only be job seekers. You can also start your own businesses and be able to employ other people. So create jobs. You either want a job or you want to create a job. So employment, significant contribution there in terms of employment, industrialization, especially when the refinery comes in place, the promotion of the use of locally produced goods and services. That is very, very important. Currently, about a third, slightly less than a third, but between a quarter and a third of all the goods and services that are consumed by the sector are sourced locally. And that is important because it contributes to the other value that I indicated on the previous slides of the monies that are being retained in the country, which I think the figure now, as I indicated, was about 2 billion. Of the 9 point something that has been invested, over 2.2 billion has been retained locally. That is very significant for the local economy. And then the other benefits, last but not least, the local economic and social development. So, as I conclude then, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, energy is fundamental to economic development. Uganda cannot develop without increasing its energy access and consumption. We need to get rid of this biomass trap that is not only unclean and inefficient and is leading to massive deforestation and habitat loss, but it is also contributing, according to the Ministry of Health report, it is contributing to 50,000 annual deaths from unclean cooking, smoke, and other associated health effects. Oil and gas are part of Uganda's and regional, Africa, but also the global energy future. But responsible development is essential. Significant investments have already been made, and they demonstrate that the oil and gas sector is viable. As I indicated, projected revenues of between 1 to 2.5 billion annually. At the current price, I think that would increase significantly to between 3 to 3.5 billion, which would be more than a third of what Uganda revenue currently collects from all the other sectors. And these funds, of course, if used responsibly, can also fund Uganda's chosen pathways, diversify our energy mix, and make sure, just like our brothers and sisters in the other countries, we have a number of options that we can play about with. Global transition is real but pragmatic. Energy systems are changing, but fossil fuels will remain dominant for decades to come. As I indicated, undisputed modeling shows that oil and gas will still be a significant contributor to the energy mix for the foreseeable future in the next 50 years. Local content in the sector is succeeding. 89% of the Ugandans currently working in the sector at different levels are Ugandans. Balancing act is possible with the right policies, as I indicated, technologies, and positioning ourselves, especially with like-minded nations and countries, that will help us address the challenges that I talked about that include, among others, market access, stranded assets, and so forth. So, securing Uganda's prosperity while protecting our environment is the defining challenge of your careers as students, as the next generation leaders and experts in this sector. I thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our keynote speaker. That was one of the most, I would say, beautiful presentations, because someone presents and then they go on to summarize for you. That shows how much they're committed to making you understand the presentation. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My take-home points from the presentation is one, the fact that Uganda is actually lying in the 6% of the least economies, like he stated. I know it's a sad thing to hear, but it's a reality. But then we are not stopping there as a nation. We are saying now that our first oil is on the way. The anticipation is that by July, we shall be there. So it's a challenge we have right now, in that we are trying to challenge ourselves as professionals, as experts in the field, and to know that by 2040, Uganda has a vision, as is stated in the presentation, transforming from a low-income status to an upper-middle income status. So that will only be done through some of these projects we are having. He spoke about the ECO project, that is right now, by the way, on 82% completion. And then there's the Kingfisher project. We needed 15 wells for first oil, but we have outdone ourselves. Clap for that, please. We are on 19 wells at Kingfisher. And then the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘃𝑚, which is the biggest project, we need about 150 wells to complete or to get our first oil. Right now, we stand on 170. That's from statistics. So it shows that, yeah, as we are progressing slowly but surely. So as a nation, we are proud. And SPE, such a conference, we get the opportunity to interact on such matters, because these are things you could not have known anywhere else. I think earlier last week, a senior petroleum economist at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Miss 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘚𝑚𝑒𝑛𝑡𝑎, shared an article. She broke down how we are going to consume this revenue we are talking about. Because you see, right now as a nation, we are very expectant. Our first oil is coming. What do we expect? We expect that when the oil finally comes, maybe fuel prices are going to drop instantly. Right now, fuel is at 5K. Maybe we shall now have fuel going for 1.5 because we are producing home production. But she said, no, there is a process to this. She talked about benchmarks. If you read the article, for those who didn't read, I can share to you. But it was really insightful. So personally, I can relate everything our keynote speaker, Dr. Joseph Kobisheshe, spoke about with the article Shad also mentioned. You realize Uganda right now, we are highly dependent on biomass, 80 to 90% consumption. That is terrible for our theme of the conference. We know in the conference theme, we are looking into environment and biodiversity. So we are trying to balance economic growth and environmental protection. Do these go hand in hand? Yes, they can. But do we have the capacity? Yes, we are building on that. Because when you look at most of these developed states, whose economies are, for example, based in oil and gas, and you look at their environmental policies and everything, you're going to realize that they're endangering lives of the people. For example, if you look at China, you see how it is terrible there. But Uganda said no. As much as we are expecting our first oil in July, this is what we are going to do. We are going to have the no flare policy, where we are not going to burn our natural gases, but rather increase the output of LPG. So we convert it to LPG. So that's a brilliant idea, and it's quite, these are things you can't just know. You need to attend some of these events. And if you're not in the field directly, for the students in the room, this is the 4th edition of the SASTCE conference. It happens yearly, and this year we happen to be hosted by Kyambogo University. I can't forget our sponsors again in the room: Total Energies, SLB, Hill Sourcing, the Junior Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals, that's through the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. And then we have Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you so much. At this point in time, I'm going to welcome Sarah to invite the head of department. Just like I said, you can't come to a venue and you're not welcomed officially by the host. So at this point in time, let me invite Sarah to welcome the HOD. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ezekiel. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you to this event. We welcome the different universities in the house: Makerere University, Kyambogo, UPIC, Victoria University, IUEA. We recognize your presence. We also recognize the presence of the different patrons that have taken time to bring their students here. As we already mentioned, these sessions are going to be parallel. So we have paper contest sessions going on, and they need some of the judges to go there: Dr. Pido, Mr. Henry, and Annette. And then the students also that are inside here participating in the paper contest, please, you are requested to move out. At this juncture, allow me welcome the head of department, mining, chemical, and petroleum engineering, Dr. Wanasolo William. This gentleman is a very, very great resource to the industry. He is our lecturer. He has nurtured several leaders in the industry, the young professionals. Dr. William holds a Bachelor of Industrial Chemistry from Makerere University. He also holds a Master of Science in Statistical Evaluation for Pollution, and he is a doctor. So he has a PhD in mining and process engineering from the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Dr. William has held several researches in the industry that surround around chemical reaction engineering, modeling, and simulation. He has done several designs for the industry. So he's a key person in the industry. And Dr. Wanasolo, you're welcome. A round of applause for Doctor as he comes to give his speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Master of Ceremonies. I would like just to make one correction. I don't have a master's in a statistical something. Yeah. The master's is in environmental and analytical chemistry. The bachelor's in industrial chemistry, and the PhD in chemical and process engineering. On my part, I'm on the side of the refinery, exploration, and your part, oil and gas, etc., what we have. So we are together in the field. Thank you once again. I go to my part. I'm here. I have a very short moment. Dear delegates, invited guests, students, staff, all the government officials, from POW, from UNOC, and many others that I may not mention. The oil and gas companies represented here, the private sector, chief among the oil and the gas to recognize, I may not recognize all, we have Total Energies, SLB, CNOC. POW is a government institution, but we also take it as an oil and gas company. Others I may not mention. Students and staff from all universities, near and far, all invited guests, and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Eri Katunguka, and on behalf of the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Dr. Charles Onyutha, I take this honor to welcome you to Kyambogo University, and more so to Society of Petroleum Engineering Annual Students Conference and Technical Exhibition. You're most welcome. It's our pleasure and honor to host this fourth conference and exhibition, and we are proud to be among the leading institutions and universities participating in training the oil and gas experts in the field. Most welcome once again. Feel free, feel at home. At the end of the day, today, my name once again is mentioned. I double as head of Department of Mining, Chemical and Petroleum Engineering in the Faculty of Engineering. I'm also the patron of Society of Petroleum Engineering, Kyambogo University chapter. It's Uganda section, Kyambogo chapter. I hope that I'm correct. The section is, to me, the section looks to be bigger, but you're most welcome once again. We are gathered here to mainly, there are several activities that are taking place. Chief among them is the competition that's, I think, is ongoing in another room, where we have our graduates and students being tested, kind of being a test tube to see how much they know about the oil and gas industry. Their speed, their quickness to respond, to process the information and questions and respond very fast. It's a good conference and exhibition that brings all the oil and gas players, both those who are in the actual field and those intending to join the field together. So we expect sincerely to have a wider networking in this conference, which started in these events, which started 3-4 days ago, to learn many new things that we didn't know, to get new friends, to hear things actually, to challenge our minds and our opinions, to change our mindset. So many things are going to happen, both to the student community and everyone, including myself. I think I should be in the conference almost towards the end. As you compete for those who are going to compete on the panelists, I hope you'll be sharp enough, you'll be quick, you'll be patient, you'll be tolerant in all ways, in all questions. If you don't get it, you stay firm, don't collapse. Yes, just be yourself and you'll make it. Yes, that will be good. So panelists, I think it will be very good, fair. We expect some fairness in the judgment, which is open. That would be very good because the competitions and every other thing is, I'm very sure it is being watched all over the oil and gas stakeholders. They are viewing each and every part of this. We expect at the end of the day, we have a good understanding of how we shall have energy transition. We shall have good economic sense vis-a-vis environmental sustainable environment. Already the session has gone on. We have had the keynote speaker, very interesting speech. Of course, triggering our thoughts. So many things which were said. For example, towards the end, where he said the energy sector, energy from petroleum or fossil fuels will still remain a significant player in the energy for decades. And you all know it is, certainly we know it is exhaustive. At one point it will be exhausted, although the quantities in the world are so huge. So as for now, for energy itself, it can be sustainable, petroleum, but going to make a significant contribution in the next decades, and it's a major contributor to against environmental sustainability, is a big challenge that faces us. How do we harness this resource and maintain the environment safety? Of course, you know very well the answer is in the renewable sources, which is okay. As we mentioned, we use much of the biomass. Biomass we should use as much as possible. It is renewable. That's okay. But the other one is not renewable, and yet it's going to be a key player. So it is us, you, and everyone to think, how do we make money and maintain the environment? Given the fact that the resource which is giving us money is affecting the environment. My time is short. Allow me once again to say you are welcome. It's not my day, and just declare these sessions open once again on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and the university community. This occasion is open. Enjoy your stay, be fruitful, and God bless you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. William Wanasolo, for welcoming us officially in the institution and for the insightful ideas given. So at this point in time, we are going to have presentations from Total Energies. These presentations are going to be on biodiversity. And of course, we are not running away from our theme today. So everything in this room is going to be centered around the theme of the event. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me call upon Mr. 𝘉𝘁𝘐𝑺, who is the Biodiversity Operations Manager at Total Energies E&P Uganda. He has a bachelor's in zoology, chemistry, and botany, with a postgraduate diploma in professional humanity and wildlife conservation. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. 𝘉𝘁𝘐𝑺 from Total Energies for the presentation. You're most welcome, Richard. By the way, he brings 15 years of experience in what we call food ecology. That's quite a large, wholesome figure, if you put it in context, in terms of experience. Because we realize most of us in this room, our experience is around 5, okay, maximum 5 for the averagely. But if someone goes beyond 10 years of experience, for the students in this room, if you subtracted 15 years experience from your current age, how old would you be? Just a random hand? Otherwise, thank you so much. We all know the answers. Mr. Richard, you're most welcome for the presentation, and let's give him the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you. I thank you in your distinguished capacities. I am Richard Angobo, as he has just mentioned. Just maybe a slight correction. The postgraduate diploma I hold is in professional hunting, not humanities. Yes. Maybe just to give you context, all of us call the people who hunt animals out there poachers. But if you look at it from the walks of life, maybe your father was a hunter and gatherer, and that is how men in society were respected. They always went out there to bring food for the family. When you come to conservation, that is a unique area that I decided to go into because it gives me it gave me hands-on experience in understanding why the poachers destroy the animals and what would be done best in the context of conservation. So at that point, every animal counts and its survival counts. With that kind of background, I was able to join Total Energies, but this time, the application of that knowledge goes in another dimension. As Dr. Joseph 𝘕𝘶𝘬𝘶 had mentioned, that there are lots of HSE issues that come in based on the sensitivity and collection of wildlife around the working areas. There are aspects of mitigating impact that require dynamic understanding of animal behavior. That's the kind of experience that I bring, and it's what I'm going to share with you. For the purpose of flow of this presentation, we're actually two parties going to make a presentation. I have a colleague that I'm here with, 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘀𝑎𝑖, who is going to take up the first part of the presentation. She's going to talk about the environment that doesn't have life. Then I'll talk about the environment that has life, which are the animals. So I'll first step aside for Esther to present, then I'll come in later. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I recognize the protocol earlier observed. My name is 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘀𝑎𝑖. I am here in the capacity of environment engineer, and I bring you greetings like how we do in church from the environment manager, Mr. Derek Chaterekera, and the entire physical environment unit. So, as Richard mentioned, I'm not going to talk only about the environment that doesn't have life. Environment is more than his surrounding. So I'll speak about the surrounding of water, air, and earth. He will speak about the living animals and whatsoever. So clearly, that's the outline of our presentation. In the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 project, as Dr. earlier mentioned, Dr. Joseph, it's a sensitive ecosystem. We have the Maction Falls, we have the Ramsar site, yet we have to produce oil in the near future. You can play the sustainability moment. It's our custom when we speak about environment to talk about sustainability. And maybe as he figures it out, just to remind us that of the 3 pillars of sustainable development, now for us in environment and biodiversity, we handle environmental sustainability and see how it balances with the other pillars, the economic growth and social growth, and social sustainability, social equity. So you can play it and then I proceed. There's no sound? Okay, maybe I'll just speak to it as it plays. All of us want to buy cars when we grow up, but just to remind us that if you want to really reduce on emissions, you can take individual activities like walking to work, riding bicycles. Now we have e-bikes in the country, you can get one. And even as you have an ambition of getting a Volvo XC60 or whatever car you want, be mindful of the kind of emissions you're bringing out. And individual actions matter as you work towards energy transition. Even at home, you don't have to leave your lights on all over because you're the one who pays the bill. Be mindful of energy conservation even at home. I have a girl I keep reminding at home every time, please switch off the light. Even as she's sleeping, all the lights are on. I don't know why. But be mindful of that. Okay, so we can proceed now from sustainability moment to the next slide, since the video sound is not there. Thank you. So I'll speak into the physical environment, just as we mentioned about GHG emissions. I'll start from there. So Dr. Alia mentioned about scope 1, scope 2. In the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘵 project, you can skip the video, it's okay. In the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 project, we monitor both direct and indirect emissions that we have even in the current development phase. So through this, we check our fuel consumption every day, and we report that to authorities. We compile every quarter to the authority, and then every month we have to report to the headquarters of Total Energies how much we are consuming. And this helps us to check beyond even just fuel. We check for where should we reduce our carbon footprint. Now we have started vehicle pooling. When people are going to site, you don't have to go with your own car. We move in a bus, the 𝘚𝘀𝘢𝘴𝘊 bus. You know it is electrified, right? So move in the 𝘚𝘀𝘢𝘴 bus, for example, just to reduce our footprint. So small actions matter to us. Our drivers on site, for example, also are aware of minimizing idling time because you generate more. When generators are operational at the project site, we also monitor the kind of emissions they have, or not let the generator run without using the energy it's producing. So we are keen on GHG monitoring at the project. Next slide, please. So as a company, we have targets that we set on waste management, oil spill response, and as you see there. So for example, last year we set a target of ensuring that all the waste generated, at least 40%, is utilized in another form, either reusing or made in other forms to benefit other works. For example, all the organic waste from the kitchen, we compost it to get manure. That manure, we use it in our demo gardens or even for other people who want to get from us, the nearby communities, though we are still testing for them to take what is good. So last year we had a target of 40%. We passed the target by 44%. So all the waste we had on site, 44% was used in other forms, reused, recycled, as you see in that. So not all the waste we generate is ending up. It's ending up in the landfills or whatsoever. So we utilize our waste. So for this year, as you see from when the year began, we still monitor how much we're generating from each waste stream. So we don't just let operations go without us checking where our waste is coming from, where it's going. So we monitor from the point of generation to the point of disposal for waste which is going to be disposed, or to the point of reuse for which is going to be reused. For oil spill response, last year we started to update our oil spill modeling. You know, we are transitioning from a construction phase to go to setup and commissioning and all that, pre-commissioning activity. So we are updating our models to ensure that we are ready. In case of a spill, we are ready to contain it. That everyone knows what to do when a spill occurs. So that falls still under physical environment monitoring. Oil spill response, sorry. So from last year still, we also, you know, we have an oil spill response kit at every active area. Every well pad has one, a whole kit, big ones. And then we have a centralized place where we have all this everywhere, so that we are ready for any response at any location. So last year also we had to update our inventory to see what is still working, what's not working, so that we are ready even to support other operations beyond just the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘵 project. Under Caprock integrity, you know the project is in the Rift Valley line, right? Hope you know that Alberta and Graben is in the Rift Valley. So we do have 10 stations, 9 are functional, for a passive seismic monitoring network. So we have the stations to help us see what is happening at the caprock. So we see clearly at which point should we take response. If, for example, a tremor happened, are our wells safe? Are our facilities safe? So we do monitor every time. So we have data for that. And also, under the 𝘚𝘨𝘢𝘯𝘥𝘢𝘚 project, still under caprock, we have what we call a 𝘚𝘨𝘢𝘯𝘥𝘢 project, where we are piloting to check for groundwater quality and levels as we plan to start operations as well. So we are still piloting phase for the 𝘚𝘨𝘢𝘯𝘥𝘢𝘚 project. We hope to have it work so soon. The quake tracker helps us to check, of course, as we talked about the PSN earlier, and also the 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘪𝘗 drone surveys that we are planning to commence in 2026 April. So we monitor all this. Besides wastes, we also monitor other things, as we can see in the next slide as well. I'd already talked about caprock integrity monitoring scope, so I'll go straight to the environmental monitoring scope. So under air, so as I said earlier, under environment, which is almost not living, but living, we have air, water, and earth, land. When I say earth, I mean land. So under air, we have real-time monitoring at 6 active stations, where we have polydrones. Polydrones are installed with sensors to help us check GHG emissions, the wind, wind speed, wind direction, and other parameters in the air, besides the NOxes, that's the nitrics, and the SOx. Now, I don't know how to keep talking in full term. But these are located in central locations where we expect these kind of parameters to be emitted. And then from every day we receive data. Every second, every hour, even if you check right now for what happened at 8 a.m., you will see where dust emissions were maybe major, and then we see what happened at that specific time. So the 6 polydrones are located where the drilling is happening. Industrial area and the CPF, where we know there's a lot of construction works happening, and the lake water abstraction facility currently under construction as well. So this helps us, and this is accessed not only by us, but also by government. So we cannot sleep on the job, and government sees it first. So for us, you have to be more alert, because government also receives real-time data on these locations. We also monitor noise and vibration, because during construction phase, even if you're constructing your own house, there's vibration, there's noise. We don't want to have our communities or our wildlife move, or our community members complain about noise. So we also monitor noise and vibrations from these locations. And this is not only for 𝘚𝘨𝘢𝘚𝘚𝑢𝑟. We have the feeder pipeline that is connected now to the pump station, where joins the ECOP line. So the feeder pipeline as well, we carry out weekly monitoring with ECOP, because ECOP is the main contractor for that feeder pipeline. And for the rivers as well, we check for water quality. Where the feeder pipeline is crossing, we have 17 rivers, 6 seasonal and 11 permanent rivers. So we also check for quality at that river where the pipeline crosses. So currently the pipeline are being buried. They were buried during dry season. So we check, did construction activities spoil the river? So we also check that under physical environment. So these are reports, these checks and inspections we do, the audits we do, the reporting is made to government on a quarterly basis, and also to our headquarters on a monthly basis. Next slide, please. So under Tilenga still, within physical environment unit, we carry out studies. And we're going to use polymers as a trial first at one of the fields, one of the well pads. So we did a study and submitted to the authority to see what we intend to do, what we call the risk assessment, environmental risk assessment for polymer. And now what we are trying to check the risk assessment for overall the entire field, because it was an advice from the authority for us to check the risk assessment for the entire field. So we do environment risk assessments for different aspects, even chronic risk assessments. We update them even this year. We also update our improvement plan for waste valorization, because we want to utilize as much as we can. As group, we have a target of hitting 70% valorization rate by 2050. So even us here as the affiliate, we also have a target that we need to hit. So we have to improve our plan. If we are generating more good waste, how can we utilize more waste? Yeah, so ongoing, right now, as I said earlier, we have our project in a sensitive area. There's Lake Albert nearby, there's a Ramsar site, there are communities, and yet we have very many boreholes, and we also source water from Lake Albert. So how best can we protect these water sources? So it's a legal requirement for us to have a water source protection plan. So we are currently developing one, which we plan to submit to the authorities by next quarter, and they can review and approve or guide us better on what to do. We are working on the journey towards ISO 14015 certification. That is the environmental management systems. We finished the ISO gap analysis for that specific ISO standard. So we are working towards now certifying at First Oil that ISO 14001. And then as we do that, we are also doing the one for energy management systems. We are beginning with the gap analysis to see how best we can do this, because this is not just for us, but also for us to make sure that we're operating within the standard that protects the environment and the people. We are continuing to do environmental risk assessments for different locations so that we ensure that our operations have minimal impact in the area, especially for the physical environment and also social and biodiversity. As I said earlier, we have a passive seismic network. So I said 9 are functional out of the 10. So we continue to maintain them so that all of them are functional. So even the 10th one is under maintenance right now. We are updating the noise models for the workover rigs so that we see what kind of noise shall we have when all this is operational for pre-commissioning. Underwater use and wastewater monitoring. This is pertinent to me specifically. So we have daily, we have permits. We have water abstraction, wastewater discharge permits that are issued by government. That is from the Ministry of Water and Environment. All of them come with conditions. Key among them is monitoring, abstraction, and discharge. So where we have discharge points is mainly accommodation areas, where we have over, many people, I can't even tell the number right now, but there are over 4,000 in different locations. So all these people generate black and gray water that we have to treat and discharge. So that's why we have 11 STPs planned, sewage treatment plants planned, but right now we have about 9 operational. So all these generate wastewater that we treat and reuse or safely dispose. So they come with conditions for us to see how we are disposing. What is the quality of that wastewater before we take it to the environment? What's the quality of water that we are giving people to drink? So we do all that at under physical environment. On a daily basis, we are abstracting water from either groundwater or surface water for daily operations, even before we go to production phase. So all this water we monitor. From which borehole did we abstract what? What volume did we get from where? So we see, are we depleting water or not? And just to emphasize, as you see in the lower graph, we also monitor what we are reusing, because we don't want, as company, to abstract water when we can reuse our wastewater. So when we treat water, we reuse, and in areas where we can reuse it, so we prevent people from abstracting new water, yet you can have an option of reusing the water that is treated. Sometimes even reused water is better than the water that is abstracted at some locations. As we talk about water still, we also have stormwater that we sometimes retain to minimize the impact of flooding downstream at our communities downstream, especially from the industrial area. So this water also, we are trying options to see how we can reuse it instead of letting it go to the environment. So all that falls under physical environment, where we're trying to see how best can we increase volumes of water that we can reuse instead of abstracting new potable water. The Environment Department not only is governed by government, but we also have commitments within the environment and social management plans that were developed during the environmental social impact assessment for the project, and also for 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵 feeder. So under physical environment, we have about there are 7 environment and social management plans that have commitments therein that we must also comply to, besides the legal requirements that we have nationally and even industry-based practice. So all those commitments in those 7 plans under physical environment, one is on dust and emission control, the other is on water resources, the other one is on waste, the other is on physical monitoring, noise and vibration control. So each of those have specific commitments that we must adhere to as company. Through those ESMP, we do audits. We audit ourselves and see whether we are performing well against our commitments or not. Which areas should we improve on? And also, we report to government how we are performing against our own management plans. And also to headquarters, how we are performing. Yeah. So currently, we are updating our ESMPs to suit the current phase or what we are going to in the next phase of the project. Next slide, please. Besides physical environment monitoring, we are not only sleeping in the physical environment, we also engage stakeholders on what we are doing. This week, we are having the Uganda Water and Environment Week. We participated from the pre-events and even the ongoing events because we need to see how best can we work together with different stakeholders in aspects of water and environment. So in the pre-event, for example, we flagged the walk from Moroto to Kampala, where people walked 560 kilometers advocating for water, even along the way and environment. We also participate in the Oil and Gas Environment Day activities that are organized by the PAU, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and also the Water and Environment Day on 5th June that is always organized by the National Environment Management Authority. So last year we participated in all that. This year we also hope to participate in all. Not just for us to see what we do, but for us to also see what challenges are likely to come to us that we need to prevent before they happen. Under grievances, people don't stop complaining, of course, because we receive this. People will complain when there's an issue that's affecting them. So under physical environment, we received about 25 grievances last year related to smell from some of the sites and all this. So we work on resolving these technically and also with support from the social team. We don't sleep when someone is saying, I have a funny smell coming from one of your camps. If a neighbor is complaining, we need to resolve the issue with the neighbor. If a neighbor is saying your machines are making a lot of noise, we need to monitor which machine is this one making noise, and we resolve that issue with the neighbor. And not just to resolve the issue, to make sure that that issue never happens again. So out of the 25 that were registered last year, we've resolved 16. And since this year began, we have not received any grievance yet. So it means our interventions are working well. As I said earlier, we are governed by the national laws and regulations. Government of Uganda governs whatever we do. So we acquired permits, licenses, certificates of approval for EIAs, and authorizations or approvals from the different government ministries, departments, and agencies. So currently we have, as the statistics show there, we have permits that are under review, where we applied for renewals, where we applied for new permits or licenses from government, and then the permits that we actually have on hand. So we track every permit, every license, every certificate we receive from government, and also the conditions therein, how we are performing against those conditions, because each permit comes with its own condition. So we track all those conditions that are in the permits. Currently, in the 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘶𝑚 project, main, we have 65 valid permits with over 2,000 conditions in total. So all those conditions we have to track. In the feeder pipeline, we have 48 valid permits that we must track the conditions there in, and even report on how we are performing against those conditions to government in the quarterly reports. You know, the project is going to have chemicals. Geoscientists snore, you petroleum engineers know more about these chemicals we're going to use. And as an environmental engineer, I need to also check for my side of, are we ready to use these things in a place that doesn't harm the environment? So we do drills. Last year we had a chemical spill drill to just see, in case of a spill of a chemical, let's say during production, are people aware of this chemical and its hazards? Are they aware of how to respond to these chemicals? Yeah. We also do, on a monthly basis, green walks every last Saturday of the month. So we do green walks to make every contractor, every worker in the project to know that even as you're operating, you should know that this operation might bring this kind of issue to the environment. So we do those green walk campaigns on site on a monthly basis. And so far, I think everyone in the project at least knows that their activity can generate waste, their activity can cause a dust emission or any kind of air emission, and they must take action about it as an individual, even before we intervene as the physical environment team. I think that is the last slide from physical environment. I would like to invite back my colleague, Rich.
The audience can hear.
𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘪𝘯𝘢𝘚 project by TotalEnergies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside Murchison Falls National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in Murchison Falls National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. TotalEnergies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘪𝘯𝘢𝘚 biodiversity program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: Murchison Falls National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1, reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of Murchison Falls protected area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2, protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted a management effectiveness assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3, conserving and restoring Murchison Falls, Albert Delta, Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4, conserving and restoring forests.
Okay, so that is just a map of Murchison Falls National Park. The red dots indicate the footprint of the project and how it interacts with that sensitive ecosystem. As you might be aware, the Murchison Falls Conservation Area has the Murchison Falls National Park itself, Bugungu Wildlife Reserve, Karuma Wildlife Reserve, and then there are also adjacent forest reserves that are attached to this area. That means these are all ecosystems that are of high ecological sensitivity, and with the project activities, they could be severely impacted. In terms of species richness, there are about 6 species of amphibians in this area, over 29 species of reptiles, over 75 species of mammals, and over 500 bird species. I'll request you to go to the next slide. In terms of biodiversity management, our vision is to safely manage biodiversity in the project area, and our ambition is to ensure that in as much as we do the project operations, we leave the project area in a much better condition than we found it. The approach to this is by following the IFC impact mitigation hierarchy of avoiding, minimizing, and restoring, and then offsetting for the residual impacts. In doing so, we align our management principles to the IFC, that is the International Finance Corporation Performance Standards, and the Sustainable Development Goals. We also align them to local regulations and international best practice. And in doing so, we coordinate with a number of government institutions that are directly concerned with biodiversity conservation. And these are ministries, departments, and authorities. Next slide, please. So this is an insight into our strategy of impact mitigation. The strategy follows the impact mitigation hierarchy of avoiding. After avoidance has been done, you go into aspects of minimization, and then from minimization, if there are still continuing impacts, you jump into restoration. So avoidance is done in different ways. One, I believe so many of you are engineers in this house. There are design aspects that can give you a leverage in avoiding impact on a particular ecosystem or on a sensitive wildlife habitat. Those were applied at the beginning of the project, and some are applied in the project operations. And then on site, when the operations begin, there are also minimization actions that are applied through operational controls or process controls that allow you to mitigate the impact. And once that has been achieved, there are aspects of restoration. For example, the project often has a way of disturbing land. That land has to be brought back into the state, close to its original state, so that it can still serve the purpose for wildlife. So that is where the restoration aspect comes in. And after all that process of restoration, there most likely would be remaining some impact, which is the residual impact. Now that residual impact, to make sure that you provide a positive input on the surrounding environment to try and offset it. If you can actually provide an input to the environment in such a way that it is brought to zero, what would happen is that you would have hit the black line, which is the no net loss now. You would have not lost anything, but you would have compensated for the impacts of the project. And then if you do more, you would be providing an offset. So that is basically the strategy that we use for mitigating the biodiversity impacts. And we can go into the details of how these have been applied on ground. Next slide, please. Next slide. I think you've jumped some slides. You might have to go back a bit. Slide 18. Slide 18. Okay. So under avoidance, as our earlier presenters had alluded to, the project siting was one of the key areas that was used for avoiding impacts on biodiversity. If you looked at the map at the beginning of our presentation, a very small proportion of the footprint was purposely left into the park so that the ecosystem for wildlife is completely not disturbed. And what you saw as the industrial area was actually shifted to the south. That was one key decision that was taken at the engineering level for placement of the facilities that would have significant impact outside the park. So that was quite a saving in terms of avoidance. Then there are a number of engineering designs that have been applied on this project, which have had positive impacts for biodiversity. From the exploration, the 3D seismic survey was used, which saved a lot on having to walk the entire park and cause disturbance everywhere. And then with the drilling of the well pads, there is the application of the horizontal directional drilling technology, which has enabled Total Energies to reach about 412 wells from only 29 locations that measure an average of 150 by 200 meters. Otherwise, that would have been done entirely over the park, causing major impacts. Likewise, the Ramsar, the Albert Nile Delta wetland was entirely crossed by horizontal directional drilling, which meant they went under the river from the northern bank of the Victoria Nile to the south and left the entire ecosystem intact without causing disturbance to the biodiversity. So that was a very positive achievement in terms of preservation of the biodiversity without causing any disturbance. Then there was also an aspect of what we call avoidance mapping. Before the project touched ground, surveys were done right from desktop up to ground truthing, where major wildlife habitats, if you go into the park, you'll realize that hippos gather in a particular area, buffaloes prefer a particular area. When the project was going to touch ground, these areas were surveyed and the project was realigned to make sure that they do not cross path with any of those sensitive ecosystems that affect wildlife. And such essential ecosystem habitats included like the cobblers, the hippopods, the major wallows that are used by the animals. Then on another key area where avoidance has been done is scheduling of the project. A number of my colleagues have mentioned about scheduling. Works in wetlands become very complex during the wet season due to increased volumes of water and runoff. In the implementation of the Tilenga project, that has been a key a technique of scheduling activity such that all the works are done in the dry season when the water volumes have reduced and when some of the seasonal riverbeds have gone dry. And that gives you better ways of managing impact. In terms of minimization, at the site level, there are a number of physical controls that we are applying. For example, we have reduced the size of the footprint, details of which I'll give in the subsequent slides. We are also reducing work fronts. This is particularly explained in the context of the pipeline. The pipeline is a linear infrastructure. If you actually trenched the park for over 3 or 5 kilometers, you would cause disturbance to animal movements and find yourself in conflict with some of the species. So optimization of work front became an essential technique of minimizing impact. What do I mean by optimizing work front? If we were supposed to trench up to 1 kilometer, we reduced that to 500 meters and staggered them at different locations, which would mean elephants, buffaloes, giraffes will still be able to move back and forth without anyone getting harmed or without the animals getting harmed in the process of doing so. Then another key area of minimization was limiting of permanent project footprints. There are certain facilities on the project that don't need to be permanent if you're going to minimize your impacts on biodiversity or wildlife. Such facilities included the stringing area, which is actually a linear infrastructure where the pipes were being joined so that it can be pulled under the Victoria Nile. That doesn't have any permanent facility. In that way, we're able to achieve, we were able to leave the area free after pulling the pipeline and that gave an opportunity for wildlife to still utilize the area. Then on several occasions, you find yourself in direct confrontation with the animals, then rescues and relocations become an essential component of minimizing impact on wildlife. Then there are other aspects like avoiding impact on tourism. As you are aware, 𝘠𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘕𝘠 Falls National Park is Uganda's largest park, and second in terms of numbers of tourists that visit the area. So for purposes of minimizing impact on tourism, we do all our mobilizations outside the peak tourist hours so that we interfere less with tourists. Total Energies has also taken the initiative to develop alternative tourist tracks, which divert tourists in other areas where the wildlife are, but not interacting directly with the project footprint. Then we also do surveys to make sure that we profile every biodiversity aspect on the path of the project footprint. These are surveys that systematically collect and consolidate data on plant species, animal species that are utilizing the project area. With this kind of data, when you do restoration, it becomes very useful. So that is under restoration, and that is of the project impacted areas. With that kind of profiling, when you do the restoration, you're able to make sure that the biodiversity that existed in that area before can be brought back, and you'll measure your output in terms of performance by focusing on the results of that kind of survey. Likewise, on the project, all soil that has been removed from a particular area for the purpose of establishing a project facility is preserved. As you might be aware, soil and plants are related. When the seeds drop, some of them remain dominant. They remain dormant within the soil for some time. So keeping that stockpile of soil well for the purpose of subsequent restoration becomes essential. And once the project operations are done under restoration still, we do the landscaping, we bring back the original soil, and we're able to attain the restoration of the site to as close to its original state. Then the aspects of compensation, that is mainly now paying for the impact that you cannot remove. And these, we do them through a number of avenues. For example, we do a lot of studies that look at animal populations and best options of how to make them bounce back. And these are done under 4 main pillars. The first pillar and the second pillar look at the national parks, that is 𝘠𝘠𝘢𝘯𝘕𝘠 Falls National Park, and the second pillar looks at Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. Then the third and fourth pillar look at the wetland and the forest ecosystems, and they are mainly focused on forest programs, forest and wetland programs. Next slide, please. Now this, I'll just rush through this because I've explained them slightly. In terms of the footprints that we have, project facilities that we have established in the park, I'm not so sure that you can see the figure down, but the park itself is about 258. The park itself is about 384,000 square meters. We have only utilized 256. The park is only 384,000 hectares. We've only utilized 256 hectares, which means we are operating on a scale of 0.006 relative to the size of. On the access roads, we're able to save 49% of the land. On the well pads, we're able to save 63% of the land that was originally acquired. On the airfield, that was completely untouched and not developed. That was a complete saving on the land, which can still be available to the wildlife. And in a nutshell, after the restoration, as you look at the pictures on the extreme side there, when those patrol roads and the service roads are completely restored, that figure could drop down further to 0.01, maybe 0.001 of relative to the size of the park. Next slide, please. Then we also do routine monitoring of wildlife in and around the project footprints. And this serves multiple purposes of sustainable coexistence. One, in terms of safety, there are key issues that would relate to project wildlife interface. There are safety risks of attacks. Then there are also risks of animals getting contaminated and die. There are also risks related to modifying an area by project actions that render the place impossible for the animals to use forever. For example, when we are doing the linear infrastructure like the pipeline, if the trenches are left open for very long, you'd end up finding animals dead there. So that routine monitoring becomes an essential component. And in terms of numbers, those are cumulative figures of what we have been able to consolidate over the period from, that is Jan to December 2025. We've cumulatively recorded over 14,000 observations of animals directly interacting with the project footprints. And the majority of these are mainly mammals, and most of them happen to be interacting with the pipeline right-of-way because it's a linear infrastructure that takes the biggest expanse in terms of length in the park. And then in terms of animals that we have directly found ourselves with, we have rescued about 85 animals off the project footprint, and these are done with the support of Uganda Wildlife Authority. The extreme picture that is down on the right, the animals. These are the first in the dark, in black and white. There's a hippo and a lion. Those to the project becomes essential for purposes of coexistence. Next slide, please. So this is the restoration aspect, One Road. After its establishment, we had to do the rest back. And on average, it's about 87% recovered in terms of vegetation cover. Then down here is the pipeline, right from the time when we cleared it, when we did the trenching, when we did the initial revegetation, through to its intermediate stage and the final state where the animals are utilizing it. The pipeline is about 21.6 kilometers in length. We've been able to restore approximately 15 kilometers, which is accounting for 68% of the length. What is outstanding there is mainly due to other mitigations and ongoing project works. In terms of mitigation, some of those sections have been left for work to be done in dry season, and then some of the sections also have provisions for pulling HV cables and fiber optic cables, which can't be restored now, but progressively we'll restore that. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yep, so these are the two tourist tracks that we have been able to upgrade with, in collaboration with the Uganda Wildlife Authority. If you look at the lower track, which is the 𝘚𝘨𝘢𝘚𝑗𝑡 track, originally it passed very close to one of the well pads that is around the circle. That was 𝘉𝘢𝘰𝑙𝑎4. In that way, if we kept on doing our work and not divert the track, that meant when tourists would come to the park, they would see oil and gas activity. They would maybe go on a rampage and say, you know, we do not want sightings of this. So for purposes of coexistence, we diverted the track, upgraded its condition so that it is more motorable, and that allowed for coexistence. Then the second track, which is up close to the Albert Nile, which is the upper part of the river Nile, is called the Albert track. One of the major challenges it had was the Kituna Bridge. That bridge was washed off from time to time by seasonal floods that come in from the park. We've upgraded it and built a better culvert bridge, and today it is utilized for purposes of tourism. Next slide, please. So for purposes of compensation of the impact that would leave, when I say compensation, you recall in the hierarchy, after doing restoration, there was some impact that was left. And then our commitment as Total is that we will reduce the impact to as low as possible and do additional conservation actions for the park. So this slide is explaining what we do as the conservation actions to improve the park. Under Pillar 1 and 2, which looks at Murchison Falls National Park, the number of conservation programs that we are running. The species that you're seeing, or the animals, the pictures that you're seeing there, those are animals whose populations are in small numbers. Some of them are at the brink of extinction, and as such, they are rated as endangered. Now, those species are called the critical habitat qualifying species. The habitat that supports them is actually the only option they have to survive and live in Uganda. These were selected because the park was designated for that purpose. The oil has come in for the purpose of exploitation as well as providing benefit for humanity. So these are species that have been among the species that have been selected for special programs. One, for the giraffes, we do a monitoring program on them for the purpose of improving their health. There's a study that we're undertaking on skin disease, which has been compromising a lot of giraffe health within the park. Then there are also programs that we run on collaring and monitoring how animals respond or behave towards project activities. And that is particularly done on elephants, cobs, Jackson hartebeests, lions, and hyenas. Then as for the wetlands, we're also working with the Ministry of Water and Environment, one, to protect the Albert Delta, that is the Ramsar. We've done biodiversity surveys there to assess the indices or the magnitude of biodiversity that is prevalent in that area. That was before, during, and after the project. And in all this, with all the avoidance that was done, there hasn't been any significant change. But additional studies are going on until the project will elapse. We will be able to compare how those results are to tell whether there's a significant impact on the species that are within the Ramsar. Then the chimp at the extreme end is mainly in Budongo. As you are aware, the project traffic traverses the route from Hoima through Budongo and comes down into the Rift Valley. As the traffic moves, there are a number of impacts that are associated with project traffic. There could be accidents, road kills, and so on. We're also undertaking studies on chimp behavior at the crossing points and providing mitigations for that. And this is mainly done with NFA, originally UNRWA, but now under the Ministry of Works, plus the Ngamba Island Chimpanzee Sanctuary. I think that is my last slide. Next slide, please. Yes, so those are the initiatives for biodiversity. We just left out others for the sake of managing time, but questions are welcome maybe at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. Thank you so much, team from Total Energies. Thank you so much for the presentation. A round of applause to the presenters. Thank you for sparing time, for preparing such a detailed presentation for the team. Next on our agenda, we shall be having the pitching session. And the students out, could you please take up the seats inside? If possible, you could use the back door. And allow me take this opportunity to invite Mr. Victor Mugambe to moderate this particular session. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, MC. Yeah, so we are going to do this real quick. We are going to the innovation challenge quickly. And then after that, we shall have the next things also a bit quickly. I thank you so much for coming here today. It's a great honor to have you. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. We are going to have the first project from Bara University by 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘨𝘢𝘀𝘚 and 𝘉𝘢𝘰𝘢𝘪𝑗𝑢𝑛𝑛, which is designing and developing a pipe inspection robot for crack detection in support of something. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to, after that, we shall have food frac from Kyambogo. Number 3 will be the manufacture of biodiesel from waste cooking oil for Uganda's oil and gas sector. And then number 4 shall have water filtration and flood management along engineering sites. Number 5, production of biofuels from water hyacinth. Number 6, eco oil skimmer and separator. 7, LISAFE. And 8, enhancing oil recovery efficiency by 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘀𝘢. 9, a satellite-based AI system. So please, we are not wasting time. When you delay, we chop off points. Yeah. So can we have our judges here? And we are going to be very, very swift because our program is already fast spent. Okay? Yeah. So can we have the presentations ready in that order also, so that we save our time? Thank you. So our judges, are they ready? Please take these front seats. Quickly, quickly. Everyone is waiting to see what people are going to give us. Veronica, let's take that. Yes, judges, please. Yeah, just there. And then we do this very quick. You have 3 minutes and 1 minute of interaction. At exactly 3 minutes, I'm going to be stopping you.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘨𝘢𝘀𝘚 Kasaga, and I'll be presenting a pipe inspection robot as our project. So Uganda's growing oil and gas sector uses pipelines in transportation of crude oil, and this usually helps on the effectiveness of growth of the systems and economic development. Over time, these pipelines are prone to cracks due to the varying pressures, due to the mechanical stress, and due to corrosion. And this usually leads to environmental spills, and if this goes undetected, it can also lead to significant economic losses and affecting wildlife. So when we are to look at our problem statement here, we can see the oil and gas pipelines are prone to cracks and leakages, as I've said, just as you can see there in the image. And I and my team came up with a solution. So to address this, we came up with a solution of the pipe inspection robot where we looked at the research objectives that we had to use in order to develop this. We also looked at the challenges that are basically faced by such systems. And with that, we were able to come up with a pipe inspection robot capable of detecting these cracks. And usually, if we are to look at this, it aligns with the sustainable energy transition. And the solution that we have is that this leads to environmental protection, in which way we can see that if cracks are detected early.
1 minute.
Environmental detection, if cracks are detected early, we can see that we can protect the environment and also the economic efficiency. So by ensuring safer pipeline operations, this usually helps in balancing economic growth and environmental sustainability. As for the tech or the components, we see that on this project we have photoelectric sensors, and these are used to detect the cracks. We have an ESP32 cam, and this one is used in real-time monitoring. We have a microcontroller. This one is used for processing the sensor data that is transmitted back, and this allows us to identify the cracks within the system. And then for the case of the battery, we use rechargeable batteries, and these rechargeable batteries can usually work for long periods of hours, and this shows effectiveness of the system.
Thank you. Thank you. Hand clap, guys. Judges, you have 1 minute. Anyone else was?
Okay, thank you very much for presenting for us innovative project. So my concern is about the real-time monitoring for the robot. Actually, you are saying after 2 minutes, it means the robot will be there, or there will be main robots in the pipe?
No, it's one robot.
So one robot will be actually visualizing the long pipeline. Let's say a 1 kilometer pipeline.
Yes, we have a system or a dashboard where we track, where we see the length of the pipeline. So when we input the robot, it gives back data where if it detects a crack at a certain position, it shows the distance and the wideness or the width of the crack.
Yes. So my view is like to add many robots, because one robot can't do that alone.
Yes. Thank you.
Even to the judges, you only have 1 minute to interact with the person who's here. So it may be one person or two. Just have that microphone with you and we shall proceed. Please, the next team, your time starts in the next 10 seconds. Kyambogo, fluid track.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Swale Salim. I come from Kyambogo. I offer Bachelor of Science in Oil and Gas. I'm in year 2. I'm here to tell you about fluid track. So, if you look at Uganda's pipeline infrastructure, we have a problem of pressure fluctuations that come from problems like changing diameter of the pipelines and changing the velocity of the fluid going through the pipeline. Then the solution we came up with, me and my team of Fluid Track, we came up with an IoT-based monitoring system that is designed to detect faults within seconds. And we use an ESP32 controller and a fluid flow sensor. The microcontroller has a Wi-Fi and GSM module that transmits data even in areas that are hard to reach and there's no internet connectivity. The flow sensor paired with the microcontroller sends data to the systems, and the systems have an AI module that can detect faults before they happen. And with continuous detection, we can prevent leaks even before they occur. We can repair pipes before they are damaged. Unlike other standard sensors or any other product that is on the market, we combine flow monitoring with AI prediction. We reduce fluid loss in the pipeline, and it is easily adaptable. You can use it in your smart homes. We can put it in gas pipelines. You can use it in oil pipelines, like in the ECO project. Okay. And we hope with the way we are progressing, we are going to attach pressure sensors and acoustic sensors to be able to detect leaks within seconds, so that we do not have to call, let me say, you call a technician and it takes 2 weeks to repair, let me say, burst pipe in water transmission. Thank you very much.
I'm wondering how you can detect a fault before it occurs. I'm just imagining that there is a pipeline and you detect that it is going to develop a crack, and then you manage that. I'm wondering the kind of technology and how you are going to do that.
Okay. With the flow sensor we have, between two flow sensors, we have a value of pressure and flow that we know that it is within this value. If it goes high, we detect that there's something wrong. That means there's an abnormal flow of pressure. If it is low, you know that there's no flow within the pipe, and it sends an alert to the technician. It tells you the exact location. We embedded a GPS within the tracker. It tells you the exact location of the fault, and it sends an alert to the technician for immediate repair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that project. Actually, it's really good, but I'm seeing the project looks somehow incomplete.
How incomplete?
Because the project must be really integrated from.
The project is working. We have tested it.
So it's working. It's how do we visualize in real time?
You have time to interact with them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. The next team, a hand clap. The next team is coming from UPIC, which is manufacture of biodiesel from waste cooking oil from Uganda. 10 seconds and we start your time.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is 𝘠𝘨𝘢𝘆𝘐𝑚𝑔𝑎, and I'm here to present a project titled Manufacture of Biodiesel from Waste Cooking Oil. Looking at our oil and gas industry, as Uganda is leveraging to the production of its first oil, in mid of this year, it comes with a lot of concerns, more especially the environmental and the health concerns of the petroleum that we're going to produce. And you ask yourself, can we grow sustainably? And our project says yes. It is through the conversion of this waste cooking oil through transesterification process, a chemical reaction between a cooking oil with methanol in the presence of a catalyst. So the problem that we are solving is, if we look at most of the petroleum industries that are producing these conventional fossil fuels, there is a lot of carbon emissions into the atmosphere, which will increase the average temperature, leading to global warming. And then second thing is the unnecessary disposal of this waste cooking oil into drainage systems, which will lead to clogging of the systems. And the third one, we look at the environmental pollution. So, it's okay. The solution is, we are going to use this cooking oil through a payback system where we sensitize the constant recycling of this waste cooking oil from market vendors, restaurants. We collect them and we use it for producing this biodiesel. A biodiesel
water. Through installation, maintenance and repair, AquaClean is in position of generating thousands of job opportunities, most especially to engineers, and it will enhance our economy. Thank you very much. I remain Joel Campbell alongside 𝘉𝘢𝘳𝘐 from 𝘕𝘂𝑆𝑒 University. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Joel, I want to inquire from you, like, how will you clean the charcoal? The process, like, in the due process, how will you clean charcoal when it gets dirty?
Sorry?
In the due process of the filtration, how will you clean the charcoal, like, if it gets dirty?
There is a system. It is made. There are people who are specifically there, those who to maintain and repair. So they do big cross-checking and it is removed. And that charcoal, it's not only powered outside, but it is used as a farming method, like for fertilizers and such stuff. But it is removed and replaced. Thank you.
So please, the people on the LED screen, help us. Next, we have, yes, 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘠𝘪, production of biofuels from water hyacinth through hydrothermal liquefaction process. Your time starts when you start talking.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm called 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘵𝘢𝘠𝘪 from Biocycle Energy. Well, water bodies in Uganda, Africa, and across the world, they face a problem of invasive water hyacinth, which clogs waterways, reduces the fish species, and limits biodiversity. But not only that, Uganda alone produces over 990 million tons of agricultural waste, which imposes an environmental crisis, right? So here we come as Biocycle Energy. What do? We convert this invasive biomass into biofuels, right? We leverage catalytic hydrothermal liquefaction, and we're able to achieve 57% yield of the biocrude oil. And we do all this in just 60 minutes, unlike the natural process that happens over 100 million years. Our team consists of me, we have a petroleum engineer, mechanical engineer, finance, and we're also backed up by mentors from the business world and also from the technical part Yes, our achievements so far, those are some of them. Each time I won't go through each, but you can read through this. And also now we have come up with a biorefining unit, which will be able to increase on the purity of our biodiesel. Because after obtaining the biocrude oil, we have to convert it to our product that we need. That's biodiesel, right? Not only biodiesel, depending on the refining process that you use, can also get sustainable aviation fuel and other byproducts from crude oil. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you going to show us some process or some products of your project?
Yes, please. You have some products within the exhibition room, but also the process is on the slides. We summarize the process and it's a picture.
Because that process is huge, yeah?
Yes, it's huge, but try to bring it down.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. My question is your project patented or, okay, let me say, are there other people in the world doing the same or you're the only ones?
Well, there are other people. The difference is the feedstock and the catalyst. Because the catalyst, we make it our own. It's not, we don't use the conventional one. We get it so that we're able to obtain the highest yield. Because the challenge is that most companies out there face, they achieve a very low yield. For example, in Uganda, we have African Power Initiative, but then they achieve less than 20%, and they use candonite. So the issue is the yield and the feedstock. So using water high seed and our catalyst and achieving 57% at optimized conditions, you can say we are the first. Thank you.
Mr. Gavin, like how will you be able to collect enough water, enough hyacinth to run the factory?
Oh yes, that's why we have a variety of feedstocks. I mentioned water high seed, agricultural waste, and algae. So algae can be generated. Even agricultural waste, I said we produce over 990 million tons in Uganda. So unless you stop eating, then we maybe shan't have feedstock. But as well as we eat, feedstock.
So, welcome to LifeSafe. At LifeSafe, we believe that safer workplaces start with smarter systems. So what problem are we solving as LifeSafe? We do understand statistically that 70% of incidents are unreported at our workplaces. And this is because 60% of the systems that we use currently are manual. We cannot blame the OHSU officers or whatsoever for the underreporting, the delayed responses, and the no real-time reporting. But what we are saying is there are a lot of manual paper trails. That's what we are trying to solve as LifeSafe. So our solution is a mobile and web-based OHSC platform where you can be able to train your workers, you can be able to do real-time reporting, and your workers can be able to...
excuse me.
We can be able to also...
Please, before you start, you tell us your project so that we follow you.
Yes, our project is LifeSafe, an OHSE platform, a digital platform. And so basically, I can be able to continue. Can we have a presentation video? So as I continue talking, so we have automated, we provide automated compliance tracking through our platform, instant analytics, real-time reporter, training, management. We are a team from Bayer University, composed of Nelson Trevor Mlondo, which is me, Barbara Arimoroth, and 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘢𝘀 plus Kyambogo. We are all from different fields. Personally, I do petroleum engineering and environmental management. So that's Barbara and Innocent. Then we have someone from computing and informatics doing Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering. That is Kyambogo helping us with the building of the platform. We have separate roles, as you can see, and we shall be staged in the exhibition center for those who would like to take a look at the prototype. So we had a demo video. The ideal thing was I talk for a minute and then the video displays such that you can be able to see what happens. So as in my remaining time, you can be able to watch from that, and then I'll be able to take any questions that arise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm interested to see the platform SaaS, the SaaS product, how it works, and have it deployed it yet?
Yes, we have.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we have number 8, 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘕𝘠? Oh, okay, fine. No, wait a minute, from the coordinators. We have number 9, that is 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘍𝘍𝘐𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑠, a satellite-based AI system for automated deforestation detection in Uganda. A hand clap.
Every day Uganda loses forests that we can never replace, and most of this goes undetected until it's too late. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘍𝘍𝘐𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑠, and I'm here to present Canopy AI that uses satellite images and artificial intelligence to detect deforestation. I came along with my team, 𝘉𝘠𝘰𝘠𝑗𝑜𝑛𝑎𝑡han and 𝘚𝑁𝑒𝑏𝑖𝑜𝑛𝑎𝑘𝑎𝑙𝑒𝑏. First, we need to understand our problem, which is, according to the FAO, Uganda same report predicts that by 2040 we shall have lost another 24%. And this is probably because it takes months for forest rangers to manually patrol these forests, and they cannot really patrol them 24/7. So because they have limited finances and labor force. And according to our research, there are 0 early warning systems built specifically for Uganda. It's harder to detect the magnitude of deforestation from ground level as compared to an aerial view. So our solution is Canopy AI that uses satellite images and artificial intelligence to detect deforestation. So this system works in seconds. What normally takes rangers months and months of patrol can be accessible on your device anywhere. And it views from space. As I said, the aerial view gives us a much clearer picture of the deforestation. And AI detects what our eyes cannot see. So how this system works, we're able to access the satellite images onto our system. Then, in those images, if there was a canopy before, and now we do not have a canopy, our AI raises a flag, shows that there is what? There is this deforestation. It does analysis, and we're able to carry out, it's able to generate insights and statistics and return feedback to policymakers or users of this system. How different Canopy AI is from other systems? It's built specifically for Uganda. The others are not. Free to deploy, can work as an API, meaning in the future works, we can easily create an API where rangers can receive updates on their WhatsApp devices or SMSs. And it's, really ranger accessible. Target market is the NFA, NEMA, and any research organizations that may be interested in using the application. Business model, it's free for everyone, including rangers, students, but the premium version will have to be paid for because big organizations can afford to spend this money for SMS alerts and unlimited scans for all the forests that they need. In conclusion, Canopy AI is there and ready to use. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is a very brilliant idea. But now the question is, do I detect when the tree is cut, for example, or I detect the moment you touch the tree?
If there is a change in a canopy, that means that the tree has been cut.
It is already destroyed.
It is destroyed, but we can now be able to mitigate it, detect it, and see how the impact of the deforestation, and also maybe send more rangers to that area to patrol it more often.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Actually, I'm interested to see how the model works. Do you have a pre-trained model? Have you deployed it yet? Or you have a website where you can get APIs and use your model?
We have our website. It's not yet deployed, but it's on our system. We shall be there waiting for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we have the next project quickly? That is 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘢𝘀. Sorry. Yeah. Can we have 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘢𝘀? Jovan Josh, you have only seconds and your time starts immediately. You say the first word.
Good afternoon, everyone. So apparently my project is taking time to show, but I will just take you through. So the project is enhancing oil recovery efficiency through optimizing artificial lift mechanisms using nodal analysis. So the problem of the statement is engineers tend to use simplified rule of thumb assumptions and experience to decide which lift mechanism to use. But my system suggests that you follow a systematic procedure so as to get the required artificial lift mechanism. So one of the things it will do, it will ensure that the system embeds the geological, to ensure that the system embeds the geological and the reservoir properties or characteristics into the software such that it can suggest the best lift mechanism to choose. So imagine a situation whereby you choose gas lift, say gas lift mechanism, overlift, whereby it gives you around 500 barrels per day, and then also ESP can give you around 500 barrels per day. But we realize that gas lift will involve gas flaring, but the ESP might use electricity, which will have a minimum impact to the environment. So it's a decision support system that will help engineers to suggest the appropriate artificial lift mechanism to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question is that production analysis, or you are also creating a model?
I said I am creating a model, but I'm using nodal analysis.
Okay.
Basically, with nodal analysis, you look at every component that can support production, and you try to make it that it uses a similar pressure, let me say bottom hole pressure, that is equivalent to the production. So you'll be having IPR and VLP, so you'll be able to attain the operating point with the different sizes, let me say the tubing, the gas lift rates, all those different things. You'll be knowing which specific parameters of the system you will need.
So is Helios blade around 𝘉𝘁, Ali Maguzi and Tracy? No? Thank you. Thank you so much. I can now call back Ezekiel. You have been a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor, for the innovation pitching and for the judges as well. Thank you so much. Our next session is a panel session. We are going to have 2 panel sessions. We are trying to beat time. So the first panel session we are going to have is the industry session, where we shall have professionals in the industry, and then followed by the young professionals who have just joined the industry. So at this point, allow me welcome 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘯𝘢𝘪𝘯𝘢 from Q-Sourcing, who is going to moderate this session. Thank you so much, John 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘯𝘢𝘪𝘯𝘢. I also request that all students who are out kindly join us in, because this is one of the key points in our conference. This is where you get to ask questions. This is where you get to know what's going on in the industry. So kindly, let's all join in and listen to these panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ezekiel. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, we are getting into a very serious discussion, which I believe each one of us should be interested in. But before we start, I just want to take 20 seconds to request us to kindly stand up. Just stand up, just stand up. Don't worry, we are not going to sing the national anthem. Eh? Just stand up. Stretch a bit, and in that stretch, I'm just going to give us, each one of us, an assignment. Eh? Just move to 1 or 2 people. No, do 1 person. Move to 1 person that you do not know. Greet them, ask them their name, what they do, where they are, what course they are into. Just get to know them. We are going to have something for someone who remember. They first fill the front foot. We have just a few seconds for you to remember whatever that new person you found, whatever is about that person. Eh? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's come back together. Let's come back. Please come to the front. If you're at the back, just ensure you have no left out space in front of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have spaces. Let's just ensure that we utilize them. Did we get to meet some new people? Did we? Now let's get ready to learn some new things here today. I like the attention. You guys are very attentive in this session, and I believe it's going to be a fruitful one. So, I want to welcome you all to here today, the SASTCE SPE Annual Students Technical Conference and Exhibition 2026. I had the MC mention it's the 4th edition, right? And the theme today is Sustainable Energy Transition, where we are balancing economic growth and against environmental protection. So to navigate this path and get some questions answered today, we have some of the industry titans. We have the standard setters themselves, the SPE, that will be joining us on this panel. We have the Global Tech Innovators, that is SLB, that will be joining us still on this Q-Sourcing. These are the workforce development experts. And I think many of us are very, very interested in such a segment because it will give you an understanding of what opportunities lie after here, right? Then we also have, of course, the fountain of knowledge, Kyambogo University. We have the representation in here. And Total. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome to our panel, the first panelist, Anita Bandagwa. She is a seasoned energy professional with a technical background in petroleum geoscience and petroleum engineering, boasting of 7 years of experience in Uganda's oil and gas sector. During her experience or tenure at Total Energies from 2018 to 2023, she excelled as a projects and construction engineer, playing a pivotal role in enabling infrastructure development for the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘶𝘴𝘵 project. Additionally, she is currently contributing her expertise through the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, focusing on cost monitoring and management of oil and gas projects. She is an active board member of the SPE Uganda section since 2022. Anita has significantly enhanced technical programs, engagement, and networking conferences, fostering a robust community of energy professionals. And let's put our hands together for Anita. Next, we have Michael Musinguzi. He is the lead generation specialist from Q-Sourcing Subtech Group. Lead generation specialist with 10 years plus of experience across project management, business development, and management in energy space. He supports organizations across East African, that's Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, South Sudan, to strengthen human capital solutions and accelerate growth. Sector expertise, oil and gas, and renewable energy. Alignment aligns business strategy with workforce planning for measurable results and improves operational efficiency and market expansion through targeted solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Michael. And next is Dr. Justin Jordan Ido. Someone said A. Okay. And then next, sorry about that, is Rita Bangaine Kagoro. She holds a Master's of Science in Petroleum Engineering and Geosciences, Bachelor's of Engineering in Petroleum Engineering, yes, Petroleum Engineering. Her experience as a Talent Acquisition Manager, Sub-Saharan Africa, that is under SLB, Customer Engagement and Coordinator, Well Construction, Tilenga, Uganda. She's also been as a job delivery lead for Anel Construction and Wellbo Productivity, Norway. A drilling product engineer, Well Construction in Norway. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our next panelist, Rita Bangaine Kagoro. It's Rita Bagine. I've been corrected. Thank you very much. And last but not least, a gentleman we already had here earlier. I don't think I will need to take us back, right? Richard Angubo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome our professional from Total Energies. I think you now see how solid our panel is today, right? Are we ready to learn? Let me hear a yes. Are we ready to learn? Thank you, thank you. So we'll just dig deep into the conversation of today. I've done the introductions, but you can feel free to just point out a little of about yourself. Maybe we could begin with Bagine. Just say a hello, then we can go to the next panelist. And
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rita Bagine Kagoro. I currently serve as a talent acquisition manager for Sub-Saharan Africa with SLB. My background is engineering. I'm a petroleum engineer by training. I think he mentioned most of everything that I've done, but it's mostly well construction background. I am happy to be here, happy to share my experience and answer the questions that you may have for me today. Thank you so much.
I'm Richard Angupo. I'm a wildlife ecologist, currently working as the biodiversity operations manager mainly concerned with the direct impact management of the project in Murchison Falls National Park. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm called Michael Msingzi. I work with QSource in Savtech Group. This is a human resource company that supports organizations across Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and then Southern Sudan. So for me, I will not speak about myself, but I just want to give you an insight into your next steps as engineers. So we are going to look at, of course, employment and unrest and opportunities here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Anita Badagawa. I'm currently serving as the chairperson, SPE Uganda section, and I'm glad to be here to share a little bit more about what SPE really is. We'll get into that, I'm sure, with the moderator, but SPE is a global platform, a global membership platform that brings together engineers, energy professionals, scientists, and of recent, it has rebranded to Solutions People Energy to be more inclusive and also to run to the global trend of energy transition. Thank you.
And I think since the microphone was last with you, we shall begin with you, Anita. We'll ask you a very simple and a straight question. That as Uganda transitions from exploration to development and early production, how is the SPE Uganda section strengthening technical capacity and industry best practices to meet this shift?
Okay, so SPE's role, like I alluded to, and just a little bit of a background, SPE has been in existence since the 1900s and started in the headquarters in Houston, Texas. And I'm sure most of you know that that's where the hub of oil and gas actually is in the United States. So with that, it has been a growing global platform for over hundreds of years. But in Uganda specifically, we have been in existence since 2011. And so that means we have 15 years of actually going through the trends from exploration, development, now to production, which will be seen to have first oil by end or the second part of this year. So the way SPE is positioning itself from that little background is, first of all, what you're seeing here today. This is an initiative of SPE that focuses on the student members, because we have different categories of members. We have students, we have young professionals, and then we have senior professionals. So the idea is to bring a knowledge bank of people who have 20, 30, 40 years of experience in the energy sector and linking them to students who are just graduating and even those who are just in the institutions. So bridging the knowledge gap, technology transfer, of course, new technologies through best practices, because we know that the industry is evolving. It keeps evolving every other day with AI, digital technologies. So we need to continue learning. And so that's what SPE does. But in addition to conferences and technical networking forums and things like that, these happen only like once, maybe in a quarter or something. But on a daily basis, we have a platform, which is spe.org, that offers several opportunities for all members, ranging from distinguished lectures, professional lectures, technical lectures. We also have e-mentoring and also physical mentoring, whereby young professionals are mentored by the older or senior professionals in the industry. We have scholarships. Some of the scholarship beneficiaries are in this room. where they have been taken to different countries to add to the knowledge and to add to the technical transfer that we are talking about. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Anita, for that clarity. And you mentioned something to do with the innovations that you're doing, and I want to just go direct to Rita. Since you as SLB, you're a leader in the energy services and also a global techno leader, right? You could just use the microphone over there, just press that button. Yeah. I want to know, we had some presentations in here, of course, with some of the students coming up with projects that's part of the innovation. But now, as SLB in the energy sector, how are you leveraging innovative solutions? Sorry, how are you leveraging innovation? Sorry. How are you leveraging innovation and digital solutions to enhance efficiency and reduce environmental impact in Uganda's upstream operations?
Thank you so much for the question. Please bear with me. I have a bit of a sore throat. All right, so speaking about efficiency and innovation, right, in 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 specifically, I would like to give real-life examples from what we are doing, right?
Just a minute, let's confirm if this microphone works best.
Okay, so I'll talk about the technologies that we have in SLB, specifically what we're using currently in 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴, right? From an innovation standpoint, the actual drilling technology that we have, we're using it to make sure that we have drilling precision, drilling accuracy, right? That's part of being efficient. We have technologies and digital solutions that allow us to geo-steer these horizontal wells that we know we have in 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 right into the reservoir sweet spot, right? And this is what we call well placement. This does not happen without advanced technologies and advanced digital solutions that are supporting these activities, such as Petrobowl. Some of our students here in faculty are very aware of that. So this is what we're actively using here in 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴. So this combination of the actual technologies and the digital solutions together, like the Periscope HD together with Petrobowl, are able to allow us to steer well into the reservoir sweet spot. Now, what that does is prevent us from, for example, drilling several vertical wells in the same spot to access the same reservoir, when we are able to actually steer the well, the reservoir, where we want it with one well. That is a reduction in environmental footprint, right? One well rather than many, right? Another way I can explain it is through technologies, and some of them are have AI platforms involved in them. Predictive maintenance, right? Machine learning. We're able to tell when a specific technology is up or due for service or could potentially fail, right? By being able to predict that with digital solutions, we're able to remove those from service and perhaps remove them from the job, put them into service, replace them predictively beforehand. If you are not able to do that and you go, let's say from a drilling perspective, downhole, right, with a tool that fails, what happens is that you end up with downtime, non-productive time, and the rig is running. That is energy consumption, that is emissions. So if you look at an innovative company in terms of the technology, in terms of the digital solutions, all of these are ways in which that they can reduce, one, in terms of environmental impact, as I mentioned earlier, with our horizontal wells, as well as even from a maintenance side, just to prevent that unnecessary emissions and energy use from a rig. So those are some of the ways in which we are actively using our solutions here in 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴.
Oh, thank you very much. Check. Okay. Make sure that the microphone is well. Thank you very much for that submission, which takes us maybe to the next panelist, who is Michael Msinguzi. from Q-Sourcing Subtech. If you could just elaborate, because with what you talked about, the solutions that they are putting out, and the fact that oil that is more of new in Uganda, right? There are so many roles that are coming up, so many demands in regard to skills or the labor that is required. So from your analysis, Michael, what trends are you observing in the talent demand within the oil and gas sector? And how are you as Q-Sourcing supporting the localization agenda by ensuring that Ugandan professionals are adequately prepared and competitively positioned for these roles in the sector?
No?
Yes, so of course, what we can say when it comes to oil and gas, and of course, we've been more in the construction phase, which is almost ending. I think maybe by August, we should be moving into other production phase. So, and of course, for the construction phase, it's more short term. So of course we've built a lot of capacity when it comes like the welders, the operators. People have been trained, they are going to work, but then they will somehow be demobilized. So the phase that we are going into, which is the production phase, is actually more long term, and which is now positioning you who are now going into the employment cycle. So the production phase is more long term. As if you've seen the presentation by PAU here, we are looking at maybe 25 years of production for the oil that is already discovered, but that is only what we have. But of course, the country is still doing exploration. UNOC is doing in Kasurubani, so there is still a lot of work that might come. So for the next 25 years, some of us maybe we're a bit old, so you are the ones who are going to be employed in all that sector. And for it needs more of technicians and maintenance. So most of the work that you guys are doing, the petroleum engineers, the reserve analysts, those are the guys who are going to be employed. The maintenance. So there is a lot of work that is going to happen, and all this is going to come back to how our institutions have positioned us. Of course, we have many graduates. Now you will benefit. I can tell you when, in 2021, when they signed the FID, the Financial Investment Decision, to kick off the Tilenga project, the Kingfisher, we didn't have a lot of people employed in that area. But as of now, I'm sure you hear 1 or 2 or 3 from your circles who are deployed in that sector. So these jobs are real, and the country has been very many specific to give Ugandans the jobs. So no one should lie to you that there are no opportunities. Then of course, as we also go into the production phase, we are going to see lots of course, Ugandans and also some other experts coming too. So also you might have to learn into some people who have done it before. Yeah, so there is always that chance. Then as a company, as Q-Sourcing, what we've done, of course, we help connect employers to people looking for jobs. And that is what we do. Then, of course, that is how we are improving in terms of localization, how we are improving on localization, and also supporting the national content objectives of the country as set up. Because most people they think oil, is for the people outside, but the truth has been, all of us have been employed through the oil and gas. If it didn't exist, maybe some of us would not be here. So that should serve you as a testimony. We also went to the same universities like you do. So after some time, we're also able to get into these opportunities. These opportunities are very competitive. So one of the other things that, of course, we need to look out for, of course, yes, you graduate with your degree. That is one. Everyone has a degree. But now in the employment world, we are looking at more things like technical capacity. What do you have? What competence do you have? Yes, everyone will apply for a job. All of you guys have a degree. You have a first class, second class, but what sets you apart from that other candidate B? It's just these small skills that people, take for granted. Are you able to communicate? How is your safety culture? Are you, your safety mindedness? Do you really do some of those small courses? If nowadays someone to deploy you, normally education, I'm from the recruitment firm, so education is like, it's like a benchmark, that is a given, because when we advertise a job, everyone has a degree. But what else? Those small other additions that you need to focus on. Build on your technical skills, build on your soft skills. Those are the things that will help you get. But also, don't only limit yourself to the oil and gas sector. We've seen with the oil and gas production, there's a lot of intake in other sectors, manufacturing, logistics. Now, like, we are moving away from upstream, like in production, we are moving away from construction to production, meaning also the midstream, where there is logistics and whatever, all these things are going to, be up. So there are so many opportunities. That is what I can guarantee you. And don't give up. Normally, most young people, of course, all of us before, we wanted to give up. After university, your parent is calling you, come back to the village. You want to stay around the hostel, but you don't need to give up. Look for those opportunities. There are very many HR firms, many posts, many social media channels. Look for those organizations. Don't only go on, on internet and your focus is only on, sites which are not really productive, but bookmark those sites, follow those pages. Total is always advertising, maybe internship, Q-sourcing, so many, because that is why we are there, to help and do a lot of social economic transformation of the country. So we are ready to support you. We have a small tent there. We have even a WhatsApp channel where you can see latest jobs, especially internship, graduate trainees. We are always looking out for these people, not only in the oil and gas. That is one thing I want you to also know. There are opportunities. The oil and gas has unlocked a lot of sectors, for opportunities. So even if you are an engineer, you can still work either in a Coca-Cola or a Nile breweries. So don't say, I've not joined Total, my fate is sealed. No, there are many opportunities. So we're going to support you as a company. And also in terms of course, especially technicians, you need to look more into competency. You need to have your assessments, those small certifications, if you can, get them. Because it at least confirms your competence in that skill. Because now I think even the education is moving into competency-based assessment. Not only just you've passed with an A or B, no, that doesn't help anymore. People want to see, can you do the job? Are you really good in terms of, can you fit into our culture? Not only a degree, that first class, second class. You need to work a lot on yourself. Don't blame that I'm not getting a job, maybe I'm cast. No, there are so many things. First, evaluate yourself. There are so many things, young people, especially for us who sit on these panels this side, we see a lot of, there is, especially the generation, I don't know if this is Gen Z or whatever, but we've seen there is some culture that is drifting away, especially when it comes to our values, and employers are looking for those values. But nowadays, someone can even, respond badly to a supervisor, even just, and it might not be wrong for them, maybe for them they are used to that with their peers, but there is something that you guys need to, fit, learn a lot, then you will see. But the opportunities are there, so let's grow together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think that was very, very elaborate. And you talked about the opportunities that are in the sector and also beyond. But I just want us to shift the conversation a little bit more. And many times we are looking at the opportunities we can get from the sector. That is the players, of course, the key players in the sector. But it also shows that there are challenges that could be faced by the players in some of these operations or some of the phases that they do. So now I want us to shift the conversation a little bit as we come to Richard. From your experience, 2 or 3 points you can guide and explain. What are the challenges of managing oil and gas construction activities in, you talked about Murchison Falls National Park, right? So what have been some of the challenges that you can highlight that you have faced in the oil and gas construction activities?
Okay, let me take it on from the feedback that is given by Q sourcing. As you realize, the energetic force that we have are mainly the young men. And as one of the key challenges that we have is quick transfer of safety measures, mitigation measures to persons on site. Valley. It's an area that is one of the lowest points in Uganda. In terms of seasonal changes, they are very drastic and they have very significant impacts on the survival of the biological life that is in that place. Those sudden changes come with huge challenges. For example, we are supposed to restore most of the areas that we work in to as near as its original state. Sudden and wide changes in temperature means water runs out, and the only thing that might have water is that very plant that you have put down on the ground. Without the water, the animals will come in and try to interfere with your work, which means you need to align your schedules for doing such work very well. But as you're aware, with the climate change that is in now, predicting accurately the best time to have such a solution put on the ground is actually a major challenge. So those are some of the challenges that we face. And then there are also unpredictable behaviors in the animals that we deal with. As I sit here, I'm a wildlife ecologist, but I may not be as accurate in terms of predicting how insects are going to behave. I'll give you a classical example. We have elephants, which are the biggest, right through up to insects. When we're doing the pipeline construction works, actually the animal that tortured us most were bees. The reason why the bees came in, the pipes are insulated to make sure that they keep the temperature of oil that is going to flow it constant. And what the bees do, they look at that as an estate where they can actually be able to put their hives. Or a swarm comes in, which means at that time, you will lose time on site because you won't have personnel exposed to the risk. And you may actually end up having injuries here and there. But what we have also done to avert this problem is that there's what we call a REX, that is a return of experience. As the dynamic field ecologists, we walk into, we take the advantage of the prevailing problem, interpret the solution first, make sure that we look at it from the broader perspective of what has happened now, how we can resolve it, and make sure that everybody in any other place that is doing similar work receives a solution to it. So we have been able to disseminate this kind of return of experience to all the other parties, say CNOC or UNOC or ECOP, on what we have experienced so that such challenges do not persist forever. And now this gives us an opportunity to convey this kind of information to the students who are here. There are certain areas of your study we would say are actually untapped niches. When I came out of school, one of the key things that I saw was everybody is a wildlife officer that is going to handle or go into a park and manage it this way. I chose a unique area, which was professional hunting and private wildlife management, which meant every day you would walk out there, know what the animals do, how they do it, how to provide the solution. And that gave me a leverage. If I'm to count how many there are in Uganda, you might not finish your 5 fingers counting that. So those are opportunities that you need to look into. You are an environmental engineer, look into a niche that is going to be unique, but connected to something like this, that should be able to give you a leverage to do something that is unique and better. So out of the challenges, there are also opportunities. That is what I would conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. And just before maybe I leave you, I would like to know and get an understanding. Of course, your operations, you've faced challenges and you've tried to mitigate them. But someone in there would want to know that to what extent have you restored the areas that have been impacted by the oil and gas operations? Because there are some areas definitely that have been impacted, either positively or negatively. But for the impact, to what extent have you as Total Energies been able to restore those areas?
Thank you. So in terms of restoration of impact, I would say one of the biggest impact biodiversity suffers is as a result of clearing sites and making them nude for the purpose of establishing the oil facilities. Classical examples in this are the well pads. You need to prepare the well pads so that all the enabling facilities for the rig to sit and drill are in place. Then there are also other facilities like the flow line. There are also facilities like the barrow pits. I'll start from the well pads, which were used at exploration, and maybe take you through the process. In doing the restoration, as I mentioned in my presentation, you need to start right from the time you're clearing the site. If you don't preserve the material that you will need at the end, you will lose out in bringing the place close to its original state. Today, as we speak, if you looked at the satellite images of the exploration well pads, you would hardly tell that there ever existed an exploration well pad in that kind of location. So for the exploration well pads, as we speak now, we are doing a comparative assessment of the species richness that is in the area besides and the areas that have been restored. Those that are very close and which you can be able to access when you visit the project site are the Joby fields. Today, as we speak, in terms of the biodiversity indices on what was undisturbed and what was disturbed by the well pad, we are measuring a success of about 98.2%, which is a good indicator that the plants that you had outside the undisturbed area have been able to colonize this area. And in terms of ecological use, what you see as an animal grazing outside will also be available within that kind of area. Then as for the current project footprints that we're talking about, the well pads are going to, there's a section of the well pad that is going to exist for the rest of the life of the project until we reach that point when the reservoirs are depleted, and then we'll restore. So at the moment, what we're doing is temporary restoration of the band walls that we have created around the well pads. And the reason why the band walls were put there is to manage visual impact. So we are vegetating the band walls, and in terms of area relative to the size of the well pads, the band walls take about 25%. But in terms of bounce back, on average, most of them about 65% recovered in terms of vegetation cover. Then as for the flow line, as I mentioned in my presentation, out of the 21.6 kilometers, we've been able to do 15, which gives us close to 70% in terms of vegetation cover. However, the closeness to its original state is where the challenge begins, because closeness to its original state means species richness, ecological richness in terms of insects, invertebrates, vertebrates that are actually colonizing and utilizing those areas. So it's a process that we're taking one step at a time. It requires time to recover, but we're also doing remedial works to make sure that these bounce back. And still, these are new areas to be explored by persons who are undertaking the environmental studies. They are very interesting because the challenges that you get today are not the challenges that you get tomorrow. So open up your brains for that and come and join us. Maybe in the next 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘵 field, you will be the ones doing the all this kind of dynamic work that is required for purposes of coexistence and bringing the ecology or the environment back to its original state. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Richard. A round of applause, please. what you're doing over there. Before I leave your side, I would like to now go to the, of course, still being more on the opportunities, more on the side of opportunities. Someone in here in the room would want to know that what opportunities exist for Ugandan professionals to engage with advanced technologies, with SLB's operations, your operations to be specific. Someone in here would want to know what are those existing opportunities and how are you supporting skills transfer and capacity building. Of course, we understand there is maybe experts or expatriates that are brought in, but how are you facilitating that process, that the knowledge is also transferred to the young person in here that wants to become that expert tomorrow?
Thank you so much for that question. So I'll start from what everybody here knows, right? Software, right? If you're from Kyambogo University, if you're from Makerere University, 𝘠𝘨 University, and others that are coming, that are in the works, you must be now, at least if you are tied to, oil and gas in some sort of way, you must have been exposed to Petrel, Eclipse, Techlog, Petromode, yes? So everywhere that we work as SLB, this is part of our social license to operate, right? To make sure that we transfer our, digital solutions, our, knowledge and technology. So first of all, I'm sure a lot of students here have seen or have used these softwares, right? As well as faculty, not just students. So that's one of the ways that we actively do that, and we're actively seeking out more MOUs with other universities in order to deliver this and donate this software in partnership with TotalEnergies, of course, where they provide hardware. So that's one of the ways in which Ugandan students, faculty, professionals are engaging with our softwares and technologies. Another one is, of course, we do bring the software, but we also bring the trainers, right? Annually, on an annual basis, we bring subject matter experts to train faculty, to train students in the use of the softwares, not just donating them, right? So that they are able to apply the same knowledge, right? Real world knowledge to what they're learning. And these are the same softwares that SLB professionals are using globally, right? So in terms of the donation of softwares, bringing trainers as well to Uganda to make sure that the knowledge is actually transferred effectively. And then, of course, employability, right? It's very, very important for us that the biggest percentage of our workforce or headcount is actually Ugandan, and we're actively hiring and making sure that we get to as high a percentage as possible. We are pushing for 80 and even more. And we hope that at some point in time, the company SLB Uganda will be fully run by Ugandans, right? So this is something very important as part of our HR policy. We recruit where we work. So it's very, very important that that is the end game, right? And then, of course, we have one of the biggest internship opportunities in sub-Saharan Africa when it comes to oil and gas, right? There were 400 active interns at any one point in SLB in sub-Sahara. And in Uganda specifically, we invest in the actual transfer of the knowledge. By that, I mean real world responsibilities. You get the real responsibilities. You don't show up as an intern and answer the email. No. You're actually empowered to make certain decisions within your scope, right? We have interns in, the technical part, mechanical, electronic technicians in Bulisa. We have specialist interns, and not just on the technical side, on functions as well, right? How does legal operate in oil and gas? How does finance, tax and treasury operate in oil and gas? Supply chain, logistics, human resources, right? And I have some of my people here with me as well. So across the board, we are, as I mentioned earlier, very intentional about this, about where we work, making sure that we hire, we train, and we develop, and we retain from those pools especially. So that SLB is how we generally have been operating and how we plan to continue to operate and contribute to local content in the country. Thank you so much.
Very much, Rita. That, I think, points out a very, very strong arm that SLB has when it comes to innovation and also skills transfer. I was particularly caught by a project that was pitched earlier. That is, I think, Canopy AI. You need to find Rita and have a discussion with her. Yes, so I'll move on to Michael. I have one other question for you. What practical steps should stakeholders, government, academia, and industry take to close existing skill gaps and enhance employability for Ugandans? I think you had highlighted a little bit about it, but you can just elaborate more in a few.
Yeah, so I think for government, government, of course, is to go more into, of course, we have policies, but also maybe to focus more on execution, and especially when it comes to the policies towards like TVETs or universities that really offer a lot of technical trades, is to support them more with, in terms of policy and make it more hands-on, because that is what is needed in the field. Not only just an exam for someone to pass, but like if they finish their university, their institution, are they ready to go into the market and get deployed? So like the focus should be on ready to work. That is for government, and of course for private, for TVETs or academia institutions also is to make the candidates ready. Of course, by giving them more hands-on training, internships. These things, people take them for granted, but internship or graduate trainees, those are very good stepping stones, because you can easily jump into an entry role if you've done that, because that is real-world experience. And when it comes to institutions like ours, the HR firms, of course, is to try and much as possible get opportunities for you, because it might be hard for you to go and knock into every company that has a job, to know where the jobs are. So that's why maybe for us, we should focus more on trying to look for those opportunities, and that is what we do. Look for opportunities for you, and then we call upon you to, get the jobs. For example, we currently have over 50,000 people that we manage, and these people could not they wouldn't have gotten the jobs if we hadn't signed up like SLAs with these different companies. And also on a monthly basis, we have our recruitment team here. I think we place maybe over 40 people. These are people we don't know about, but we just know their competence. Because it's not about someone in Q sourcing or what, but these are people who found a job, they applied, and then they got deployed. So never lose hope. This is, for us, we are going to help you look for opportunities and then avail them to you. But also, we also try as much as possible to build on capacity. Because like, for example, we have a training arm where we try to help the artisans to get some international certifications, because these are also being requested a lot, and even entry certifications, so that you don't only focus on the degree, add those small things. So these are things that we can help you on. The other things really give you opportunities. And also, we are also seeing a latest trend where people don't want to employ people, but they want them for a short time. Yeah? So you're an electrician, you're an engineer. Most of the people that we face now say, I need someone for 4 days. And that is also very good. Once you go into the consultancy world, you can develop your portfolio of work. So you can actually be better than someone who is employed. So we are also tapping into that by having a database of consultants. We have a platform called like Flip Africa, you'll also see it, where we are onboarding people for, the Gen Zs call it gig work. So we get a gig, maybe someone wants an electrician or an engineer for 5 days. we go through our platform, and then we are able to source the people who are profiled. They do the work. Then the client confirms my work has been done well. You get paid through the platform. So many opportunities are out there. So that is our job, to try as much as possible, get opportunities for you where you're not able to do it, because you single-handedly you might not be able to know which company is looking for a job, is looking for a person from A and B. So we help you do that across the region. But also, I want also to encourage you, don't only focus also on looking only for jobs, but if you have that entrepreneurial spirit in you, especially for engineers or technicians, start small, build that portfolio, and then you gain more experience. So have an open mind in terms of how you approach the world, because it can be tough. That is the reality.
And very important to
support
note,
you.
really. Thank you very much, Michael. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Michael. And as we are coming to the end of this particular panel, which has had so much information and knowledge shared to us, I believe many of us have really learned and picked, right? Did you have some notebooks or notes taken somewhere to help you? Yeah. And feel free to actually interact with any of them after the session. But before we close, in just a minute or less, I want to go to Anita with our final question for this particular panel. Given SPE's strong linkage between academia and industry, how is the Uganda section, where you particularly belong, positioning itself to equip young professionals and students with the relevant skills and exposure needed to actively participate in key national projects such as Ilenga, Kingfisher, the ECOP, while addressing the evolving demands of the energy sector? In a nutshell.
I think being the one standing in between this session and the next, which I don't know if it's lunch or what, I'll be a bit brief. So on what SPE is doing regarding how to link the academia and industrial players, I mentioned a few of these, but I would start with the aspect of partnership, because in this industry, it's very hard to actually work as a silo. And I think it generally in all industries. But being that it's a young industry in the country, we need each other. So we've started with partnerships and MOUs with different companies. On this panel, all these are our collaborators, our partners, like SLB has mentioned, creating labs for softwares for students in different universities. In one way or the other, they have also partnered with SPE to get them to the students as well, and faculties, institutions, and things like that. We are currently also, we sit on the council for UPIC, Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba, which is one of the highly technical institutions in the industry, of course, set up by the government. So being on that council gives us a bit of a sneak peek into what is relevant and what is going to be relevant in terms of the roles, the different opportunities that students can engage in. With Total, we have seen that with the different partnerships, they are also doing a lot of high technical trainings for welders, for instance, through UPIC, and then also back to the fact that we are in the council that looks at the curricula that is taught. So partnerships is a very key aspect on how we are supporting the different academia industry collaborations. But in addition to that, I would like to implore all the students to plug in, because today, I was actually, I think 2 years ago, a bit shocked that if you've seen UNOC adverts for jobs and anything like that, even Total, there is always an aspect there that we miss out. They ask, which professional association are you tagged to? And you never know, that could be the only thing actually that you're missing to get that role. So as SPE, as a professional body, we encourage students to become members. Through Chevron, students have been sponsored to be members for free. So you just go on SPE.org and tap into that platform. Then for the aspect of, for instance, exposure to the industry, we collaborate a lot with government, specifically Petroleum Authority of Uganda, for field trips. So every other quarter, we look at opportunities to ferry a number of students who are available, and also based on the numbers they give us, to visit 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘄𝑎, ECOP, to visit Kingfisher projects. So that is how SPE is coming to play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to our dear panelists, I think this brings us to the end of this particular panel. I just want to encourage each one of us, anyone that has a question, to use the breaks that we shall have to meet any of the panelists. They are approachable. Do not fear them. Go to them with a question and they will be able to give you guidance and an answer to that. Thank you very much. And the audience, we appreciate you for your patience and the listening.
Thank you very much, Jonah. Thank you so much, the panelists. May we clap for them? That was a very wonderful session. Our next session is for the YPs. But before that, I would like to invite all the students in. The students that are out should enter and at least occupy the front seats. This is a very important session for the students because we are going to have the YPs, and this is the line we are heading to after school. Allow me to take this opportunity to invite Ruth Nabanja to take us through this session. And then after this session, we shall have a lunch break.
Thank you. Protocol observed. Since I'm the one standing in between you and lunch, I'll try to be brief. A good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I remember back then in my primary, lower primary, we used to study these simple, how do they call it, opposites. So if you don't mind what I say, you do the opposite. Could you please stand up? Thank you. Cry. Please cry out. Cry. So you guys, so beautiful smiles out there. So it's an honor to welcome you to this auspicious panel discussion on the theme about sustainability energy. Basically, balancing economic growth and environmental protection, specifically in the oil and gas sector. So in a country like Uganda, we are at a crescendo of seeking and expand energy access, also to develop resources, that is the oil and gas, and at the same time, we are trying to protect our environment for the future generations. In fact, it's at 100% certainty nowadays to find discussions related to economic growth, and you fail to hear anything about related with environment protection, not really. This brings a very important question, whether we can truly achieve economic growth without compromising with the environment. So allow me to welcome my distinguished panelists who will dive us into this balance, as well as provide us with practical solutions to these problems. To begin with, I would like to welcome this lady.
Actually, I know her. She's a very humble lady. She's a petroleum engineer and an HSC specialist, specifically working with the SLB. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join our hands as we welcome Julie. Hallelujah. Please, give her an applause. She really deserves it. And you will know why. Secondly, she's from the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. She is a project team leader there, and she holds a bachelor's degree in oil and gas management from Uganda Christian University, and yes, a master's degree in environmental sciences from Kyambogo University, one of our own. She continues to be a strong voice for innovation, sustainability, and youth inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome 𝘠𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘢𝘆. Thank you. Thirdly, the one thing I love about this panelist, she believes more in simplicity. I think we relate, me and her, in some way. She believes more in simplicity. She's a reservoir graduate engineer, and we are proud that she's working under the Total Energies ENP Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Florence Achetoyek. You can see only ladies. Trust me, ladies, we are booming. Can you please give it an applause? Strong ladies out here. So the other, she is from Q Sourcing. She has a year of experience in oil and gas. She's good at spotting talent. So if you really have a talent, make sure you approach her. Never know, we're designed differently. We have talents in different areas. So look out to her. She may be of great use. So she's good at talent identification and promotion in young youth, and a mentor, and offers career guidance. Mr. DJ, listen this out. Listen to this. She also loves dancing, so please make that sound proper as she comes, or maybe after. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Maureen Arinda. I wish she could come with some vibes, Yeah. So to be brief, we're going to be brief. We're going to use 2 minutes. Okay, plus.
theoretical background from the university. So what has Total Energies E&P done in relation to what I am doing as a young professional? Currently, what Total Energies has done is engaging me with equipping me with the with mentorship from the senior members, that is working closely with the senior team. I have not only worked with the reservoir engineers, but in the department I've been able to work with the geologists, I have been able to work with the geophysicists. Outside that department, I have worked closely with the drillers, I have worked closely with the completions team, I have worked with the field operations team. This has helped me interlink what happens beyond the reservoir. Because as a reservoir engineer, you may think, yes, you're just working at reservoir level. But Total Energies has gone beyond that and given me an experience to work with other departments and know what happens to our crude oil when it is at surface level. And then the second point is the trainings offered by Total. That is the skills on working with different softwares. And yeah, I would really encourage someone that does not end at knowing everything. It starts with the little you have, your capability to learn, your capability of being teachable and ready to expose yourself to these opportunities.
Okay, thank you. That was very brief and straight on point. I'll go straight with to SLB. So given the increasing role of technology and digitalization in upstream operations, what critical technical and soft skills should young professions prioritize to remain competitive in our rapidly evolving energy sector?
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, for the wonderful opportunity. Once again, I'm called Juliet Anenuya, currently working as an HSE specialist at SLB, and as well as serving as a diversity and inclusion representative under Society of Petroleum Engineers. So I'll dive into the very question I've been asked about the technical or the skills that each of us or the young professionals or whoever is looking at joining the industry should have to get absorbed in. So first of all, picking from the last panel, one of our speakers mentioned something about technical competence, but also to depict from the first presentation from one of our speakers, he noted something about energy transition. So energy transition, yes, we understand it's a gradual process, and also it is something that we should think about. However, knowing that oil and gas is, okay, as a field, it is still holding at least a very big percentage in terms of sustainability when it comes to energy provision. So the first skill is you being able to blend into the current technologies and also with previous way of how things have been being done. To start with is someone being familiar with what I can call digital solutions, or what we see as AI tools. I understand by the time I left university, we had just got introduced to something called ChatGPT. It used to do something very good for us when it comes to assignments and everything. However, today there are very many AI tools that have been put on board, including maybe Copilots. Microsoft is doing a great job. And also when it comes to probably Gemini. So those are some of the AI tools that you have to get familiar with when it comes to problem solving. Not also limited to just using them for our completion of work or maybe research, whatever it may be. We have to learn, at least have that skill behind of
what entails that AI tool. Get introduced to some programming languages like Python, maybe C++. Don't let it be used by maybe software students, but also you as a person, you can get yourself used with these programming tools and get to know the behind knowledge of these AI tools so that you're able to make the best prompts and also getting the best out of them. Another thing I'll mention about having advanced knowledge when it comes to computer use, like computer literacy. So most of us, we've grown up probably, maybe we started from schools where we couldn't use too much of computer knowledge, but at this point, you can see that most of the things are computer related. So if I can make a sample here, we all use Excel, right? Microsoft Excel. But Microsoft Excel is a very important tool. It can do, by the way, something that you cannot even measure. It is very big. So those are some of, if you get advanced knowledge on the use of those, of computer knowledge and also getting used with it, it is a very important skill. It will help you to do what we call proper solving, problem solving when you're on ground. Another thing I'll mention about also getting used to these other projects all being innovative. So we've had people present here about their projects. Some software maybe involve software use, some probably need something like a prototype, whatever it may be.
True,
However,
true. Yes, that is very true. To interrupt you, she is really very right when she brings issues concerning software. So it is high time that engineers, we stepped out of our comfort zones and we tried out these new softwares that SLB is bringing in place. For example, the Petrobowl. You should not only focus on developing your software skills, but also come up and challenge yourselves, not only oil and gas students, not only petroleum engineers, but also other engineering courses. Come out and challenge yourselves with these skills of Petrobowl and other software regarding oil and gas. Definitely, I'll go. Thank you so much. Then I'll go to key sourcing. So, based on your recruitment experience within the Uganda's oil and gas sector, what are the most in-demand skills and competencies as the industry transitions from development to production phase?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Maybe before I answer your question, I would like to clarify on something. My name is Jennifer Morinarinda, and I have 4 years of experience in oil and gas and the business sector. What I love to do is networking. I love to dance, and I love to guide people.
Mr. DJ?
On, I'll do that later.
Okay.
On CV writing, interview readiness.
Yes.
Yeah, so to answer your question, as the oil and gas is advancing from development to production, I would love to categorize it into 3. There is the operations, then there is the maintenance, and there is the optimization of the resources. So I would say this accommodates everyone, because when you go to operations, this is where we find the, let's say, the general administration, we find the HR, we find the finance, we find accounting. So those are the skills that are required. When we go to the maintenance, this is where we need people that can actually maintain the plant, people that can maintain the machinery. Then for optimization, this is where we need the fast thinkers, the innovators, the problem solvers. So when I group that, I would say the technical skills, then the soft skills, and the digital skills. So for the technical skills, what do I mean? These are the skills that are required for one to actually execute the job. If let's say I need a civil engineer. What are the skills required for an engineer? And when I say I need the digital skills, what do I need? There is a lot of reporting involved, so I will need someone that can analyze the data and also maybe predict what is yet to happen and able to do the reporting. Yes.
Okay, still, Arinda, I was thinking about this saga where most of us, for example, we are in a situation of looking for internship placements. You end up banning your little transport, your money you would have used for lunch, and you use it for transport, trying to go to places where you will even be chased, I don't know. But as a QC expert, with increasing emphasis on local content and national workforce participation, how is Q sourcing supporting and identifying placements and long-term development of Uganda's talent within the major oil and gas projects?
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe just to give you a brief about Q sourcing. I know Mike already talked about it. Q sourcing as a group, we have 4 arms, and I'll break them down. There is the Q sourcing, which this is the mother group. We do recruitment, we do placement, we do the management. And then there is the WQS, which is the arm that deals with mainly oil and gas. Still recruitment, management, and deployment. And then there is the flip. This is for the Gen Z buddies, where I also fall. Those that love the short-term, let's say, contracts and all that. So you just upload your profile depending on what you can do. So when these gigs come, we can easily reach out and recommend you to the employers. And then there is the task. This is the training, the assessment, the skilling, and the certification arm. So what we do here is when we identify the talent, but they do not have the required skills, we enroll them there, train them, and also certify them. So to answer your question, what we do is identify, train, and continuously develop our talent. So under identification, we have a local database. That is the first option we use. Here we advertise and people apply. So that's the database we have. But we also partner with the regulatory authorities where there is a PAU. Let's say they have events. We make sure we are there so that we can interact with the young people. This is where the students also fall. And we take their CVs, give them advice, and also upload their CVs within our systems. Then for the local content, you might find that we have to go to the local communities because the recruitment there is also different. You find we have to do, let's say, community balloting. This is where we liaise with the community liaison officers and also the local personnel to make sure we get these people. Then once we bring them on board, we train them because you might recruit someone as per the job description, but they will need the training. So you can attach them to a mentor, but specifically for oil and gas, when it had started, the skills that were required, most of the Ugandans did not have them. So this is where the expatriates were recruited, but to make sure that the Ugandans were ready to do these jobs, every expatriate was given a Ugandan. So here they get their own job training. Then for the youngsters, of course, we make sure we train you and continuously monitor to see if you're progressing. Then through task, of course, we also ensure that you have the certifications. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did so well. So let me hope guys who are looking for internships, you've noted that down. It starts with you, your resilience, and yeah, not playing around with whatever. So to continue, so I'll have a talk with Julie after here. I have something important to tell you. However, this question is also yours. So from a global service company, perspective, what are the key barriers limiting young professionals in Uganda from accessing opportunities within high-tech oil field services, operations, and how can these be addressed?
Thank you. Previously, I realized I talked so much. I thought I had time, but I'll try to be so fast this time.
Yes.
So straight away, I'm going to start on the barriers. So it all starts with the skilling gap that we have in our universities. I'm very sure for the people who are doing engineering, you also understand the fact that we are having challenge when it comes to the practical touch of it. And we don't really get that practical experience during our course of study. And also to dive into what we call being exposed to what we call international standards. It starts with how these IOCs operate. So these IOCs operate basing on what we call international standards, like ISO and maybe API. So if we don't get less exposure to these international standards, is also a barrier that is limiting us from being absorbed, because you reach on ground and you really cannot coordinate, or you cannot contemplate on whatever is supposed to be done in terms of meeting the standards. Then thirdly, I'm going to talk about the issue of finance, money. So we've had everyone talk about international certifications, get maybe other certifications other than your degree. But if you're to look at these valuable certifications, they are very expensive, most of them. So as young professionals or people who are looking into joining the industry, we find it so hard to afford them. Lastly, I'm going to talk about the issue of experience in field. You mentioned about having internship slot, So you find most of us have finished and we've really never stepped in field. We cannot, you know that the drill bit is used in drilling, but you've never seen it. You've never touched it. So it's so hard for us to get absorbed, because we cannot link between what is on ground and what we study in theory. Lastly, I'm going to mention about the career pathway. So most of the times we are not exposed to the very many roles that are available in the industry. Most of us, we look at being drilling engineers, maybe production engineers, or maybe reservoir engineers, but not knowing there are very many roles outside there, and we find our expectations are not meeting with the company requirements. So I'm going to summarize how these can be encountered, or how we can, as young professionals, look at how we can overcome them. Of course, they mentioned about capacity building. Of late, most companies are giving out softwares and also probably building up laboratories for us to get that simulation of whatever happens on ground. So, lastly, on a personal level, you as a person, without waiting for the company to come in, you as a person, what will you do? Please, let's wake up. Let's not always wait for the lecturers to come and give us, or to come and give us what to read. Go on, wake up, make your own research. I mentioned use of these AI tools. Make use of them, and you find that at the end of the day, you are exposed to very many things. You have like that diverse knowledge, and you're able to even land on these free certifications that are given out there. So with that, I think I've tried to summarize. Right?
Yes, thank you. This time around, you've kept time. However, I don't know if there is one company that has taught me to be patient, that is SLB. Because I don't know, each and every time I receive that online notification about internship from SLB, trust me, I'm the first to apply. I don't know, but I feel I'm the first to apply. But for the many times I've tried, haven't yet been shortlisted. I don't know when, but I'm still patient. I believe, I still believe. And I truly don't know why. Talking about practical skills you've addressed, I don't know why there is need again to attend lectures to get this theory part. Yet when you step out, they ask you, do you have any practical? Yet you guys know that we are from the university, and you've posted these internship adverts, and you know, I don't know, why is there too much demand for practical? Why don't you cab us in and train us at once? And of course, you know, we are from the theory bit. However, I request the HR to look through that issue. So I'll have, and my next question will be allocated to Rania. So in advancing a sustainable energy future, what role should young people play, not only as participants, but as active advocates for responsible, environmentally conscious resource development within the Uganda's oil and gas sector? I can rephrase it. In advancing a sustainable energy future, what role, because this is basically what our theme is about, that's why I'm trying to stretch this out again. In advancing a sustainable energy future, what role should young people play, not only as participants, but also active advocates for responsible, environmentally conscious resource management within the Uganda's oil and gas sector? Ms. Rania.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start with what Hallelujah said. She mentioned everything starts with you. So you as a person, exactly what do you want to see in the future? So you have to, you as yourself, position yourself to what exactly you would want your future to look like. Then also I would say leverage on such events that are going on. Utilize them. Some of us did not get this opportunity, so when you people are actually looked out for like this, it's quite amazing. Raise your voices, speak out what exactly you really want an environmental future to look like to you. Then also, some of us are very big on social media. Leverage on those opportunities. People watch, people see. Raise your voices there instead of watching those that do not make sense, or you're there making content that is actually not building anyone really. You could use it to advocate for a sustainable future, for an environmental aspect, so that it makes sense to everyone. And also as a junior chamber, we do innovation challenges, and most of these are speaking more onto how exactly would you want a sustainable future to look like, because that's the world we are transiting in. So basically, when you're given such opportunities, please leverage them. Speak out your mind, write whatever you want to write. When the SC competitions come up, exactly note down what you would want your future to look like, because we do present these papers to different entities, so you never know how far your voice can take you. Then also when we do career guidances and all things like this, utilize them so that you can be able to put your voice out there. In short, do not sit on yourself or do not keep quiet. Use your voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, talking about using your voice, let me pass this on. I would love to thank oil and gas students of Kyambogo University who entrusted me as their president, Kogsa. I truly appreciate. Thank you so much, and I'm truly going to raise this voice until we truly feel that there is an impact that has been added to us. So I don't know, this question remains so, it remains tricky to my side. Should Uganda truly slow down oil development to protect the environment? No. I've received a very strong no here, and we shall get to know why. So, Florence, from your experience with 𝘚𝘶, how can students and young professionals better prepare for careers and geosciences, because genuinely this is the issue, this is the talk of the day, this is what people want to hear. How can we prepare ourselves so that we can be carved into the industry? Yes.
Thank you once again. How best can we prepare? Back to what Julie said, it starts with you. My sitting here today reminds me of what happened when I was at the university. In the year 2023, at the start, before my final year project, the university, our department specifically, organized such a session with Petroleum Authority in this same room. In this same room, guys from Petroleum Authority came and talked to us like that, like how we are talking to you, how they have talked to us. And after the session, having written down what I had picked out, I walked to one person. This one person had championed for mentorship, seek out for mentorship. What did I do? I approached him and then I requested him to be my mentor. Tells me, write to me an email, gave me his work email, and he reached out to me. Organized several sessions with me and then some other students who had requested to be under his mentorship. So that is the first answer I will give. Seek for mentorship. Being teachable is key. It really tells us that when you are teachable, you will seek for mentorship, because if you're willing to learn, to be taught, you will seek for mentorship. Mentorship does not mean that you do not know, but you want to get deeper insights of how the field is. As a young student by that time, I had to seek out for mentorship from a person at a senior position to equip me with how best I can prepare myself for the industry. So that is the first advice I will give to the young students and the young professionals here is seek for mentorship. Identify what is it that you want to be, in which field in the oil and gas. It may not be specifically the geosciences, it could be drilling, it could be metering. Identify who is in that position. It could be environment, and you want to deal specifically environment, but in oil and gas. Identify who is up there that can help me, guide me in this decision that I would want to take up. That is the first aspect. The second one is still an expansion on the aspect of being teachable. At the university, relate with your colleagues and then utilize the skills provided by the university. Those at Makerere, we have a program. I think you have a program, the TPA, the Total Professors Association, right? The TPA program. Utilize the TPA program. Learn a new skill. Learn a new skill. Learn how to use petrol. You do not know what the future holds. You will be in a pool of those who have been shortlisted for the interview, but because of this one skill that you have acquired through this university, you can be able to be the one who is identified as the extraordinary person among the ordinary. So utilize that. That is the second aspect of being teachable. The third aspect is have a mindset that is growth-oriented. Accept that arriving at the university does not mean that you have made it. It's not the last phase of education. Have this aspect of, after university, what next? You may not get into the job exactly, into the industry exactly, but what is it that you are doing? Before I graduated in 2023, I started working in a bank. And when I tell this to my friends, they get shocked. I was deployed in the accounts department and I was opening up accounts. Reason being, I had got a computer skill in me. I knew how to use a computer, how to open up accounts. So I opened accounts for around 8 months. I graduated in December, and in January, I was taken up by a consultancy firm that was doing environmental social impact assessments for the oil and gas projects and the renewables. So this company happened to be doing projects for Total, and then I got the experience. I knew what was happening outside. I worked with them for 8 months, but in my second month, Total put up this position. You see, it is growth-oriented. I was just 2 months old in this position, but I knew I want to get there. It doesn't mean that this company was not doing well, but I knew what I was chasing. So when Total put up this position, it was just after 2 months with this company.
I applied for the position. So this is an aspect of being growth-oriented. Then lastly is manage your expectations. As a finalist or as a student in year one, start managing your expectations. You may find people who have been taken up directly by the oil and gas company. It may not be specifically Total, CNOOC, UNOC, PAU, that is all that we know. But we have got contractor companies. When you go to the PAU website, they have got a tier 1 contractor companies, and you can easily know if I want to do environment, which companies are delivering this service at site. If I want to deal into drilling, which companies are there? This gives you an open mindset to know the companies that you apply with. I know of people who started small in contractor companies, but right now we are seated together in the same office. So do not underestimate the power of starting small.
True,
it may
true.
not be in oil and gas, but whatever you're doing, pick a skill, pick something new that can help you use in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. That was so insightful. Speaking of mentorship, I believe that since you got a mentor, you are also one. And currently we have people who want to be mentored in the room. So please reach out to her. And she also talked about being a banker. We believe that next time, if God gives us a chance, you'll come and help to clarify, because we are engineers, we may not know how to manage our finances, so we shall be very blessed to host you next time and train us a bit about how we can manage our finances. Yes, on the same note, I also glad to also have a soft skill. I'm an interior designer, so as she's also a banker, I'm also an interior designer where I design spaces. So for any more information, you can reach out to me. I can give you those good beds and those good sofas. So, so at this point, this has been a very, very much insightful panel discussion. And we've seen that in the verge of trying to balance economic growth as well as sustainability or environmental protection, it has proven to be a very complex balance. However, it is achievable. You've had the ideas, and we believe that you will put them in practice. So with the right policies, innovations, and collaborations, sustainability is ours. And as engineers, this will no longer be a topic of just mere talking about, but have we achieved or have we attained the goal? We've had very many discussions about sustainability. It's becoming a song. However, it's high time to act as engineers. So with great thanks, I remain Nabanja Ruth, the President, Kyambogo Oil and Gas Students Association. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Utilize, they have a QR code. Please scan and then you register with them to be able to access those mentorship programs. And then we are going to have a lunch break. I think most people are very hungry. Our guests are distinguished guests. We shall have lunch from where we had breakfast from in the mid-morning. And then the students will have lunch in CTF 103. And the students have coupons. You will not be served if you don't have one. And then we shall be taking numbers of 2020 for the students. We shall not all get out at once. The ushers will be helping us with that. Then after lunch, we shall be having very hot sessions, Petrobowl, and grand finale for the debates. And I will hand over to Victor Mugambe to take over that session. So we are open for lunch. Thank you. Enjoy your meal. Maybe before that, I invite one Florence Achotoyek to bless our lunch.
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Mighty and everlasting Father, King of glory, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for this afternoon, O Lord. We want to thank you for whatever has transpired in this session, O Lord. And Father, we want to thank you for the food that you have blessed us with, Jehovah, Lord. Many do not have what to eat, but who are we, Lord? We are grateful, Lord, and welcome your Holy Spirit to sanctify and bless whatever has been prepared for us. Before we have it, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we have prayed.
Yeah.
The days would all be empty. Nights would seem so long. Be forever so truly am I in love for. But I never felt this strong. Our dreams, they'll take us where to go. Hold me now, touch me now. With my dreams, my love for you. One not so easy. I love you the way you are. Like a guiding star, I'll be there for you. If you should need me, you don't have to change a thing. It's the way you are. Come with me and share the view. I'll help you see forever. Hold me now, touch me now. Want to live without you. My love for you, you are one thing you can't get you up. I'll never walk.
www.dj0proug.com.
Open there. It's not away. And then you're all around. When you get back, I'm finding hard to leave forever. And I found that you're all to stay forever. I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. You're on it when I heard the news today. I had to come and get it straight. That's how I see true. Tell me about again. Oh, tell me one thing more before I go. When all dark. Just a dream of mine. How can hoping one day we'd be so much more than friends. Rising on a dream. Oh, even now it's more than I can take. If I'm supposed to carry on with all that I've been made, all dreaming for now. Have I told you lately that I love you? Have I told you that I feel my heart go on my sadness? Ease my troubles, that's what you do. For the mornings and all. And it's yours and it's mine, like the sun. And at the end of the day, we should give thanks and praise to the one, to the one. Have I told you lately that I love you? Have I told you there's no one else above you? Fill my heart with gladness, take away all my sadness, ease my troubles, that's what you do.
Carousel alongside DJ Zero, the baddest DJ Zero sound.
An empty street, an empty house, a hole inside my heart. I'm all alone, the rooms are getting smaller. I wonder how, I wonder why, I wonder where they are. The days we had, the songs we sang together, oh yeah. And all my life, I'm holding on forever, reaching for a love that seems so far. So I say a little prayer and hope my dreams will take me myself from thinking, oh no. I wonder how, I wonder why, I wonder where they are. The days we had, the songs we sang together, oh yeah. And you're my love, I'm holding on forever, reaching for a love that seems so far. So I say a little prayer and hope my dreams will take me there, where the skies are blue, to see you once again, my love. Overseas from coast to coast, to find the place I love the most, where the fields are green, to see you once again, to hold you in my arms, to promise you my love, to tell you from the heart, you're all I'm thinking of.
Project by Total Energies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside Murchison Falls National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in Murchison Falls National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. Total Energies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘄 Biodiversity Program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: Murchison Falls National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1, reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of Murchison Falls protected area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2, protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted a management effectiveness assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3, conserving and restoring Murchison Falls Albert Delta Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4, conserving and restoring forests and connectivity. Under this pillar, we are working with the National Forestry Authority, Eco-Trust, Chimpanzee Sanctuary and other stakeholders to conserve and restore key forest and connecting corridors in Bugoma and Budongo forests. We also supported the rollout of a conservation education and community awareness program with Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Budongo Sub-County. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘄 Biodiversity Program is being implemented with the support of national and international experts with oversight of our independent Biodiversity Livelihoods Advisory Committee. The company is also in the process of developing its monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that positive outcomes for wildlife and communities can be demonstrated and sustained over the long term.
Few minutes. And then after that, tuolekere kyatulese.
The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘄 project by Total Energies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside Murchison Falls National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in Murchison Falls National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. Total Energies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘄 Biodiversity Program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: Murchison Falls National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1, reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of Murchison Falls protected area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2. Protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted the Management Effectiveness Assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3. Conserving and restoring Murchison Falls Albert Delta Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4. Conserving and restoring forests and connectivity. Under this pillar, we are working with the National Forestry Authority, Eco-Trust, Chimpanzee Sanctuary, and other stakeholders to conserve and restore key forest and connecting corridors in Bugoma and Budongo forests. We also supported the rollout of a conservation education and community awareness program with Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Budongo Sub-County. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 Biodiversity Program is being implemented with the support of national and international experts with oversight of our Independent Biodiversity Livelihoods Advisory Committee.
Tourists go when the cold winds blow, and my girl is on a plane. Oh, I'm never gonna love another the way that I have loved you. It's taken me a little time to discover you. Now I know it's true, but fatal hesitation made me miss the shore. Oh, and I saw her face, I knew it couldn't be so. No, no, Romeo is standing in the rain. Yes, I know I have let her slip away. Ooh, hesitation. Fatal hesitation. www.dj0proug.com.
Let me be, let me.
feel me. Let me. Yeah. Always on my mind, in my heart, in my soul. Baby, you're the meaning in my life. You're the inspiration. You bring the feeling to my life. You're the inspiration. Wanna have you near me? I wanna have you hear me say it. No one needs you more than I need you.
Swag Zero DJs, entertainment baddest DJ.
And I know, yes I know that it's plain to see. So in love when we're together. Now I know that I need you here with me. From tonight until the end of time. You should know, everywhere I go, always on my mind, my heart, in my soul. You're the meaning in my life. You're the inspiration. You bring feeling to my life. You're the inspiration. Wanna have you near me? I wanna have you hear me say it. No one needs you more than I. Shadows crossing down before my eyes and moving across the page. Suddenly, the day turns into night. Far away from the city, but don't hesitate. 'Cause your love won't wait. Oh no, no, baby, I love your way every day. Wanna tell you I love your way every day. Wanna be with you night and day. Hey, yeah, I love your way. Let me feel me. When you move like that on me. Let me feel me. Don't stop, don't talk, just feel me. Let me. Yeah. Right there, move. No stress, no rules. You're always talking, I'm cool. Low lights, one dream. Your body moving on beat, slow. Deep inside, I feel like there is no excuse, my friend, for breaking my heart. Breaking my heart. This is where our journey ends.
What do you expect from Petrobowl?
Success, chaos,
Dominance.
breakthrough, prizes.
Coming home.
knowledge is the ultimate reservoir. Only the sharpest minds survive the pressure. Questions will be fired. Answers must strike faster than the drill. Precision under pressure. Speed under fire. And only one team will rise above the rest.
Predictable variation of a property of a material with the direction player to must. Anisotropy. That's correct.
5 engineers, 1 mission. Total domination. Petrobowl is about to get drilled.
The company is also in the process of developing its monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that positive outcomes for wildlife and communities can be demonstrated and sustained over the long term. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 project by TotalEnergies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside Murchison Falls National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in Murchison Falls National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. TotalEnergies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 Biodiversity Program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: Murchison Falls National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1, reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of Murchison Falls protected area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2. Protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted a management effectiveness assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3. Conserving and restoring Murchison Falls Albert Delta Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4. Conserving and restoring forests and connectivity. Under this pillar, we are working with the National Forestry Authority, Eco Trust, Chimpanzee Sanctuary, and other stakeholders to conserve and restore key forest and connecting corridors in Bugoma and Budongo forests. We also supported the rollout of a conservation education and community awareness program with Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Budongo Sub-County. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘶𝑗𝑢𝑟 Biodiversity Program is being implemented with the support of national and international experts with oversight of our Independent Biodiversity Livelihoods Advisory Committee. The company is also in the process of developing its monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that positive outcomes for wildlife and communities can be demonstrated and sustained over the long term. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 project by TotalEnergies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside Murchison Falls National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in Murchison Falls National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. TotalEnergies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴 Biodiversity Program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: Murchison Falls National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1. Reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of Murchison Falls Protected Area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2. Protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted a management effectiveness assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3. Conserving and restoring Murchison Falls Albert Delta Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4. Conserving and restoring forests and connectivity. Under this pillar, we are working with the National Forestry Authority, Eco Trust, Chimpanzee Sanctuary and other stakeholders to conserve and restore key forest and connecting corridors in Bugoma and Budongo forests. We also supported the rollout of a conservation education and community awareness program with Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Budongo Sub-County. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘶 Biodiversity Program is being implemented with the support of national and international experts with oversight of our Independent Biodiversity Livelihoods Advisory Committee. The company is also in the process of developing its monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that positive outcomes for wildlife and communities can be demonstrated and sustained over the long term. The 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘄 project by TotalEnergies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀 National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀 National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. TotalEnergies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘄 biodiversity program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀 National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1, reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀's protected area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2, protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted a management effectiveness assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3, conserving and restoring 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀's Albert Delta Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4, conserving and restoring forests and connectivity. Under this pillar, we are working with the National Forestry Authority, EcoTrust, Chimpanzee Sanctuary and other stakeholders to conserve and restore key forest and connecting corridors in Bugoma and Budongo forests. We also supported the rollout of a conservation education and community awareness program with Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Budongo Sub-County. The 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘄 biodiversity program is being implemented with the support of national and international experts with oversight of our Independent Biodiversity Livelihoods Advisory Committee. The company is also in the process of developing its monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that positive outcomes for wildlife and communities can be demonstrated and sustained over the long term. The 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘄 project by TotalEnergies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀𝘀 National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀 National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. TotalEnergies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘄 biodiversity program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀𝘀 National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1, reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀's protected area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2, protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted a management effectiveness assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3, conserving and restoring 𝘉𝘠𝘡𝘀's Albert Delta Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4. Conserving and restoring forests and connectivity. Under this pillar, we are working with the National Forestry Authority, Eco-Trust, Chimpanzee Sanctuary, and other stakeholders to conserve and restore key forest and connecting corridors in Bugoma and Budongo forests. We also supported the rollout of a conservation education and community awareness program with Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Budongo Sub-County. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘶𝘴𝘃 Biodiversity Program is being implemented with the support of national and international experts with oversight of our independent Biodiversity Livelihoods Advisory Committee. The company is also in the process of developing its monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that positive outcomes for wildlife and communities can be demonstrated and sustained over the long term. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘃 project by TotalEnergies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside 𝘉𝘁𝑚 National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in 𝘉𝘁𝑚 National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. TotalEnergies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘃 Biodiversity Program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: 𝘉𝘁𝑚 National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1. Reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of 𝘉𝘁𝑚's protected area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2. Protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted a management effectiveness assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3. Conserving and restoring 𝘉𝘁𝑚's Albert Delta Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4. Conserving and restoring forests and connectivity. Under this pillar, we are working with the National Forestry Authority, Eco-Trust, Chimpanzee Sanctuary, and other stakeholders to conserve and restore key forest and connecting corridors in Bugoma and Budongo forests. We also supported the rollout of a conservation education and community awareness program with Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Budongo Sub-County. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘃 Biodiversity Program is being implemented with the support of national and international experts with oversight of our independent Biodiversity Livelihoods Advisory Committee. The company is also in the process of developing its monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that positive outcomes for wildlife and communities can be demonstrated and sustained over the long term. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘃 project by TotalEnergies EP Uganda is located in the Albertine Rift Valley, a sensitive natural environment in terms of biodiversity, with one of the fields located inside 𝘉𝘁𝑚 National Park. As a responsible operator and in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimize, restore and offset, the company has reduced the project's footprints in 𝘉𝘁𝑚 National Park to 0.03% of the total park area. TotalEnergies has developed the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘃 Biodiversity Program aimed at achieving net positive outcomes for biodiversity and communities in 4 key ecosystems: 𝘉𝘁𝑚 National Park, savanna habitats, wetlands and forests. Our biodiversity program is hinged on 4 pillars. Pillar 1. Reducing human pressures and strengthening the ecological resilience of 𝘉𝘁𝑚's protected area. Under this pillar, we work closely with Uganda Wildlife Authority to support, train, and equip rangers to carry out snare removal and patrols, and also engage with communities through anti-poaching awareness campaigns. Pillar 2. Protecting integrity and connectivity of savanna habitats and animals by addressing threats in and around Bugungu Wildlife Reserve. In December 2023, we conducted a management effectiveness assessment of the reserve, which provides key recommendations to Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve management of the reserve. Pillar 3. Conserving and restoring 𝘉𝘠𝘀𝑜𝑙𝑒's Albert Delta Ramsar and wetlands of Lake Albert. This pillar aims at building more resilient wetland ecosystems for biodiversity and people through community-based conservation and management. For this to be achieved, we are working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to support better demarcation of wetland boundaries and working with communities to promote wise use of wetlands. Pillar 4. Conserving and restoring forests and connectivity. Under this pillar, we are working with the National Forestry Authority, Ecotrust, Chimpanzee Sanctuary, and other stakeholders to conserve and restore key forest and connecting corridors in Bugoma and Budongo forests. We also supported the rollout of a conservation education and community awareness program with Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Budongo Sub-County. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘆 Biodiversity Program is being implemented with the support of national and international experts with oversight of our Independent Biodiversity Livelihoods Advisory Committee. The company is also in the process of developing its monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that positive outcomes for wildlife and communities can be demonstrated and sustained over the long term.
Long-term national benefits. Sovereign wealth fund, e.g. Norway's model, are used to manage such revenues for long-term national benefits. Uganda, however, faces urgent development and infrastructure needs. Uganda, however, faces urgent development and infrastructure needs. Uganda is projected to earn significant oil revenues over the next 25 to 30 years. Sovereign wealth funds, e.g. Norway's model, are used to manage such revenues for long-term national benefits. Uganda, however, faces urgent development and infrastructure needs. I think we're all good, right? I'll read it once again. Uganda is projected to earn significant oil revenues over the next 25 to 30 years. Sovereign wealth funds, e.g. Norway's model, are used to manage such revenues for long-term national benefits. Uganda, however, faces urgent development and infrastructure needs. One last time. Uganda is projected to earn significant oil revenues over the next 25 to 30 years. Sovereign wealth funds, e.g. Norway's model, are used to manage such revenues for long-term national benefits. Uganda, however, faces urgent development and infrastructure needs. Motions for final round. This House would constitutionally mandate that all oil and gas revenues be allocated exclusively to a sovereign wealth fund for renewable energy investment. This House would constitutionally mandate that all oil and gas revenues be allocated exclusively to sovereign wealth fund for renewable energy investment. One last time. This House would constitutionally mandate that all oil and gas revenues be allocated exclusively to sovereign wealth fund for renewable energy investment. I think both sides are good, right? Again, this House would constitutionally mandate that all oil and gas revenues be allocated exclusively to a sovereign wealth fund for renewable energy investment. It's 3:55. You have 10 minutes for prep time. The debate starts at exactly 4:05. Thank you. Guys, first operate on the 10. I will make that communication. Let me engage on something right now. Okay, so the debate starts at 4:10, 15 minutes. Or we have given you the standard time. We hope that you will also deliver fine speeches. Thank you.
Check.
Judges, first wait for his time. So all students, if you are still outside, please come in. It's time for the Petrobowl final. You don't want to miss this. So if you are done eating, please come in. I can see very many of you. You are just out. Please come in and we start. Okay?
I believe I'm audible, right? Okay, simple shout outs first. Shout out to Arnold, partner. He has done well to get us this far. Shout out to the Kyambogo Debate Union. Shout out to the organizers of this event. It's beautiful to be sharing ideas on such a platform. Lastly, shout out to Helen. She's there. She deserves it. Cool. I'm gonna start in our POI preference. As long as my first minute is done, you can ask. I also request you ask questions that are relevant to the debate so that we don't waste time. 3, 2, 1. Chair, the biggest push that is going to come from the other side is the dire state in which Uganda exists. Why do I think that is a very flimsy case for them to run? First things first, Uganda's economy is diversified. It's not a one-way economy. This is supposed to explain to you that we have things like tourism and we have a lot of investment that happens outside oil and gas to the extent that we can still run our economy even when you're not getting the money from oil and gas now. The other thing is things like oil have just been discovered recently. That means that there are fabrics on which the economy has been existing, and all these things have existed for years to keep the economy running to this far. We say to the extent that they need to the extent that that's the case they need to run, they must explain why that is exclusively what Uganda needs to stand on. With that, if they only cannot explain that, they can't win that debate, or the entire bench is out of the debate. Let's get to pieces of framing. One, constitutional mandate. A constitutional mandate is something that we pass as a vivid law that's supposed to be binding. This means to say that a couple of things happen here. One, that any law that contradicts this kind of constitutional mandate becomes very null and invalid. The second thing, any government action that violates this becomes unconstitutional. 3, and important, courts can always strike down this sort of violation. Meaning, and the most important thing, not even the government itself in this specific regard will have mandate to use this money for anything else outside renewable energy or anything like that. Nothing like building roads, not even schools, not even building hospitals. They don't have the money to do that. It becomes very wrong. Let's now get to the other topic that becomes very important. Let's look at Uganda. So this entire rate of oil money comes from things like revenue, comes things like the government shares and all these other things. But understand, be there forever. That means to say that even if you're making a significant amount of money that we're using in oil now, because of the global shift, because I'm going to explain why the global dynamics also play a very pivotal role in what is happening now. It is finite. Things like oil prices keep on fluctuating. The problem is here. Uganda is not as best setter in terms of oil prices. At the end of the day, even when you overexploit, you most likely probably go sell it at a lower price. How much you're going to exploit out there. Global conversations towards energies, towards the environment, because exploitation of energy most likely equates to deconstructing the environment at large. You realize that countries like Uganda, third world, because they don't have the table, they don't have shares to discuss policy matters concerning this, they are always hidden out. Your exploitation is always limited to a certain extent and that capacity. You don't have capacity to change that because you don't engage in how policies are made. We say, even when you want to push, you're going to get less money out of this. This money is not even so much enough. Like, let me explain. It's not even that much sufficient to solve all the problems that you have now. We said it becomes entirely bad. The other thing, the global shifts. Right now we have a war that is going on. Look at what is happening. Iran, Russia and all that. And whatever USA did to Venezuela and all these other things. The problem with this is quite simple. That when you fall into such pits, no one is going to bail you out as a country. The only that is going to bail you out is getting things like loans. We said it becomes even in long term entirely bad because you even don't have capacity to service these loans because of the things that are happening. Why? Well, if you want to keep on exploiting oil, you're going to invest a lot in the entirety of getting the oil out of that. Why do you say that our side becomes very important and very good? Because Uganda has oil now. We have a lot of multinational companies that want to invest in this. We are not using our own money. This is very important. Please take this. Why does it become important? Because we are not using our own money. That means things like donations, things like donations and grants are most likely given. We're not getting a lot of loans for this. It becomes important that the money that comes out of this is strategically invested. I'm going to show you where renewable energy is going to go and where it becomes very, very important. Before I continue, POI. Yes.
Why is a country like Uganda giving donations?
Why are we giving donations? Anyone can be given a donation. Like, the donation is free. I don't know. You could explain that when you come to your speech. It's okay. Let me get back to my points. Now, there is already a shift in conversations around energies. Most countries are now investing a lot of money towards renewable energy. This looks like things they're investing a lot in research, infrastructure development towards renewable energy and all these particular things. We don't want to lag behind when that time comes, because it becomes a global conversation. To the extent that that time comes whereby all countries are now pivoting, all the majority companies are pivoting to renewable energy and all these other things, and you don't have any more money to invest in that. We repeat the cycle of loans, of debts, and all that. We don't develop as a country. Remember, I told you, right now we have other factors and other sectors that are most likely able to sustain the economy on which the economy stands. We see all those things happening. Every now and then agriculture is there to go, our coffees and all these other things. All these things are most likely able to sustain the economy. Uganda is an investor-friendly country in terms of tax holidays for investors and all these other things. It's why they come to invest here. In instances why they invest in this and we get this amount of money and all these other things, we need to pivot it to renewable energy, because one, you now buy yourself a place in global conventions towards renewable energy, because you pivot faster. You now break the deadlock of third world countries coming in solid in such issues. We say, to the extent that you pivot fast and better, you now even have more incentive to probably get even more help from those other countries that are most likely doing this, because why? They would want to work with you. We say, the favors that you get now are not all loans. These are favors that you've invested into. To the extent that you don't have the money, you continue to get loans. These loans come with very high debt burdens. Future generations are continuously and consistently being implemented by these particular actions. We say right now, the problem is not that Uganda does not have infrastructure development and all these particular things. We can still work these things out. Cutting taxes, cutting revenue of ministers, all these other things are still possible outcomes to develop our own economy. We are not as poor as these guys say. The only way these guys can run out a debate to explain why Uganda is there is if they explain why oil and gas is the only way into which Uganda can be built as a country, which you say is wrong. Yes, significant portion means a lot of money comes out of this, but we say we would rather invest this money in renewable energy, because one, it is sustainable, it is the global future, it is Uganda's future right now. So we are most likely able to now get ourselves into global conventions way better. We say when we have these favors in global conversations, at the end of even attract investment that is better. Because we told most companies are pivoting, most countries are pivoting to that. If you've also pivoted that and you have infrastructure that is more of renewable energy and all these other things, you're able to attract better investment, because all investors now also buy into that sort of idea, become a better country. In that, you even increase on your revenue because of investment. You attract vote opening government.
First of all, allow me first thank my Father who is in heaven. I would like to thank God for the opportunity to be on this stage. And secondly, allow me thank the 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘃𝑒𝑚A University team. Wherever you are, you guys are recognized. So, I'm Alinda Yvonne, today's opening opposition speaker. I'd like to address, as the motion has been stated by the opening government, this will be my rebuttals to all these claims that he's bringing on table. First of all, he's talking about diversification. We are diversified as Uganda. We have very many sectors. We are getting income. Yes, we are getting this money. But this motion, I would like to bring to your attention, but that this policy you're bringing into place, this policy is limiting us, because this policy is saying that we are making everything. We are making all the revenue we are getting from oil and gas to all be diverted to renewable energy projects, which is not the case here. First of all, I would like to bring to your attention, or I would like to pose a question to the government, that if we are diversified, why is Uganda still struggling with high tariffs? Why are we still facing high poverty levels? If you can answer that, maybe you can have a better chance of winning. I would also like to bring this to to your attention that if we are to bring this policy, if government is to bring this policy, and it is saying that all of this revenue that we are getting should be and all allocated to only renewable energy resources, I would like to tell you that it is not one of the highest emitters of carbon emissions in Africa. Uganda actually contributes only 3% to this carbon emissions. So why would you put a burden on this current generation? Why would you put a burden on Uganda to keep this money to invest in renewables? Yet it's not the urgent case. We are looking at urgency right now. Uganda needs money. Uganda needs investment. We need to reduce this. Probably, maybe you do not watch news, because if you do, you would be knowing about the 40% increase of the pay as you earn as recent in the new vision. I would like you to know that Ugandans are suffering. We are paying debts. We are still trying to finance these debts. These debts are got from countries that you are trying to bring here and tell us that, wow, these debts are so good. These foreign investors are really so good. They are giving us debts, so we should be proud. We are getting these debts. And yet, at the end of the day, if I get my 10 million, 40% of it is going to be taken away. Am I working for the government? Am I working to finance the government? Or I'm working for my family? I'm working for someone? Because imagine, I've studied and I'm getting, let me say 30, actually someone supposed to get 350,000 is supposed to pay 25% of pay as you earn. Try to put it in your mind. I'm paying 25%. How much am I remaining with? You're telling me Uganda is not suffering. I would like to bring you to this point that we are still underdeveloped. Uganda still needs this money, and as opposition, we say that at least let a portion of this revenue be used. Case study of Norway. Norway is using 3% of its SWF fund to finance some of its needs. It's not that they are using all of it. As government, as opposition, we are saying, why put a law? Why restrict the government? Why make it inflexible? Why make this fund rigid? Why make it rigid that we cannot actually touch this money? We cannot actually use even a certain portion of it. We as government, we come in to say that this money can be used if we are to allocate it well. If I'm to continue to my arguments, rejected. First of all, my first argument will be, this is a harmful policy and it is rigid. Making this money stay and keeping it for future generations is making a very risky decision, because what if, yes, we have seen crises coming. We have seen, we have had COVID-19 rejected. We've had COVID-19 crises. We've had dynamic changes in economic shifts. We've had pandemics. So why are you trying to tell me that even if we have such problems, even if we have such disasters in our country, that we shall still lack, we shall choose to stay poor even if we have this fund? We still, just in the sense that we are trying to save for the future, we are trying to invest in renewable energies, which is not the urgent case in this matter today. Just like I told you, 3% to the carbon emissions of the global. If you are to look at the global statistics of this impact of climate change. So why are you making Ugandans suffer because you are trying to invest in renewables? I would like to also say that this policy also prevents government from using revenue when and where it is needed most. That is what we are saying as opposition. We are going to use, if we are actually, we are trying to implement this policy in a better way. You say that these governments are coming up, they do not have time to sit down and organize themselves to come up with better policies. But actually, this policy is actually more worse because it's making government rigid. It's putting us in a trap. We cannot use this money. We cannot change. We are all in one position. And yet, if we were to allow at least a certain portion of this money to be used, we would at least benefit. Not that we are using all of it, but still, we are still benefiting in the long run. I would like to end my speech.
Okay, first of all, I have to give shout outs to my partner. This guy has been with me from days of rust till days of grace, where we haven't reached, but hopefully we reach. Anyways, I think I will take a POI. I highly encourage guys to ask me a POI, just one. But if I don't take you, kindly don't badger. It's something important. So I'm going to start my speech. Let me get my timer. Okay, I'm starting my speech in I'm starting my speech in 3, 2, and 1. I think the biggest push you want to have from our side, as opposed to what this guy is saying, is to show you why there's no urgency. He's able to tell you there's no urgency, most importantly on oil. He says you have a diverse economy that has a number of things like agriculture, things like tourism. What he doesn't show you in his speech, what I'm going to show you, is why then they're again better. There's a certain money that comes in. These guys can't say we don't have money. Why then do we think other sources of other sectors are important? For example, agriculture. Uganda has one of the best climate that is able to give you like a better agriculture sector. It has one of the best tourism sectors. It's the same reason as to why you have a number of investors that come, a number of tourism tourism people that come to just see these things. You can't just chat to us that these things are not there. We say they exist and there's no urgency. It's something that is important. The other clarity you need to get from our side is simple. We don't say this model is just being implemented because of carbon emission. Either way, we think Uganda is not the highest carbon emitter. But the problem is there's a transition in energy. Most likely there's a global shift from just using oil to like renewable energy. The problem is the only fund that we are able to use right now is the current source that we have. The problem is in times where this resource gets done, because it's finite. This is what he says. We now lack capacity to like have that transition. It's the same reason as to why we think this is important and you only get it from OG. It's something that is crucial. The other thing that he doesn't tell you, that I'm just going to tell you in our speech, is what the investment looks like. For example, the solving investment look like. It means that this money doesn't sit. You don't get this money and put it in the bank. You put it in government bonds. You put it in stocks. It means that it has returns. You go and invest it in other things that have returns. It means that you not only have that money, but you have the returns that come. What happens is you have a summation of money that is going to help you in the transition when it comes. It's important to understand that this resource is the only resource that is able to give you this kind of idea. It's the reason as to why we win this debate. The other important thing on extension I'm going to show you, because this speech has to be matter dumping so that these guys can't rank above us. The other important thing is to show you why renewable energy. Why is it that the only thing we need to focus on is renewable energy? It is important for you, Chair, to understand that for a government, for any country to develop, energy has to be the biggest push. It means that energy is equal to the foundation of that development. What happens is if you have a better energy engagement, most likely you have engagement to also like become better. It's the same reason as to why Iran is able to even fight or is able to also constantly talk about these things, because it has energy. It used to like it was one of the things that you used to like help us with oil. It means that it had capacity. Energy helped it. The same reason as to why these things are happening. We say it's important for you to focus on this energy. First of all, if you want to talk about this energy that is not renewable, which is oil and gas, we say Uganda doesn't have capacity. Doesn't have capacity to even have a decision making in this, because it doesn't have even global changing policies. What we say, it is important for you to understand the transition is coming for you to develop, because it is a low development. It's a developing country. You need to have this energy. I'm just going to show you how it happens. You had the POI.
Yes, agriculture contributes 27%, service sector contributes 50%, industry 25%, but Uganda is still poor, diversified, engage.
I think the reason as to why this is important, guys, this is important. I'm just going to show you why your hands are wasted. Why then their hands are wasted is simple, is that the problem of Uganda cannot just be on energy. We say Uganda faces a number of things, corruption, a lot of things. Regardless, even though you are to say they have these things, still we think Uganda doesn't have a convincing power to help them become better. It's the same reason as why we say we need to focus on that. The only way they are able to attain this convincing power, if there's a transition in something that helps them, if they are able to also have electric cars. If this thing doesn't happen, it is not in status quo. It's the same reason as to why you still have these people being exploited. You still have these people being exploited. The extent that they don't have convincing power, these guys wasted their hands. We think that is not important. The other important thing I'm just going to show you is on how Uganda has limited access, on how the global shift happens. This is important. You most likely have things like green energy investments currently arising. It means that whenever these green energy investments happen, you now have things like fossil fuels having a lot of restrictions. That is why they constantly tell you, if you are a country, they constantly say, if you are a country that has a bigger carbon emission, you have a fine to pay. It means that this same thing that they are trying to have has a lot of restrictions. You have carbon taxes coming through. What happens is, if you focus on it, even the compensation, even the money they want to get, you don't get it, because you spend it to pay this compensation, to pay the carbon taxes that happen. What they need to focus on, they need to understand the transition is important. The transition that makes Uganda become a better country, we say something that is crucial. The other extension you get from my speech on how renewable energy is important. We say the investment in renewable energy as opposed to any other sectors like roads. We say these sectors develop only one idea. That is to say, if you invest in roads, it means that you have better transportation. If you invest in health, it means that you have improved welfare. What happens in renewable energy, why it is a multiplier, why it makes the lives of everything become better, because it improves even the same sectors. It means that the same hospitals that are able to give better welfare, they are able to attain electricity that is going to make people's lives better. They not only stop there, they help people again do have a number of engagement. You have roads now, you are able to have things like electric cars that are going to help you in transportation. It means that you most likely save time. You most likely don't have things that are going to backlog. It means that you have a lot of sectors that you are helping. Students are able to use their gadgets in education. It means that you have a better education engagement. You have a better thing. It means that renewable energy is able to improve a lot of sector. These guys can't say that. We say there's no urgency. You can't just wake up in the morning and say there's urgency. There's need for you to understand the urgency doesn't exist. Then the other important thing, and this is what these guys can't say in their speech, because you have said it, why Uganda as a country? Uganda as a country is a country that has just recently gotten oil. And understand, oil currently is one of the things that most likely has a lot of money. That's why currently the oil prices increased, because Iran no longer wants to provide oil. They have cut the sectors. What that means, it means that they have oil. It means that for you as a country, if you have a national asset it means that you want to use it to the extent that not only the current generations benefit, but rather even the future generations. The important thing is, still you become a country, and most likely a country that has a lot of corrupt officials that want to eat this money whenever you invest. And this is why it is constitutional. It is constitutional because regardless of who you are able to do this thing. He explains it in his speech. It means that we are able to conserve a Uganda. We are able to have a Uganda in future that has a better bargaining power in instances of summits like the UN. What we say, it is important for you to converse these things. It is important for you to have this investment. This is why Uganda becomes better. Have never been proud to propose. Here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before you is Enos Chivazo, and I'll be the second speaker from the opposing government, and my time shall start in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion beforehand states that this House would constitutionally mandate that all oil and gas revenue be allocated exclusively to the Sovereign Wealth Fund for Renewable Energy Investment. Ladies and gentlemen, the key words in this debate is all the oil and gas revenue, and also exclusively. Ladies and gentlemen, opening government has come and laid forward a foundation of our diversification, of how Uganda is a diverse country in all of its revenue that is earning from agriculture. And it's true, you've laid honey on it, you've buttered it up. But to the extent of Uganda currently, is to what extent are we developing from these small funds that you're showing? Do not pretend like the taxes that we can receive from oil are not there and we cannot benefit from them. So the point of you speaking of agriculture and other sectors of tourism, they are currently at hand, but to what extent is development at this current point? So at that point, we cannot pretend like oil cannot do something better, or on top of these taxes, even make development in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening speaker of opposition came and spoke about how we are staying in a loop, as the Prime Minister stated, only receiving donations and only being a country that is independent, and we are only depending on the rest of the countries. So ladies and gentlemen, we are a country that is looking for its own stand. We are a country that is saying we are not only going to look for donations, but we can stand on our own because we do have the resources.
Point.
Ladies and gentlemen, denied. So the second speaker comes and he says that there are other why should we rely on other sectors? And ladies and gentlemen, I counter with that to say that we should rely on other sectors because the current sectors have clearly shown that they aren't enough. They haven't reached the point that we need them to. So if another sector has allocated itself, let us utilize and benefit from it. He comes and he speaks about corruption, this and this. What makes you confident in the matter that when this money is kept away for a long time, this corruption that you're speaking about won't happen to these exact funds? So I do believe that the point of corruption is null and void, and it also affects them in that case. He comes and he speaks about the point of urgency. But ladies and gentlemen, currently Uganda, only 40% of Uganda is receiving electricity. So I do not know how to define urgency to the government if they are only seeing 40% as a big fraction. And I do believe that is way less than half than 100%. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how we are running this case is that the first question we want to pose to the government is that why are we extracting oil in the first place?
Point.
Why is Uganda extracting oil in the first place? So, ladies and gentlemen, the question is beforehand. We are extracting oil in order to receive development. We are not only standing at a point of keeping for future generations, as in the introductory statement, that Uganda's needs are current. It's not like Norway. And the thing that government needs to understand is that Uganda is a developing country, not a developed country. So we are looking at the point of access. We are looking at the point of Uganda being in a backlash of its very own resources. So ladies and gentlemen, we do believe that this motion is rigid, unrealistic, and it's actually harmful. And ladies and gentlemen, what the government needs to understand is that we are being clear on the point that from the outset that we are not against renewable energy. In fact, we are supporting its expansion. But what's this motion proposing? What this motion is proposing is not transition. Only this motion is only proposing an economic handcuffing. We are only staying in our own selves and are not benefiting from what we actually have.
Point.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at a long-term euphoria, a long-term beauty that we can only imagine, yet the need for Uganda is actually now. If the government is able to understand that Uganda is a developing country, I do not think there will be a need for a POI. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the point that this policy is locking 100% of the oil and gas revenue into a single use through the constitutional mandate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as the previous speaker came and as the former speaker sided with us, that our point is that we are only receiving a portion from this. And I liked how he gave us the example that we shall invest these funds and we shall receive from it. So the motion is stating that the government is looking on to completely locking away. But as we are saying, we are only getting, let it be a percentage, and we are still putting strict laws in order for this money to keep its value, or we shall invest, and the return on investment is what we shall use. Because what the government needs to understand is that the point of access, the point of urgency is now, and it is not in the later future. The children that are not going to school are actually now and not later in the actual future. So ladies and gentlemen, how do we continue with this debate? This point denied. Ladies and gentlemen, the government assumes that we can just jump straight into renewables, as we all know that upfront, renewables themselves are going to require a huge amount of investment. They are not only going to just take, I don't know, 2,000 Ugandan shillings. Clearly not. For we need mini grids. We shall need more dams. We shall need more sources. The problem of Uganda's energy right now is not in its production. It's in its access. Now, as we are coming and we are speaking about this fund, we are actually trying to make this access more reliable to Uganda as a country in itself. Because currently, Uganda in its total production of energy, of electricity, if I'm to say, is 1,440 kilowatts, yet the only consumption per capita is 215. So ladies and gentlemen, where is this excess going? It is because there is an access issue. So before we handle this access issue, we cannot first again decline like as if it's not present. It is present, and we are coming against it, because this income that you're trying to lock away, that you're saying 100%, I want to remind the government that the motion is stating that all the oil and gas revenue, but we do believe that we can receive from this. As I conclude, this motion is stating that we are locking away 100%, and as I've stated, that is only putting us in an economic handcuff. So ladies and gentlemen, locking it away won't solve the immediate access issues. Delaying it will only make Uganda move in the wrong direction. But what are we speaking about? We're speaking about investment now, because we do need the access now. And what the government needs to understand is that Uganda is a developing country. Economic growth today is what enables sustainable transitions tomorrow. Constitutions are not meant to provide constitutions are meant to provide stability, flexibility, and rights frameworks, not to dictate specific budget allocations forever. We believe budgeting should be policy, not constitutional prison. This motion is well-intentioned, but fundamentally flawed. I beg to adjourn.
Thank you, everyone. My name is 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘀𝘚 from Bar University of Science and Technology. Outside my timer, allow me give shout outs to my partner Mhanji Eddie. It's been a very long journey for us to make it here. Also, allow me give shout outs to the members of the Mass Debate Society, which I serve as president. We have a very good team there. They are from Water Week. Thanks for the support. Also, I would love to give shout outs to the entire team from Bar University of Science and Technology. It was great commitment for you guys to be here. And also, finally, to give special shout outs to our opening government. They've been a great motivation. I don't know if they are taking it today, but in case they don't, yeah, they need to learn the hard way. So I begin my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Firstly, on engagement from opening opposition. These people tell us that because we are saying the government is corrupt, there is no guarantee for safety of the funds in case we are to keep them on our side of the debate. I think these people need to understand the context that we are talking about. The government is corrupt because it's given a lot of ventures for it to exploit people's funds, for it to waste a lot of amounts of money that is not even clearly indicated where it is supposed to be. That is why they get ventures of putting it to the State House, a lot of money going there. In this house or in this side of the debate, we are creating a fund that has clear objectives that this amount of money is only supposed to be used for this. What then that means is that the corrupt government officials, many of them that we have in this country, do not have the huge number of channels that they can use to take or to waste this money. But again, secondly, this is a largely safe fund that has been created, that is very much monitored, that is very much observed by different categories of people, which simply means that there is a less likelihood that this money is going to be exploited, as opposed to whether we just leave it to be used in other things and just be wasted. But again, thirdly, I think there is room for easy accountability in our side of the debate. Why? Because this money is clearly being shown how it's going to be generated. Everyone will know how much is going to be generated from oil and what is supposed to be used. The problem why Uganda is having corruption is because of the systems that exist currently do not clearly indicate how all these things are supposed to happen. Secondly, these people do tell us that, you see, we are going to have a lot of amount of money that comes from oil only being allocated to a single thing. I think firstly, we do tell you from as government bench that Uganda as a country is not so bogus that it does not have other things to depend on. Uganda is economically diversified and has continuous had things that it relies on. But again, secondly, we've not all along been relying on oil. It's not going to be the first time for pandemics to do happen. We've had very many other things that we've been relying on even without oil. When oil comes in, I do not get a justification from the opposition bench in as to why now we are going to collapse, we are going to die, we are going to perish simply because we don't use the money for oil to build roads, to build schools, to build education, like as if these things have not been in existence. But again, secondly, oil is a non-renewable resource. It's just a guest. We are exploiting it now and tomorrow it won't be there. Why should we make our brains to rely on only oil for survival? This policy, it is a compellation to the government for it to look for other ventures that it can survive on, that it can build schools on, that it can look for, it can build other things on, other than making it blindly rely on this. The problem with countries that have mainly developed on oil and why they struggle when oil gets done is because they end up having extreme reliance on oil to develop everything that they do have in the country. As Uganda, we are not ready to settle for that. Now, our opening, this is how they are going to get out of this debate. They do tell us why there is a global transition and why there is need for Uganda to invest in renewable energies. However, they do not make a clear justification why, even in the current context, Uganda cannot make this energy transition. This is why that happens. Firstly, I think you need to understand that among Uganda's problems is the lack of capacity that Uganda does have. Uganda has numerous problems, like these people tell us. We don't have schools, we don't have roads, we don't have industries that we can rely on. Then that means that Uganda has a lot of burdens that it's supposed to meet. Uganda has a lot of things that it is supposed to work on. What does that mean? It means that there is a big likelihood that Uganda does not have the surplus amount of money that it can use to fund renewable energies. And yet, there is already evidence that we need to buy into the global transition, the global energy transition that is currently existing. With the discovery of oil, it gives Uganda clear capacity that it can use to fund the energy transition. Why? By reserving this money without wasting any single coin from this amount of money and use it to and invest it into renewable energy investment. These people tell us that, you know, we need to just get a simple portion of this amount of money and then use the rest to and then we keep the rest but use a certain amount of money. They're the very same people that come here and tell us how renewable energy is very expensive, how it cannot be done using little amount of funds. When then that means if you do concede that renewable energies are very expensive and cannot be invested in by using just mere coins, it simply means that any amount of money that is available, it is justified for us to reserve that amount of money and use it for renewable energy investment. Taken.
You have spoken about...
Be direct.
All right. Are you opposing or proposing?
Style up. Okay. I'm still telling you. Now, I think I've given you why there is necessity for us to opt for this, and this is what lacked from our openings team. They didn't tell you why, with the context of Uganda, there isn't that capacity. There is much needed for Uganda to opt for things, to find that things are renewable energies. Then also, secondly, even if we were to take that, you know, funds do exist, or secondly, even if we are to take it that actually it's better for us to invest into these things, and they are going to come back and tell us how these things can generate funds that can be further used in future for us to have renewable energies. Uganda has history of mismanagement of funds. Uganda allocates funds to do things like providing iron sheets to the people. This money is stolen. Uganda allocates money for combating climate change. This money is stolen. Uganda allocates money to building schools. This money is stolen. What does that mean? To the extent that we say we are just going to invest it into other ventures that are giving them protected time. Okay. So I am saying, to the extent that we just say we are going to leave this money adamantly and they use it in any way, this money is most likely not going to be used. Now time is going to come when energy or when oil has got done, but when as a country we do not have the energy that we need to facilitate our development, and yet we do not even have the funds to fund the renewable energy transition. We shall be a country that is at stake, that cannot do anything in that regard. It then becomes justified for us to reserve this amount of money at all costs that does exist, so that even when time comes when this oil has got done, even when time comes when the entire globe has globally shifted away from the usage of oil to renewable energies, at least we will have something to survive on, something to use in our industries, and it's in that way that we shall have sustainable development, because that will be available. It's in that way that we shall have continued prosperity as a country, because all things will have been achieved. All is proud to be government. Thank you.
All right. My name is Gabriel. Resolved. This House would constitutionally mandate that all oil, sorry, let me time up. Okay, I start my speech in 3, 2, 1. This House would constitutionally mandate that all oil and gas revenues be allocated exclusively for sovereign wealth fund for renewable energy investment. Chair, in this half of the debate, I would like to first say that I'm going to do 3 things. 1, I'm going to disqualify what OG came and deceived us here. 2, I'm also going to show you why their case doesn't stand. 3, I'm also going to show you that our case is actually what is very important. Friends and fellow Ugandans, when a country says that 16.1% of Ugandans are living below the natural poverty line, which means that they are living on less than $1 per day, and 7 million people are still very poor, and then on top of that, you actually realize that the government still comes here and tells us that, okay, the government still comes and tells us that it is not an agency for us to actually to invest in the infrastructure, the service, and all the agriculture. OG comes and tells us that, okay, yes, the economy is actually diversified, which is true, yes, and I gave you the quotations earlier on in the POI, and I told you that still Uganda is poor. Besides service sector providing 55%, the industry is also providing 25%, and also the 27%. And yet they are telling us that we are not going to use the 2.2 trillion annual Uganda shillings that we are going to be getting from the oil sector in the 3 years that we are going to start producing our oil. Remember that this oil sector is something that is going to give us about $8.6 billion if we start producing this oil. And if we cannot utilize this in the rightful manner to actually change the life of the people, is this government really caring about Ugandans? I really doubt. That's a lie. So that's why I'm saying, yes, if the government here comes and tells us that we are going to utilize these things, why? Because oil is finite. It is true, oil is finite. And that's why we are supposed to actually utilize these resources in the rightful manner that will actually help us to live a more sustainable life. And that's why we are saying that, okay, if it is like that, then our OG comes in and tells, OO comes in and tells us that, yes, as much as the government tells us that it is not an agency, we are just trying to take a part of it and we invest it in other sectors, which is something that we say, yes, it is true. And we are going to stand with them and we say, okay, we are going to defer in a short while. Why? When the government comes and tells us that, okay, that they are going to invest this money,
I'm CGPOI.
They are going to, not taken, okay? Yes. When the government comes and tells us that, okay, we are going to invest this money, instead of other sectors, we are going to invest it in the renewable energy. We actually tell you that, okay, renewable energy, there is one big disadvantage with renewable energies. Why? Because they have a very poor energy density. What is energy density? Energy density is the amount of energy that comes from a unit per unit, the amount of energy that can be produced from a small unit of that source of energy. For example, oil, for example, coal, for example, gas. And to that, when we come to renewable energy, you actually realize that solar only contributes 5 to 20 watts per square meters. And then you find wind only contributes 1 to 2 watts per square meters. Hydropower only gives 10 to 100. And yet, when we talk about oil, it gives us about 45 watts per hour. Yes.
Okay.
You're taking time.
No.
It's okay. You'll take it in the next one. So we continue and we say that the renewable energy is not going to be actually advantageous. Why? Because we are not going to be able to run heavy industries because of the energy. I mean, the energy density is not going to be enough. That's why we are saying no. We cannot just transition immediately. The other thing that the government fails to take is that transition cannot just come in without oil. Why? Because the oil sector is still providing a lot of things. Oil, the world as we speak, still gets 33.1% of the energy from oil, 27% of the energy from coal, 24.2% from gas. So what does this mean? Transition cannot just occur. We need to be intentional about these things, and we need to go gradually. We need to have both on the table, and that's why we said OO actually it comes in with that. But where we differ with OO is the fact that they don't bring out the fact that the energy is actually, I mean, the renewable energy that these people are trying to bring out is not efficient enough. The other thing is, as team opposition, we come in here and we say, okay, we are going to provide a better model. Why? When we look at the Norway, which was given as an example, Norway diversifies its funds. So it is not entirely using that fund for renewable energy. So it is an example, but 1.5% of its global, of its stock goes to the global stock. The 3% actually goes to the sector that the government is actually ignoring, which is health, which is education, infrastructure. So which means that if we are to actually learn from Norway, we actually realize that, remember that Norway that we are even comparing with is a developed country. It's not like Uganda, which means that we are having a lot to actually learn from them. And so we come up with a model as the closing opposition, that our model is going to be 70% of this of these funds are actually going to go to the consolidated fund, which means we are going to use it to for immediate economic foundation, which is the health sector, education sector, transport infrastructure. And then you remember that the 30% will now go to the oil sector, to the renewables, which is, this fund is going to go to the petroleum revenue investment reserve, specifically for the green energy and the future generations. Why? Because we as opposition are caring about the future. And team government comes in and tells us that it is not urgent, which means these people don't even care about the next generation. But for us, we are saying that if the 30% can actually go to the next generation, we are actually going to be able to show that the world has to continue. Uganda has to continue developing. And that's why we are saying the 70% goes to consolidated funds, 30% goes to the future fund. And we continue to say that. Remember, when we say that we are going to only involve, to invest into the renewables, it means we are going to ignore other sectors. And remember that in 2020, when COVID-19 came in, Uganda was not even prepared for any disaster. Why? Because they didn't have any reserve funds. But if we have these reserve funds, and they can be used for other sectors, we are going to be able to be disaster prepared. Thank you.
Just to confirm audibility, am I audible? Okay, just a few shout-outs. Mass Debate Society, Society of Petroleum Engineer, me this far. Okay, all right. Just aside my time, I'm going to read the motion for clarity. Then I'll show you what the debate was supposed to be. The motion is, this House would constitutionally mandate that all oil and gas revenues be allocated exclusively to a sovereign. One thing you must understand, they tell us this debate operates in a country like Uganda, right? Motion comes and tells you major things happen in a country like Uganda, and among them is the risk of mismanagement of these funds. But then secondly, Uganda on its own has just discovered oil. It looks like Uganda has already been surviving, but then secondly, oil is not here to stay. You can't come and tell us you have to demand on oil and gas, which is going to get done tomorrow. In simple terms,
OO and CO rules out in this debate because they don't give us a guarantee on why then Uganda must have and come and sit and say oil and gas is here to stay. But then secondly, I think CO grants the worst argument in this debate by telling us, notice renewable energies have a low energy density. Notice there's already a whole global trend existing. It looks like most countries are already opting into like renewable energy sources, but then secondly, it is the only source of energy you have to rely on. It looks like oil and gas is going to expire. It's going to get done. You're going to like lack out on energy. Then secondly, it tells us there is need to fully exploit oil and gas revenues. Notice this works only on our side of the house. Why we come and show you now? Notice these funds are going to be allocated like this kind of global fund, which looks like there is going to be a high likelihood that they're going to like be used in the most efficient manner. Government tell us notice like Uganda is not high among us like emitters. I don't like why the rules are kind of simple. Number one, Uganda already like emits a lot from oil and gas sector. Why then becomes problematic is to say we need like a sort of option from oil and gas emission. Why? Because renewable energy is the only it's the only thing that can give you that kind of incentive. But then secondly, Uganda like needs a lot of transitioning. Why? Because Uganda cannot depend on oil and gas only. Uganda is like it needs to diversify its own energy sector. Why do we rank above OG? OG comes and tells us here, notice Uganda needs transition, but they don't show us why Uganda lacks capacity to use these funds to transition. CG tells you it's pretty simple. Uganda wants transition, but however what's happening like Uganda right now is pretty simple. Uganda lacks on capacity to use these funds to transition efficiently. Why? Because Uganda already have risks of corruption, but then secondly, fund mismanagement. It looks like there is a less likelihood that Uganda is going to use these funds efficiently to transition. Notice what CG tells you. CG tells you once these funds go to the global, to the global sovereign wealth fund, it looks like there is a high likelihood that these funds are going to be used effectively and to achieve what they are able to achieve. Thirdly, why is CG ranks about this in this debate? Notice Uganda's NDP and ETP already stipulate that oil and gas revenues must be used to fund transition to renewable energies. It looks like already there's a direct incentive for Uganda to opt for renewable energies. I think and so lot in this debate because they come and tell us renewable energies are not reliable, they're not efficient. It looks like there's a whole knowledge gap between CO and don't ask anything because you are so bad man, don't ever talk NPOI. I won't take that. Chair, notice. Okay, sorry for that. But these guys never took NPOI. Okay, I'll proceed, Chair. Notice the only thing that can all happen in this debate is pretty simple. You only have a chance to transition if you are able I'll pause my timer. Let's first listen to me. Debate manners guarantee a team to take a POI. These guys refused me. I won't take an POI from them. Okay. I'm going to proceed in 3, 2, 1. Chair, I've already told you the only space that Uganda has to transition is to say if they're able to use these funds effectively and efficiently. When we invest all these funds into the global energy fund, there is a high likelihood that they're going to be well accounted for, but then secondly, monitoring exists. That looks like these funds are most likely going to achieve what they are meant to achieve in this sort of debate. Because I've already told you, Uganda risks misusing these funds if you go on using them in circulation. Okay, again, what honor comes from that side, like opposition bench. They come and tell us, notice, Uganda is already poor and stuff like that. Chair, for God's sake, I don't think a country that has already been surviving for the last 40 years is going to grant corrupt or bankrupt if we use these funds into this global fund. They have to come and show us why then Uganda has got to depend on these funds. But then secondly, notice, Uganda is constantly and continuously going to get loans. It looks like these loans are generational. Even tomorrow they're going to take these loans. Oil won't be there to pay these loans. It looks like if you use these funds right now, you must take a risk. Why? Because these loans are not going to stop. Oil is going to get done. You can't depend on oil funds to pay loans tomorrow and forever. They lose out. But then secondly, I told you, Uganda has already been surviving. To say oil has just come in place, it's going to get done. There is need for Uganda to be wise enough to transition. The transition only happens if you buy into what CG tells you. CG tells you, inject these funds into this global wealth fund. Why? Because Uganda lacks capacity to transition these funds into how they can be used effectively and efficiently. That can only happen if you buy into what CG tells you. OG Pretty tells you something small. OG tells us, okay, it needs transition, but then they don't show us why Uganda can't use those funds to transition. CG tells you we can transition effectively if we trust, I think, the global wealth funds. Okay, lastly, in my last 1 minute, I'm going to just come and engage on why I think CO ranks fourth, OO ranks third, or OG ranks second, CG ranks first. Pretty simple. OO ranks out on the whole idea of why then Uganda needs to develop. CO loses out on this debate because they tell us that Uganda has no need to transition because renewable energies can't achieve anything. OG ranks secondly because they're able to show us why then Uganda can't use these funds on its own, like in terms of capacity to develop. OG ranks first because, CG ranks first because they tell you pretty simple, these funds are going to be used effectively when we inject them into the global wealth fund. Why? Because there is accountability, but then secondly, there is effectiveness, but then thirdly, Uganda on its own risk management, and fourthly, they can't use these funds effectively. What else can I say? I rest my case. Vote CG.
Thank you. So I will repeat. So as I said, our dear judges, my fellow debaters, and our audience, please let us open our eyes. Let us not be deceived. This debate is not about whether renewable energy is good, because we all know it's good. But this debate is about whether Uganda should tie its own hands, ignore its present suffering, and gamble everything on a rigid, future-focused ideal. Let us open our eyes, because government is fundamentally wrong in this case. So let us reframe this debate. Our development cannot be postponed, because government's entire case, from whatever they've said, it rests on one simple dangerous situation or assumption that Uganda can afford to wait, if you've clearly heard whatever they've said. Because the reality on ground in Uganda is very different. People need hospitals, as my fellow speakers said, children need schools, farmers need roads. So when government says that we should just lock all oil revenues for the future, what they're really telling us is that let today's citizens, our audience, let them just sacrifice everything for tomorrow's possibility. But then, let us remind each other, ourselves, this intergenerational justice is not about choosing the future over the present. It's about balancing both sides, our current generation and the future generation to come. So, unlike the government's approach, for us we provide a practical and very responsible model as the opposition. So as my colleague said, 70% of all these revenues, oil revenues, go into immediate development through the national budget. And then the 30% goes into a future-focused sovereign wealth fund for renewable, according to whatever they've told us.
Point.
Because there is no, thank you, there is no skilled workforce, that means our renewable projects will fail. No infrastructure, the energy cannot be distributed. So government wants to build the roof before laying the foundation, which will cause our house to fall. So for us, what we are doing, we are building both in the right order, not the roof first and then the foundation next. Of course, it's the foundation first and then the roof next.
Point.
The foundation is our current generation. The roof is the future generation.
Point.
So, no, thank you. So now let's talk about how renewable technology is evolving rapidly in our current Uganda. So it invests, if Uganda gets all this oil revenue and invests it, it will end up locking itself in inefficient systems. But if Uganda invests gradually, as we are talking about, it will, and then it saves part of that revenue. Of course, it can adopt cheaper, more advanced technology in the future. So, in simple terms, if I may phrase it very well, our government right now is forcing Uganda to buy, for example, a computer of 4th generation at a premium price. But then us, we are allowing Uganda to access the same a computer with like 8th generation, but at a discount.
Point.
So, no, thank you. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that it's not just bad planning. It is being economically irresponsible, whatever they are doing. So Whatever they are telling us right now, it delays solutions, it locks funds into very long-term renewable projects that take decades to what? To fully pay off. Meanwhile, our businesses are struggling, our industries cannot grow, our households remain in poverty. So our model, as I said, it allows immediate investment in accessible energy infrastructure. There is gradual, no thank you, there is gradual transition into renewables, gradual transition, mark that. And then there is, because what I'm trying to say is that development is a process, not just a very sharp increase. I hope you're getting me. Then, no thank you. So let's also address the most dangerous part that they are not looking at. Because they are telling us that we should make this policy constitutional. But the constitutions are very rigid by design. Because what happens if, let's say, a pandemic like COVID that attacked us in 2019, what if it hits? What if a famine hits? What if there is, no thank you, there is a national emergency maybe that requires funding? What are we going to do? Under their government, the money is locked, the state cannot even respond effectively. This is not even just bad policy, it is a loss of sovereignty, a loss of control. So we are not really agreeing to what they are telling us. No thank you. Let's weigh this debate clearly. So government comes, gives us a very rigid constitutional lock. It gives us a delayed and uncertain benefits. It gives us inefficiency in technology, and it also gives us continued poverty, present-day poverty that we are seeing in Uganda. But on our side, our opposition side, we give immediate development impact, we give a sustainable path to renewables, and we give flexibility in terms when there are crises in our country, and it also gives us long-term and short-term justice. Don't forget, we begin with a foundation, then we go to the roof, not the other way around, as they explained to us. Yeah, so let us open our eyes and oppose this government that we have here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just because of time, I'm going to be very, very quick. I would, first of all, thank you for the fine speeches. I hope it was a fairly good debate. To the audience and to the judges, thank you so much. I would then request my able judges to move out for deliberation. 10 minutes should be enough for us to deliberate the right result. Okay, 5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, it's done. So you will announce the winner? Yes, yes. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, thank you so much for waiting all this time. It is now time. And can I get the Kyambogo team that is responsible for changing this to do it as soon as possible? In the meantime, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to yet another edition of the National Petrobowl Qualifiers for Uganda. A big hand clap, guys. You know what is going to happen, right? Okay, let me hear it. Makerere Jew. Oi. Where are you? Kyambogo Jew. You pick Jew. King Caesar Jew. Hey. Master Jew. Okay, Victoria University Jew. IUEA Jew. Let's move it. You pick Jew. Nkumba Jew. Okay, so Jordan, please come and put these things in place. So we are going to, first of all, introduce our judges today. Simon, can you come here a bit? And also our people on the LED screens, please, please. Guys, first wait. Petrobowlers, first stay where you are. I'll call you and you get your deserved hand claps. And also the people bringing water, you are delaying. I don't need that. Tahil, can we get DJ some music which has tension? We okay. Yes, that's nice. In the middle you can put our draws so that people know whom they are versing. So, can I have some more help here for the tables? We are already out of time. Underlining. So, Simon. But they are too close to the moderator. Tell your neighbor it's time to cook. Simon, I need. Names of judges. Put these phones. The phones. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would first of all want to thank you for being here once again, up to this time to wait. And I will start by introducing our judges. Please, Petrobowl is a serious thing. Let's clap for each person who introduced. They have put in a lot of effort, okay? Our first judge is Amina Maelaf, a programs manager at Aquawood Uganda Limited. So judges, if I call your name, please, you come and take one of the seats here. We need a table for judges here, guys. So judges, we are going to be this side. If I call your name, you come and occupy. Yes. Yeah. So there is this is the first, this is the third, this is first, second, third, fourth. Yeah. There's another one which shows it. Yeah. Can we have this out here, display? Our second judge Ivan Okwi, a field service specialist at SLB. A hand clap. Our third judge of the day is Juliet Alleluia, HSE specialist at SLB. Our fourth judge is Mark Mushumba, a technical affairs officer at SPE Uganda section. Guys, we also have Mr. Mugalula George from the Ministry of Energy and also a senior scientist in oil and gas midstream department. We also have our chairperson, who is Anita Linda Wadaga, as a judge, and she's the section chairperson for SPE Uganda section. And finally, our chief judge of the day is Richard Nwagaba, who is the head of development and production at the Uganda National Oil Company. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Perfect. And next, I need to confirm that we have everything ready. Can we have the display that needs to be here? I would ask at this very moment, first of all, teams need to sit just 2 rows behind the judges, unfortunately. So Simon. So guys, the 4th row and 5th row, please let the players sit there. We are begging, you can come closer, not close to the judges, but closer. But the 4th and 5th row, let them be for players. Is that okay? So, it's time to clap and support your team. And I'll start with, I'll start with the 2024 finalists, the Uganda Petroleum Institute of Chugumba. Please, let's give them a big hand clap as they come and take their seats. You clap until they sit. And ladies and gentlemen, for the finalists of the energy quiz organized by the Uganda Junior Chamber of Mines and Minerals, our new baby, 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘯𝘢𝘆 University, a big hand clap. Please pass here and people see you and clap for you as you sit. You pick. Please leave that floor. No. Until they sit. Please bring water. We don't have water on this table. Ladies and gentlemen, Our next university is Nkumba University. A big hand clap. Next, ladies and gentlemen, are the second runners-up in the sports gala, the International University of East Africa. Please clap for them until they reach. Ladies and gentlemen, for our other new baby, let's clap for Victoria University. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the hosts and the 2025 champions of the energy quiz of the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kyambogo University. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Two-time finalists of the Petrobowl finals, ladies and gentlemen, for one of the greatest universities in Uganda, probably the greatest, the Hill and the first university in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Makerere University. Okay. Okay. Now, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2024 Africa Regional Champions, three-time national Ugandan champions, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mbarara University. Okay. We need to continue. And okay, order in the house. Order in the house. We need to continue. We're already out of time. So ladies and gentlemen, for our moderators today, let's give it up for the best male science student at Makerere University, Simon Mungit. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, also let's give it up. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's... No. Guys. Kelvin. I know this never stops. And for our second moderator today, the 2024 Africa Regional Champion and 2025 National Champion, Belinda Kabahuma. So at this moment, can you allow the trophy to be brought? The trophy is only touched by champions. Please bring it. Bring the trophy for the Petrobowl Championship of 2026, and then we shall be able to start with our first match. The trophy, Jovin. Pass here. Okay, now finally, let me allow our chief judge to bring the questions sealed and hand them over to our first moderator. May God bless you all.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. You are welcome to the World Cup of Petroleum Engineering and the oil and gas industry, and that is Petrobowl. So for our first game, our first game is between Kyambogo University and UPIC. Okay. And our judges for that game. Okay. Our judges for that game. Let's have Team Kyambogo take my right. Team Kyambogo. Okay. Then the judges for our first game, we have Miss Juliet Hallelujah, Miss Amina Mayole, and our main judge, Mr. Richard Nwagaba. So before we start our game, we shall have these teams introduce themselves. They tell us their names, if it's their first or second time, and then we kick off. Player for Kyambogo.
Hello, my name is 𝘜𝘨𝘁𝘍𝘐𝘍𝑜𝘚. This is my first time to participate in Petrobowl competitions.
You tell us your name, then if it's your first time or second time playing. Then for clarity, no, you can introduce yourself.
Hello. Where do I press? It's ready.
𝘜𝘨𝘁𝘍𝘐𝘍𝑜𝘚. My name is Senge Joshua. First time.
My name is 𝘜𝘨𝘁𝘍𝑜𝘚. First time.
Hello everyone, my name is 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝑏𝑟𝑜𝘵𝑔𝑒𝑡 and this is my first time.
Hello everyone, my name is 𝘜𝘨𝑇𝑚𝑜𝑠 second time.
My name is Nasanga Smaya, second time.
Okay. Then I'll turn to my left.
Hello everyone. Protocol observed. Ipik Oye. Ipik Oye. My name is Ndiabaje Arnold, team captain. It's my first time.
Hello everyone. Kenneth Basuta Serada here. A debutant, first time.
Hello everyone, my name is Jonathan Adaku and it's my first time to participate.
Ipik Oye! Ipik Oye! My name is Gansu Vesta, it's my first time.
Good evening everyone. I'm fine. My name is Nisima Jessica. It's also my first time.
Okay. Okay. I'll take this time to introduce the scorekeeper of the day and the timekeeper. Tahir, please, you can give us a thumbs up. That's our scorekeeper, alongside Tiko Joseph, and those are experienced past Petro bowlers. Then for our timekeeper, we have Jovin Okello. As you can see, it's up and down. So, for our very first time, the first game, we shall be having 14 players versing the other 14 players from the other side. So the fifth player, and that's the substitute, will be sitting in the sides. I hope we are ready. So we shall test our buzzers, starting off with Kyambogo. Please. Tayo, you can clear that. You wait for me to communicate, then you buzz. Okay. Player number 4, Kyambogo. Player 3, player 2, player 1. For you pick, player number 4. We can redo that. Tahir? Okay. Player number 4, Kyambogo. Player 3, player 2, player 1. Okay. Player number 4, you pick. Player 3, player 2, and player number 1. I think we are good to go. Okay, for our first game, it has a total number of 25 questions, and we shall distribute them in 2 halves. So for the first half, we shall have 15 questions, and if the team you feel like you want to make a substitute, you can communicate within the half break. Then the other 10 questions will be read in the second break. Enjoy. Round 1, toss-up question 1. What is the equipment that transfers heat to the produced gas stream? Player 1, Kyambogo.
Heater treater.
Judges. That's incorrect. We need maximum audience, please. Toss-up question 2. In the context of reservoir engineering, what does the 2 acronyms EOR and IOR stand for? Player 2, you pick. Your time is moving. That's a -5 to your pick. Player 2, Kyambogo.
Enhanced oil recovery and improved oil recovery.
You know the judges, please. That's a +10. Toss-up question 3. The parting or breaking of the drill string downhole due to fatigue or excessive torque is called what? Player 1, you pick.
Differential stacking.
That's incorrect. No, you're out of time. Toss-up question 4. In the context of World Oil and Gas Organizations, what does COPAS stand for? Time up. Toss-up question 5. The rate of increase in temperature per unit depth in the earth is called what? Player 1, Kyambogo.
Temperature gradient.
That's correct. Toss-up question 6. A hygroscopic solid such as silica gel, calcium chloride. Player 1, Kyambogo.
Dry bed.
That's correct. Toss-up question 7. Audience, please. Toss-up question 7. Stated by the United Nations, what does the acronym SDG stand for? Toss-up question 8. What is the name of the gas operating problem? Yes, please.
Point of appeal.
Technical team, we have a problem. We have an issue. Who buzzed first in the previous question? Jovin?
Yes, for the previous question, I don't know if you never saw it well. It was your pick player 2 that buzzed first. So, with that said, I think we can just nullify that question and we take a replacement question though.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
My apologies. So, okay. So we are replacing question number 7 with, in reservoir simulation, how is said to be a grid block if the all-time level value is used to evaluate the interblock flow terms dependent upon it? Okay. Toss up question number 8. I'm taking a replacement question for that since I drew up of it from the previous time. Okay. This is a replacement question for question number 8. Name the laboratory tests used to estimate the minimum miscibility pressure, MMP, or minimum miscibility concentration, MMC, of a given injection solvent and reservoir oil. Okay. Toss up question number 9. Which company is currently the largest US oil company by market value? Toss up question 10. In the oil and gas business context, what is the general term given to documents used to solicit information, quotations, or proposals from prospective sellers? Toss-up question 11. In well completions, this is a downhole tool that is located and set to isolate the lower part of the well bore. This tool may be permanent or retrievable, enabling the lower well bore to be permanently sealed. Player 3, Kyambogo.
Parker.
Pardon?
Okay.
That's incorrect. Player 4, you pick.
Retrievable Parker.
That's incorrect as well. Toss-up question 12. Audience. Toss-up question 12. In the context of drilling engineering, what does DGDS stand for? Toss-up question 13. What gas is produced as a byproduct of the production of crude oil? Toss-up question 14. In drilling engineering, name a device that turns the drill string. Player 2, you pick.
A top drive.
That's correct. Question number 15, and the last for this round. Toss-up question 15. This is the gas mainly composed of propane and butane, which has... Player 1, Kyambogo.
Liquefied petroleum gas.
That's correct. So we shall have a 2 minutes break and then we come back for the other half. Oh, okay. So the team on my side, that's you.
So, and rename this, your player 2, you pick, okay?
Team players, please utilize these bottles of water.
Player 3, you pick. The game code is up here. Okay? So, seven. So have you renamed player 2? Very good.
To put on the sound.
Yes. Can the players buzz start from player 1 you pick, buzz going this side, player 2, player 3, player 4, player 1 Kyambogo, please buzz, player 2. So there is this person, please player 3 you pick. Sorry, Kyambogo, please rename your device. You're supposed to put player 3, Kyambogo. Okay, I've seen it. Thank you.
Okay. So we are going in for the last 10 questions of our game between Kyambogo and you pick. Okay. Toss up question 16. What year was ATCE established? Player 1 Kyambogo.
1924.
That's correct. Toss up question 17. In the context of reservoir engineering,
Rejoin.
So let's have a break of 2 minutes, take water as we sort out this issue. 9 questions remaining.
982? No, yeah.
This question is buzzer is bad.
Okay. We're going to test our buzzers again. Okay, we shall test our buzzers again. Okay. Player number 4, you pick, buzz. Player number 3.
Buzz.
Player number 3, pick. Player number 1. Player number 4, Kyambogo. Player 3. Player number 2. Player number 1. Okay. Toss-up question 17, known as the fraction of the effective porosity filled with a specific fluid. Player 3, Kyambogo.
Saturation.
Pardon?
Saturation.
That's correct. Toss-up question 18. A device used to have designs is available to suit the Wellbore geometry and provide a simplified description of a geological scenario. Player number 3, you pick.
Layer cake geometry.
That's correct. Toss-up question 20. What is the preferred method for alternative dispute resolution in international petroleum transactions? Toss-up question 21. A device used to control the flow of fluids by directing flow through a restriction or hole of a fixed size. The fluid characteristics and the pressure differential across the choke determine the flow rate through a fixed choke. Toss-up question 22. A type of tubing connection in which the external diameter of the tubing joint is larger adjacent to the tubing connection to provide the necessary strength. Player 1, Kyambogo.
External end upset.
That's correct. Toss-up question 23. What is the term defined by ASTM as synthetic or semi-synthetic organic colloids that have a very malleable characteristic that allows them to be molded into an assortment of shapes making them very suitable for the manufacture of various products. Toss up question 24 and the second last for this game. Toss up question 24. The act of adjusting a model of a reservoir until it closely reproduces the past behavior of a reservoir. Player 3, Kyambogo.
History matching.
That's correct. And the last question for this round, for this game, toss up question 25. A component of drill string that provides weight on bit for drilling.
This player 1, Kyambogo.
Drill collar.
That's correct. Okay. Okay. So Team Kyambogo, you can shake hands with your pick as you leave the stage.
Thank you, Belinda. May we clap again for the teams? Our next match is between Makerere University and Victoria University. May I have Captain Abdul and his team to come forward? And then Team Victoria University, please come and take your seats. So we are going to give Team Victoria 2 minutes. If they don't take their seats, we'll consider the game forfeited and MOOC will proceed to the next round.
Man, the phone's up, but this one is on 26. See what you can do. This is on 20. I don't know if it's enough.
And the other one? But what percent? bring some power banks.
Isn't this an iPhone? I'm sure it won't keep it.
We'll bring power banks. It's remaining a few seconds. Okay. Makerere University advances to the next round. Thank you. That's enough. Our next game is between Barara University and King Caesar University. Captain Daniel and your team, take your seats. Barara University team, please take your seat. King Caesar University team, please take your seats.
Introduction.
Hello. Hello everyone. I'm Kuganja Daniel, team captain must. Thank you. Two-time Petrobowl.
Good evening everyone. I'm 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘃𝘠𝘢𝘀, player 2 must, past time.
Good evening everyone. This is Ahumza Davis, player 3 must, first time.
Good evening, everyone. This is Kenneth Okwel, first time.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sisi Sharifa, first time.
Okay, what's the game?
I know that, man. I know that.
Hello everyone. I'm Jonathan Mubiru, team captain, King Caesar University.
Hello everyone. My name is Samuel Trinawi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Everest Ndayambaji. It's my first time.
Hello everyone, I'm Joshua Mnyambabas, first time.
So our team players, just a moment. So I'm starting from the team captain of must. You are player 1. The next person is player 2. The adjacent person to you is player 3. Then the The last person is player 4. The same to King Caesar. The first person to the moderator is player 1. Just goes on increasing. Thank you.
So we are going to test our buzzers. Player 4 must. Player 3. Player 2. Player 1. Player 4 King Caesar. Player 3. Player 2. Player 1. Okay, we are good to go. This is quarterfinals match 3. Toss up question 1. Name 2 types of Parker classification. Toss up question 2. Stated by the United Nations, please name the Sustainable Development Goal number 3. Player 4 must.
Good health and well-being.
That is correct. Toss up question 3. This type of managed pressure drilling technology uses or simulates the effect of 2 fluids of different gradients in the annulus to create dual hydrostatic gradients to better manage the annular pressure profile. Toss up question 4.
So, just to clarify, we're having network issues here, but here it is displaying that Must is leading with 10 points. King Caesar is having 0. So that will be worked on. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue. Toss up question 4. In the tubing context, what does HSLA stand for? Toss up question 5. Player 4 must.
High resolution azimuthal lateral log sonde.
Incorrect. Toss up question 5. A diagram that displays multivariate data. This can aid the recognition of complex similarities or distinctions in a set of data. A well-known example is the stiff diagram, which shows the patterns of cations. Player 2 must. That is correct.
Glyph.
That is correct. Toss up question 6. What is the common flake bridging material? Toss up question 7. Name the concept that describes the phenomenon of small values of an attribute are in geological proximity to other small values, while high values are close to other high values. Material, liquid or powder, which player 2 must.
Coating.
That is correct. Toss-up question 9. Natural or induced production impairments that can... Player 2 must...
Formation damage.
That is correct. Toss-up question 10. In oil and gas business, what is the term referred to an individual, group, or organization that may be affected by or perceive itself to be affected by a decision, activity, or outcome of a project?
So he was actually on time, so let him take that chance.
Player 4, 𝘕𝘂𝑆𝑒𝑎𝑟. Give this one.
Project affected persons.
That is incorrect. Toss-up question 11. Which poisonous acid is typically mixed with hydrochloric acid or pH low when it... Player 2, 𝘕𝘂𝑆𝑒𝑎𝑟.
Acetic acid.
Incorrect. Player 2 must...
Hydrofluoric acid.
That is correct. Toss-up question 12. How is it called, the diagram that allow to describe the space dependency of a regionalized variable over some distance? Toss-up question 13. An enlarged region of a well bore caused by excessive jet bit velocity, soft or unconsolidated formations, in situ rock stresses, mechanic...
Player 4 must...
Toss-up question 14. In oil and gas business, what are the series of phases that a project passes through from its start to its completion? Toss-up question 15 and the last for this round. In geology context, please name the law stating that lithologies that conformably overlie one another must...
Player 2 must...
Walter's law.
That is correct. That brings us to the first round. We are not going to change sides. If you have a substitution, you can make it now.
So, moderator. So, so if they are changing position, there are devices because
no, they are not changing.
All right,
Yeah.
It's okay.
Do you have substitution? We are going to test our buzzers again. Player 4 must. Player 3. Player 2. Player 1. Player 4, 𝘕𝘂𝑆𝑒𝑎𝑟. Player 3. Player 2. Player 1. Okay. 15. Regarding flow regime in pipelines, please mention the flow regime in which the pressure is further reduced as the mixture moves uphole, resulting in more bubbles form, and small bubbles aggregate to larger bubbles than small bubbles and liquids. Toss-up questions of anhydrite. Toss-up questions of anhydrite.
Player 1 must.
CaSO4.
That is correct. Toss-up question 18. Regarding flow mechanics in porous media, What do we refer to as the pressure differential between two immiscible fluid phases occupying the same pores? Seismic reflection that can indicate the presence of hydrocarbon.
Player 1 must.
Bright spot.
The envelope. That is correct. Toss up question 22.
Please rename. So I'm going to kick you off. And you please rejoin. This one. So if I've kicked you out, please rejoin.
Okay. I think we can start.
Player 3 Nkumba, please join. So the game code is 3 Nkumba. Please join. Yeah, so we retest the buzzers again. Let's begin by having Team IAU. Player 4. Player 1 Nkumba. Player 2. 3. 4. Okay, all is set.
Okay. Please enjoy the game. For quarter-final match 4 between IUEA and Nkumba, toss-up question 1. In facilities engineering, what does P and ID stand for?
Time.
Toss-up question 2. In a gathering system, a pipe arrangement that connects flow lines from several wellheads into a single gathering line is referred to.
Time.
Toss-up question 4. We need maximum audience, please. Stop question 5. Toss-up question 5. What is the other common name for progressive cavity or monio pumps associated with the presence of hydrogen sulfide is termed as?
Player 1 Nkumba.
Soil corrosion.
Pardon?
Soil corrosion.
That's correct. Toss-up question 17. What term is used when a hole is the same diameter as the bit size?
Kyambogo.
Gauge hole.
Pardon?
Gauge hole.
That's correct. Toss-up question 18. Toss-up question 18. This gamma-ray interaction occurs in rays with more than 3 MeV.
Player 3 Kyambogo.
Photoelectric emission.
Pardon?
Photoelectric emission.
That's incorrect. And
Player 3 Mook.
pardon? That's incorrect as well. Toss-up question 19. Toss-up question 19.
Excuse me, guys, please, we are doing our best here, so let's not try to interrupt. So it is just network issue the other side, but all is okay this side. Thank you.
Okay. Toss-up question 19. Toss-up question 19. What is the primary well control barrier?
Player 2 Kyambogo.
Mud. drinks in month.
That's correct.
I beg your pardon, was it a positive 10?
Yes.
Okay,
Positive
okay.
10 for Kyambogo.
Thank you. Positive 10, Kyambogo.
Toss-up question. Okay. With much revision from our judges, we shall take question 19 incorrect. So that's a negative 5 for Mook. Toss-up question. Which team answered the previous question?
It was Kyambogo.
Sorry about that. So it's a -5.
Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Previously it was they had 30. So you said correct. It went to 40, but now with the review from the judges, they have said it is a -5. So we first take off the 10, then we subtract the 5 again. So it goes to 25.
Okay.
Okay, let's listen. Audience, please. So at first, Kyambogo got 30 marks, and when they said it's right, so we added 10 marks. But now the answer is wrong. We first subtract the 10 to come back to 30, then subtract the 5, -5, to come back to 25.
The technical team is doing its work perfectly. Judges.
So guys, allow me clarify this. Allow me clarify. So just hold on. So before that question was read, Kyambogo had 30, Mook had 25. Hold on. Hold on. It's okay.
Okay. So Kyambogo University has an appeal, our dear judges. The team captain, Kyambogo University, has an appeal for question number 19.
So guys, it's a game, but you're making our lives so difficult this side.
So I found this one. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, we have also a manual. We are doing the manual tallying. It's okay. And the judge's word is final. Also please, the players know the truth. These ones know the truth. So if it persists and they also can't decide, we shall forfeit. It's possible. Okay, so this is from the judges and it is final. Okay? In the first round, Kyambogo had 30. Makerere had 25. Okay? In the second round, Kyambogo has failed. They have negative 15. In the second round, Makerere has positive 5. So, Makerere has 30, Kyambogo has 25. And that's what we are proceeding with. So, listen. So, Kyambogo, before even when that question, they have an appeal to make. And they are going to give them a chance because it is in their own rights, okay? And an appeal is made by the captain. These are rules followed by the Petrobowl Federation and they are international.
So we are like...
Listen.
The primary well control barrier. We are thinking it can be mud, and another thing to mean mud, it can be the drilling fluids.
That's correct. Okay.
The primary barrier is the hydrostatic pressure in the mud, not the mud.
Okay. So you have used your one appeal. We are going to continue. Okay. Let's continue with the game.
Okay.
Makerere 30, Kyambogo 25.
Toss up question.
Please silence.
Toss up question 20. Toss up question 20. Toss up question 20. Who is the drilling company boy in charge of drilling operations?
Player 2 Mook.
Pardon? That's incorrect.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Allow us to rectify this. We are subtracting. We don't want problems. So it is now 20 up, 25, 25. Though the other side we are having problems. You can move on.
Toss up question 21. This term is often used in formation evaluation tests, and it is defined as the decrease of saturation of the wetting phase.
Player 4 Mook.
That's drainage.
That's correct. Toss-up question 22. What is the common term for the emissions of gases or vapors from pressurized equipment due to leaks and other unintended or irregular releases of gas, mostly from industrial activities?
Time.
Okay. Toss-up question 23. What API gravity range characterizes most of Uganda's Albertine crude oil?
Time.
Okay. Toss-up question 24. Toss-up question 24. The naturally occurring solid insoluble organic matter that occurs in source rocks and can yield oil upon heating.
Player 2, Kyambogo.
Pardon?
Bitumen.
That's incorrect.
Player 1, Mook. Player 1, Mook.
That's correct. Toss-up question. Toss-up question 25. Name 2 of the 3 faulting states or regimes based on the Anderson faulting theory.
Time.
Okay. Toss-up question 26. What does the acronym PFD stand for in facilities engineering?
Player 2, Mook.
That's correct. Toss-up question 27. Toss-up question 27. The process of removing colloidal materials from water, a chemical coagulant, for example, alum, or a chemical flocculant, for example, a polymer, or both are added to the water.
Time.
Toss-up question 28. Toss-up question 28. Who was elected as the 2024 SPE president?
Player 1, Mook.
Pardon? That's correct. So we are going in for the last 2 questions of this game. Toss-up question 29. Toss-up question 29. A unit of measure for Portland cement. This refers to the amount of cement that occupies a bulk volume of 1.0 feet cubed and weighs 94 pounds.
Time.
Toss-up question 30, and the last for this game. A fluid used to initiate hydraulic fracturing that does not contain propellant.
Pad.
Player 4, Mook.
Pardon? That's incorrect.
And that's the end of the game. So we have player 1, Kyambogo.
Pardon? That's correct. So,
and that's the end of the game.
You can please shake hands.
So there is a third playoff for Kyambogo. There is a third playoff for Kyambogo, and it means a lot, which I'll be telling you later on.
It's this one, eh?
Yeah, that's match 2. That is match 2.
Which is this one?
So let's have Mast and Kumba here. So the judges, Julie will be replaced by Ezekiel and Mr.
George.
So the team captains, please direct your team players to join in. Yes, I'm seeing player 1, Nkumba. Please do the rest. Team captain must please take control. Okay, we are good to go. But I just need some space. Just one space. I just want space. Yes, it is what I want. I just wanted you guys to see. They are sick. I just wanted you guys to see. So intense, and I just so player 4 must please buzz. Player 3, player 2, player 1. Okay.
So we are good to go. This is semi-finals match. Mukumba University and Barara University of Science and Technology. Toss up question 1. In what year was SPE ATCE first held?
Player 1, Nkumba.
Correct. Toss up question 2. In a reservoir, What is the name of the contact below which only water is produced?
Time.
Toss up question 3. What is the flow of formation fluids into the well bore during drilling operations called?
Player 2 must.
A kick.
Correct. Toss up question 4. To calculate dead oil viscosity using Glasgow correlation, we need temperature and which oil property?
Time.
Toss up question 5. Along which stress direction will a fracture always open?
Time.
Toss up question 6. Natural gas that contains less methane, typically less than 85% methane.
Player 1 Nkumba.
Incorrect.
Player 2 must.
Wet gas.
Correct. Toss up question 7. An item of solids control equipment consisting of an inverted cone, the mud being fed tangentially into the upper, that is the larger diameter part.
Time.
Toss up question 8. What is the parameter that results from the product of absolute permeability times relative permeability?
Time.
Toss up question 9. In what year was the SPE Uganda section established?
Player 1 Nkumba.
2010.
Judges. Player
It's past
4
time.
must.
Past time. We have player 4 must.
23. 23.
Incorrect. Toss up question 10. Name a solids-free liquid used to complete an oil and gas well.
Player 2 must.
Completion fluid.
Correct. Toss up question 11. Mention SLB CEO.
Player 2 must.
Olivier Lepuche.
Correct. Toss up question 12. Toss up question 12. What mechanical property of a material defined as the stress at environmental conditions to produce rupture in a fixed amount of time, usually given in hours?
Time.
Toss up question 13. To remove water from a substance, the substance may be crude oil.
Player 2 must.
Dehydrate.
Correct. Toss up question 14. Toss up question 14. In which year did the Blue Water and Shell install the first semi-submersible drilling rig?
Time.
Toss up question 15 and the last one for this round. Consequence of repeated bend cycling of coiled tubing material is a phenomenon which results in reduction of material yield strength as the CT performs its prescribed service. How is this phenomenon called?
Time.
That is the end of round 1. The judges are saying I should repeat question 15. Yes. Okay. Toss up question 15. One significant consequence of repeated bend cycling of coiled tubing material is a phenomenon which results in a reduction in material yield strength as the CT performs its prescribed service. How is this phenomenon called?
Time.
That brings us to the end of round 1. We are going into round 2.
Please test the buzzers. Player 1, Nkumba, please test your buzzer. Player 2, player 3, player 4, player 1 must. Player 2, player 3, player 4. Okay.
Toss up question 16. Which north reference does a gyroscope use?
Time.
Toss up question 17. The pressure exerted by a vapor escaping from a liquid, it quantifies the tendency of molecules to enter the gaseous phase.
Player 2 must.
Vapor pressure.
Correct. Toss up question 18. Toss up question 18. This equipment is deployed downhole through the casing string and generates high velocity fluid. Is used to lower downhole pressures and increase production rates. Include power fluid, nozzle, production inlet chamber, throat and diffuser. Name it.
Time.
Toss up question 19. Law of thermodynamics that recognizes that if two systems are in thermal equilibrium with a third, they are also in thermal equilibrium with each other.
Player 2 must.
The zeroth law.
Judges. Can you repeat the answer?
The zeroth law.
Zero. Incorrect.
Pardon?
Incorrect.
Incorrect. We had player 2 from Nkumba. Someone buzzed from Nkumba.
He's saying he didn't.
Player 3.
First law of thermodynamics.
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Guys, you have no right to question the moderator concerning the answer. Please, you're interrupting the game.
Toss up question 20. Up question 20. The complete circuitous path that the drilling fluid travels.
Player 4 must.
Circulation system.
Correct. Toss up question 21. This thermodynamic property measures how the Gibbs free energy of a real fluid deviates from that of an ideal gas. It has dimensions of pressure.
Time.
Toss up question 22. Who is credited for the development of the commonly used safety triangle?
Time.
Toss up question 23. What is the factor that relates a reservoir volume of oil to a surface volume?
Player 2 Nkumba.
Correct. Toss up question 24. Which principle requires that the difference between the rates at which fluid enters and leaves the volume through its surface must equal the rate at which mass accumulates within that volume?
Player 3 must.
Material balance.
Judges. Incorrect.
Player 2 Nkumba.
Incorrect. Toss-up question 25. In SPE, what is called the highest honor or an award a student chapter can receive?
Player 1 Nkumba.
That is correct. Toss-up question 26. Through which country does the East African crude oil pipeline pass after Uganda?
Player 1 must.
Tanzania.
That is correct. Toss-up question 27. In oil and gas business, what is the name of the contractual agreement with an owner who holds a working interest in an oil and gas lease to assign all or part of the interest to a party in exchange for fulfilling?
Player 2 must.
Farm out.
That is correct. Toss-up question 28. In the context of data science, what does DOF stand for?
Player 4 must.
Digital oil field.
Correct. Toss-up question 29. In a corrected gamma ray log, which elements contribute?
Player 4 must.
Uranium.
That is correct. Toss-up question 30 and the last one of this round. Who is the 2025 SPE president?
Player 2 must.
Olivia House. Yes. Olivia House, 2025. SPE president.
So we have player 1 Nkumba as well, just in case if the response is wrong.
Both are incorrect.
Player 1 Nkumba.
She's incorrect.
Sorry.
That brings us to the end of the game. At the end of the game, I hope these are the final marks. These are the final marks. Scorekeeper, the judges have told me the must answer is correct. So at the end of the game, Master has 105, Nkumba has 10.
So we are going for our third playoff. Hello? We are going for our third playoff, and the third team, apart from getting a prize, they are also getting a special invitation to the Africa Regional Qualifiers. Okay? So we call upon Kyambogo to come back and we finish the third game. Thank you. Kyambogo team, if they are not here in 5 minutes, we forfeit and Kumba becomes the third.
So, team captain Nkumba, please take responsibility. Let's join in. Display. Team captain Kyambogo, please let's join. Player 4, Nkumba, you are disconnected. Okay. Player 4, Nkumba, please.
He's on. Player 4, Nkumba, Buzz. Player 3, Player 2, Player 1. Player 4, Kyambogo, please Buzz. Player 3, Player 2, Player 2, please Buzz. Player 1. So, first round, third place match. Toss up question 1. A type of fault. Audience. Toss up question 1. A type of fault in which the hanging wall moves down relative to the foot wall.
Player 1, Nkumba.
No more fault. That's correct. Toss up question 2. During drilling operations, what is the condition when the pressure exerted on a formation exposed in a wellbore is less than the internal fluid pressure of that formation?
Time.
Toss up question 3. A finely divided solid material which when dispersed in a liquid medium scatters a light beam and does not settle by gravity. Such particles...
Player 1, Nkumba.
Pardon? That's correct. Toss up question 4. How is called the instrument used to measure the radiation dose?
Time.
Toss up question 5. Please give the name of the inverter of the electric battery.
Time.
Toss up question 6. A salt made with stearic acid, which is a fatty acid, a type of organic acid derived from
Player 1 Kumba. Kyambogo, sorry.
Fatty acid soap.
Let me finish the question for the other team. That's incorrect. A type of organic acid.
Player 1 Nkumba has buzzed as well.
Aluminium stearate. That's correct. Toss up question 7. Toss up question 7. A geostatistical tool that yields a quantitative.
Guys. Let's stay humble.
Toss up question 7. A geostatistical tool that yields a quantitative measure of the error in a map. It is performed when multiple maps have been created using kriging or co-kriging, and where each map has similar mean and variance as the control points, has approximately the same semivariogram, and approximately honors the control points.
Time.
Toss up question 8. How is called a depression in the crust of the earth caused by plate tectonic activity and subsidence?
Player 1 Kyambogo.
Benzene.
That's correct. Toss up question 9. Toss up question 9. Name the term used in secondary and EOR processes defined as a description of reservoir conditions under which a fluid previously isolated or separated from production.
Player 1 Kyambogo.
Breakthrough. That's correct. Toss up question 10. The process of collecting, cleansing, transforming, and modeling data to discover useful information that can be used to make recommendations for future decisions is known as?
Player 4 Kyambogo.
Data mining.
Pardon?
Data mining.
That's incorrect. Toss up question 10. Toss up question 11. In which year was published the first issue of the Way Ahead, a journal for SPE?
Player 1 Kyambogo.
2005.
That's correct. Toss up question 12. How is it called, the laboratory test utilizing a living organism required by governmental agencies?
Player 1 Kyambogo.
Bioassay.
Pardon?
Essay.
That's incorrect. I'll finish the question for the other team. Okay. That was incorrect for Kyambogo, and I'll finish the question for the other team. Required by governmental agencies throughout the world prior to discharge of mud or cutting.
Time.
Toss up question 13. What is the first step in a casing design program?
Time. Time.
Okay. Toss up question 14. Regarding phase diagram, which type of hydrocarbon does not produce any liquids when brought to the surface?
Player 1, Kyambogo.
Dry gas.
That's correct. Toss up question 15 and the last for this half. In a program created by the SPE, HSE and Sustainability Technical Discipline, aims to enable all individuals in the oil and gas industry to act in the service of sustainable socio-economic development through their professional societies, empowering those at all levels within organizations to create actions to address the planet's sustainability challenges.
Time.
If you have any substitutions to make, you can do it now. Okay. Player number 4, Nkumba, please buzz. Player number 3, 2, 1. Player number 4, Kyambogo. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Toss up question 16. The basic equation developed to represent steady state fluid flow, which assumes...
Player 1, Kyambogo.
Bernoulli equation.
That's correct. Toss up question 17. Toss up question 17. The amount of local personnel, material and services that what...
Player 1, Kyambogo.
Local content.
That's correct. Toss up question 18. This geologic term refers to the magnitude of inclination of a plane from the horizontal. This plane could be a sedimentary...
Player 1, Kyambogo. Player 1, Kyambogo.
Inclination. Inclination.
That's incorrect.
Player 2, Nkumba.
That's incorrect as well. Toss up question 19. This drilling practice is carried out during total lost circulation.
Player 1, Nkumba.
Pardon? That's correct. Toss up question 20. In how many regions is divided SPE?
Player 3, Kyambogo.
7.
That's incorrect.
Player 1, Nkumba.
8.
Pardon? That's incorrect as well.
We want to make an appeal.
Team Nkumba has an appeal. Sorry, Team Kyambogo has an appeal. Judges.
We are thinking the regions are 7.
They're making an appeal for question number 20. Okay. So, Team Kyambogo is correct. So, technical team, we are removing a -5 from Nkumba and 10 points for Kyambogo. Okay. Toss-up question 21. With regards to well interventions, what does the acronym HWU stand for?
Time.
Okay. Toss-up question 22. The 𝘚𝘶𝘢𝘴𝘄 project in Lake Albert includes the development of how many fields?
Player 3 Nkumba.
31.
That's incorrect.
Player 4 Kyambogo.
6 oil fields.
That's correct. Toss-up question 23. Toss-up question 23. Which important thermodynamic rule states that the degrees of freedom are the difference between the number of required intensive properties and the number of relations?
Time.
Toss-up question 24. What device removes any liquid droplets that carry over with the gas relief sent to
Player
the
1 Nkumba.
Desiccant.
Pardon?
Desiccant.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
Okay. Toss-up question 25. What is the name of the equation developed by Rollins and Saccohard that noticed the difference between the squares of the average reservoir pressure and the flowing bottom hole pressures were plotted against the corresponding flow areas on logarithmic coordinates? They obtained a straight line.
Player 4 Nkumba. Kyambogo, sorry.
Cuts equation.
Pardon?
Standing cuts.
That's incorrect. Toss-up question 26. In oil and gas business, a share of the revenue free and clear of all costs of development and production.
Player 1 Nkumba.
Pardon? That's incorrect.
Player 1 Kyambogo.
Profit oil.
That's incorrect as well. Reality override. Okay. Toss-up question 27. What term refers to the relative ease that one fluid has to flow through the pore space in the presence of other fluids?
Player 1 Nkumba.
Pardon? That's incorrect.
2 Kyambogo. Please don't discuss.
Relative permeability.
That's correct. Toss-up question.
Effective.
Step in, you know. Guess what once.
Effective permeability.
Okay. Toss-up question 28. The energy of this drive mechanism comes from the expansion of the gas at the top of the reservoir as the pressure in the reservoir drops.
Player 1, Nkumba.
That's correct. Toss-up question 29, the second last for this game. Buzzers, please. Okay. Toss-up question 29. How many levels does the technology advancement of multilaterals classification has?
Time.
Toss-up question 30 and the last for this game. Mention at least 4 of the 6 sedimentary basins in Uganda.
Time.
Okay.
And that's the end of the game.
That marks the end of our game. You can please have a handshake.
Are you ready? Are you guys ready? Okay, so we are going to the final match. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is Must versus Mook. So, can I first hear it for Mbarara University? Okay. Can I hear it from Makerere University? Where has the energy gone? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, for this round, our judges will be Okwi. Sorry, we are going to have Ivan Okwil, Mr. Mugaola George, and Mr. Richard. And our moderator for the day is going to be McLean Agava. So, can I have Makerere University come and take up their seats? Can I also have Mbara University come and take up their seats? Okay, for this round we shall have 40 questions, 20 in each half. Okay, so
are the captains, please let's do the needful. Can help us coordinate with your team players so that they can join in. Thank you.
So I need to confirm. Can I have Tahir and Jovin come and confirm the phones that are here? Also, for this round, because it's a final, we shall allow exchange during halftime. Okay? They will leave the devices where they are and then they will exchange. Another important thing to the judges, please only interrupt if you are asked by the moderator or if there is an appeal. Yes. Those are the rules of the game. I need to remind them.
Is this mic working?
Okay, so okay, let me first. Understand the tension. So ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, allow me invite McLean to take over the game. A hand clap. Yes, please, cameraman, this is important. Have a good photo here and a good photo here and a photo with the moderator. Yeah, so first take the photos. You come behind and take the photos. Also come and take the photos after. Before McLean takes over, you greet yourselves and hug yourselves, because I know what always happens after this. Very important. We are all brothers and sisters in the oil and gas industry. So cameraman, when they are done, you will do that. Guys, you come behind them. No. You see. Just like
Cameraman, are we done? Good?
So, just a moment. We can test our buzzers to see that we are okay. Let's begin with the player 1 MOOC, player 2, player 3, player 4, player 4 must, player 3, player 2, player 1. Okay, all is set.
All right. We are back at it again. I'll just confirm from our players whether they are ready. So, Team Mook, are we ready? Wanji? Okay, so Captain, Team Master, are we ready? Okay. Without wasting any time, we shall begin our final match for the day. And Okay. So, without wasting any time, I'll go to the first question, and this goes to to Mook. Sorry.
Stop. Sorry, she never knew. Auntie, those past days, they used to.
Okay. I've been corrected. Sorry. So I'll read the question and the first person to buzz will answer. Okay. Question number 1. What is the name of the rift system that hosts Uganda's oil-bearing sedimentary basin?
Player 4, Mook.
East African Rift System.
That's incorrect.
Player 1, Must.
Hello.
Time.
Grabbing.
That's right. Okay, question number 2. Name 3 types of propelling agents.
Time.
Okay, question number 3. Mention 1 correlation for predicting the oil formation volume factor.
Player 4, Mook.
That's correct. Question Okay, our participants, you may have to speak up. You may have to be loud. Okay. If you're facing any challenges, you can report. Okay, question number 3. In drilling, WOB stands for what?
Player 1, Must.
Wait on bit.
That's right. Question number 5. In the offshore drilling context, under static conditions, by what parameter do surface and bottom hole pressure differ?
Time.
Question number 6. What is the second largest chemical product produced in the world?
Time.
Okay. Question number 7. What commonly used term describes the whale bore curvature, which is the overall angle change between 2 points in the trajectory?
Time.
Okay, question number 8. In the oil and gas business, it is a portion of produced oil.
Oh, yes. Player 4, Mook, had buzzed. Sorry for that.
You didn't clear his buzzer.
The buzzer wasn't
Oh,
clear.
yes. So, meaning he buzzed past time. He buzzed past time. Sorry.
The buzzer has an issue?
Yeah, it is network this side. Okay. I suggest you take a replacement question for that. Sorry.
Have you rectified the issue?
Nani?
Okay, we shall recall that. Let's go to question number, in this case, 8. In drilling engineering, what is meant by the minimum yield strength of G105 grade drill pipe in the PSI?
Time.
Okay. The next question. Who is the 2027 SPE president?
Player 2 must.
Susan House.
That's correct. The next question.
Guys, please, let's give them a comfortable environment. Let's not make a lot of noise for them. They'll switch up.
Okay, the next question. Name the operation that consists in drilling with a mud motor rotating the bit downhole without...
Player 3 move.
Slide.
That's correct. The next question. What is the name for the act of moving pipe through a closed annular blowout preventer?
Player 3 must.
Snubbing.
That's correct. I'll go to the next question. Okay, next question.
Sorry, guys. It's just network disturbing us. So here, the marks are well sorted. It is 40-15.
Next question.
We cannot force it there. It is network. We're sorry for that.
Okay, now.
Yes.
Okay, next question. In well testing context, what does the
flow should be?
Past time.
Next question. Did anyone else buzz?
So the question was complete and no one from MOOC buzzed. So that's all. So the moderator can move to the next question.
Okay, the next question, please. The practice of controlling the direction and deviation of a well bore to a predetermined underground target or location.
Player 4 must.
Use steering.
That's incorrect.
Player 3 MOOC.
Well placement.
That's incorrect. I'll go to the next question. The process whereby hydrogen causes steel components to become less resistant to breakage.
Player 2 MOOC.
Hydrogen embrittlement.
That's correct. Next question. Which country just a minute. The buzzer?
Yeah. The network.
Okay.
Network is off.
Okay, it's going to be.
Use his own. No, it's off.
Okay, we are having network interference, so may have to just wait for a few.
So our player 4 must please rejoin. Player 3 MOOC rejoin. Player 1 must. Player 2 must. And player 2 MOOC.
It's off.
There's no network. There's no Wi-Fi for them. No connection.
Could you tell Ivan to pick
Your phone.
What's his name? What's the name of Wi-Fi?
Yes, battery. Which one? But the other phones.
What percentage is it on? No, what percentage is it on? Just remove it. There are very few minutes left. I am very sure it can handle.
It's still up.
Calm down, okay?
Are you connected? Can the players test their buzzers now?
Please, let's buzz in.
Buzz.
Okay. We are good.
Is everything okay? Yeah. All good? Yeah. Okay, we shall move to the next question. Which country continues to uphold the first European
Player
ban?
4 must.
France.
That's correct. Next question. According to IOGP, is the name of the idea that during the events leading up to accidents, people are acting in a way that makes sense to them at the time, based on their focus of attention, knowledge, goals, and the constraints of their environment.
Time.
Next question. What is the name of the pipe that will transport Uganda's crude oil to the Indian Ocean?
The East African Crude Oil Pipeline.
That's incorrect.
Player 3 MOOC. Player 3 MOOC.
East African Crude Oil Pipeline.
That's correct.
I'm appealing.
Guys, please.
By the way, your number 2. Yeah, I got I said East African oil pipeline.
You can consult with the judges.
Guys, allow the judges to do their part. Please, let's not. Guys, please, let's allow the judges to do their part, please. We have the reason as to why we entrusted them there. It's just my humble request.
Okay, we are having network interference again.
He's from the north. That's just
No one can say that.
You're fine, eh?
no network.
There's no Wi-Fi. Okay, let me start. Why are you disconnected?
What's your question? What's the name of
Sorry?
the name like
I don't know. Maybe you really need to wait for it. So that's so small. So far so donor. I think this should be that. She's sorry. So, she's sorry.
Yeah. So if what's master?
Is it wrong?
This is
It's love.
Are we good?
Not you. Gilbert. Gilbert. Yours is okay?
Please try to be clear.
Player 3 Mook. Echo, please join in. You're disconnected. Then player 3 must. Sorry, player 2 must. You're disconnected as well. Please get in. All right.
All right, so let's proceed.
Sorry, please, we are appealing on that question. It's an accent that you couldn't clear. If you couldn't hear clearly, if you can't, you saying that? Okay. Please give me my time. Please give me my time to speak. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So I was requesting for a video review because they said they didn't see anything. The good thing you have a live stream.
He said already quite good.
We are sportsmen, but that is understandable. Okay. When someone can say what my brain. That's a nice thing that we would understand now.
Okay, guys, so the resolution.
So, for Petrobowl, okay, we have 3 judges here. Unfortunately, however much right you may be, the audience doesn't decide. The judges are the final people. If they have said that is it, that is it. So, we continue with what is there.
Alright, okay guys, let's maintain some silence. We don't have the whole night here, so let's proceed. Yeah. So, question number 19. Mention Petrobus CEO, sorry.
Player 2, look.
Excuse me, a moment, please. So who buzzed first? Who buzzed first?
Magda Chambriad.
Pardon?
Magda Chambriad.
That's incorrect.
We would like to petition that Petrobras, the CEO is Magda Chambriad.
You had an appeal? Speaker. There is an appeal?
Yes, the CEO of Petrobras is Magda Chambriad. Yes, you can check Google or what, it is that.
Mook is correct. Okay, we continue. Question number 20. After this round, we shall get someone else. So allow me read question 20. Who mentioned that? Question 20. According to EIA, what is the volume of production that can be brought on within 30 days and sustained for at least 90 days?
Time.
I replaced them too. I replaced the both of them.
Unfortunately, so, colleagues, please go back. So, we had moderators. You guys misbehaved. You have been saying words. Guys, respect, please. All of you. Now, let me tell you something. At the end of the day, the people you are disrespecting, because you are in a group, are the same people you will find in the field. It's not a threat, but I just want to remind you that respect, okay? Is that okay? Now, yes, it's a competition, but competitions have rules. Is that okay? Now, you always get what you don't want in such situations. Unfortunately, that is me. And we are continuing, okay? Else, there are rules to this game, and we are going to follow them. Please make the substitution. First of all, it's late, and we need to proceed. Okay, judges, we start with question number 21. Okay? Toss-up question number 21. List two types of reservoirs where horizontal wells may be desirable versus vertical wells.
Time.
Question number 22. High molecular weight constituents of crude oil containing nitrogen, sulfur, and oxygen.
Player 2 must.
Asphaltenes.
That's correct. Question number 23. Mention the CEO of the Uganda National Oil Company.
So, player one must.
That's Proscovia Abanja.
That's correct. Toss up question number 24. Toss up question number 24. Stated by the United Nations, please name the Sustainable Development Goal number 10.
Player 4 must.
Reduce inequalities.
That is correct. Toss up question number 25. A type of check valve typically installed in the tubing hanger to isolate the production tubing. It is designed to hold pressure from below, yet enable fluids to be pumped from above, as may be required for well control purposes.
Player 4 must.
Back pressure valve.
That is correct. Toss up question number 26. Toss up question number 26. What technology allowed drillers to change the stabilizer OD without making time-consuming and costly trips out of the hole?
Time.
Toss up question number 27. The absolute open flow of a well is calculated at a pressure of what value?
Player 4 must.
0.
That is correct. Toss up question.
Guys.
Toss up question number 28. What are the 4 types of reserve groups defined in the PRMS?
Time.
Toss up question number 29. In well test context, this test consists of the pressure variation with time recorded in observation wells resulting from changes in rates in production or...
Player 2 must.
Interference test.
That is correct.
Guys. Let's maintain silence.
Toss up question number 30. Okay? Toss up question number 30. In thermodynamics, name the point at which all properties of liquid are identical to the gas.
Player 3 move.
Critical point.
That is correct. And now the last 10 questions. Toss up question number 31. Pertaining to a property of a substance that allows the substance to take up water from the surrounding atmosphere.
Player 4 move.
Hygroscopy.
That's...
We have player 2
Hygroscopy.
must as well.
Hygroscopic.
That is correct. Judges.
It is me we want to petition.
Yes, please.
Let's petition.
They have a petition.
Yes. Want to petition?
Yes.
Yes.
They are
Okay.
guys, let the judges listen to their petition.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Hygroscopy is still the same definition. It is still a word that defines that. And please. You said pertaining to a quality, and that is hygroscopy. It is still the same word.
I would like
it
to
has the
appeal
same meaning.
against there.
So, unfortunately, unless you are using one of your appeals, but the judges have the final say here.
we maintain our position. Must takes it.
So -5.
Come on, guys.
-5 for Makerere and +10 for Must.
Next question, please.
Please, we need one of the technicians to come. It's on. It's on.
It's okay. We can move on.
Okay. Toss-up question number 33. What type of formation contains rock properties that vary along their location?
Player 2 must.
Heterogeneous formation.
That is correct. Toss-up question. I hope I'm clear.
Guys. Let's give them audience. If we make noise, they will lose focus.
I hope I'm clear.
And it will be a disadvantage to you. Well,
yes,
you
please.
guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. So that's correct for must. I'd missed a question, which is 32, and we are going back to it. Are we ready? Okay. Toss-up question number 32. Which economic term is defined as the sum of the individual monthly or yearly net cash flows after they have been discounted?
Player 4, Mook.
Net pay value.
Pardon?
Net pay value.
Net pay
value.
Okay. That is incorrect. Toss-up question.
Guys.
Toss-up question number 33. Number 34. Who is the current SPE Africa Region Director?
Player 1 must.
That's Dr. Riverson. That's Dr. Riverson Opong.
That is correct. Toss-up question. Toss-up question number 35. Yes, please.
Guys.
Yes, please.
Excuse me.
Guys, let's try to behave. We give them audience, please. You will celebrate after the event. So guys, let's.
So, and this is what sometimes happens. When he was answering and the first name had refused, someone in the audience said the answer.
Yes.
2 people actually.
Yes.
Okay? So we are going to replace that question. I'm replacing it with question number 12 of the extras. So please deduct those points from us. Toss-up question number 34. A natural gas liquid with a vapor pressure intermediate between condense and liquefied petroleum gas.
Player 3, Mook.
Natural gasoline.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 35. Okay, guys. Oil at sufficiently low pressures that it contains.
Dead oil.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 36.
Just a moment. Sit battery.
Yeah, please clear all buzzers. Please, Tahil, come. Simon, you are near. Or Belinda. So let's wait for a few minutes. So, for the last 4 questions, this was supposed to be done at half time. For the last 4 questions, we are going to change sides and leave the devices as they are. Yeah, just leave the devices and then proceed.
So there's a new game code. So when you get it, just read the game code.
Bio. Victor, some of these ones here have very low battery, man.
But there's 4 questions, man.
Huh? This thing's about shutdown.
Wait. That's storage. We have 3 more.
Five feet.
Anyone with a power bank? Please, yeah.
Are those charging? Are those phones charged well?
The tell is okay. You can help us with your power bank. Guys, can someone help us with a power bank? Someone is having power issue. Yes.
We have 5 questions to go.
How many?
I was going to read question number 36. I was going to read 36. Did I read it?
Yes, Victor, all is well.
Judges, I was going to question number 36, right? Thank you.
Just a minute, please. This was on default. Then this time was 5. Okay. Can proceed.
Judges, are you ready? Okay. Toss up question number 36. In relation to completion, what is the acronym TCP stand for?
Player 2 must. Player 2 must. Past time. Let's hear from player 2, Mook.
Tubing conveyed perforating.
Repeat that.
Tubing conveyed perforating.
Tubing conveyed
Perforating.
perforating. That is correct. Toss up question number 37. This type of packer requires you to mill away the internal sleeves to retrieve it.
Time.
Toss up question number 38. What is the zone just above the water table? Zero gauge pressure that remains.
Player 2 Mook.
Pardon? Use the microphone. It's on. It's on.
Vados zone.
Vados zone is incorrect.
Next question.
Toss up question number 39. Toss up question number 39. Hello? Hello? Let's finish the game and we go home. Toss up question number 39. What are the primary drive mechanisms of oil and gas reservoir production?
Player 3 Mook.
Solution gas drive.
Solution gas drive. Okay.
Yes, solution gas drive. Okay, sorry, natural drive mechanisms. Solution gas drive.
Yes.
So it's past time.
No, it was the microphone. It was the microphone. Yes, please.
Natural drive mechanisms, such as solution gas drive.
So
yes. Set natural drive mechanisms. Solution gas drive, compaction drive, and expansion drive.
So, judges, that question it says what are, and so I don't know. Is one of them correct? If it is, we give it. That's correct.
Next question.
Toss up question number 40. Listen. Toss-up question number 40. In what year were commercial quantities of oil first discovered in Uganda?
Player 4 must.
2006. That's correct, and that's the end of the game.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go.
Celebrate from down, you are going to break this thing.
How are we going to?
Please, we have one ceremony remaining. Please, all the phones and power banks. It's okay, we are finishing. Give me one.
So, guys, hello? Yeah, we have to remove this.
Okay. So for the next remove this. So the chamber. Hello. Innocent, Rakira, please get my phone from there. It may go. So, hello? We are now going for the awarding ceremony. Participants, please. Judges, we shall need you here in just a few minutes. Just give us 3-5 minutes, we finish.
Congratulations. I have a message for you. God has sent me to
So, okay.
Hello. So one thing I've not done, as we go to the awards, the ceremony will be presided over by our public relations officer. Allow me announce that the 2026 National Petrobowl champions are Mbarara University of Science and Technology.
All right, guys, so allow me, you're coming? Okay. All right, okay, guys, let's wrap this up. At this moment, we shall have our last ceremony, which is going to be the award ceremony. So you will allow me, without wasting time, to welcome our judges up to the stage so that we can give out the various certificates. Our judges, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Like you know, just as you know, we have been having various competitions. Okay. All right. So I've been informed that we could have more judges in the house. So please, judges, if you don't mind, you could join us up for the certificate awarding. So as I was saying, we have been having various competitions throughout the day. We have been having the debate going on. We had the the paper contest going on. We've had the Petrobowl, and then we had the gala yesterday. So, and once again, we want to appreciate each and everyone who has participated and taken their time, resources to make this event a success. So without wasting time, our judges are here. Okay. You had made the... Okay, all right. So without wasting time, we shall have the first certificates being awarded, and we shall begin from the sports gala. So with the sports gala, I will invite Prosi with the certificates. Okay.
Congratulations. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. I have a message for you. them say, them tell you say you can never be the one.
So, good evening. So we are going to have, we shall start with awarding the organizing committee of this event, as we know that we have very little time here. So we are going to be very brief. No, so we have, thank you. So we have 𝘚𝘶𝘴𝘪𝘯𝘢𝘐, the organizing committee of the sports gala. We have Remigio Mugomi. Please, if you hear your name, come first. Is he around? Then we have Mutebi Tendo Jordan. Please.
That I can never be old.
We have Tumukiza Nicholas.
God is greater than that. Who can battle with the Lord?
Then we shall go to awarding of the participants, the participating universities. And for this, I would like to call all university chapter presidents. Please start making. I'll be reading the certificates, but please be making your ways here. So we have Kyambogo University. Please, anyone from Kyambogo University, if the president is not around, can come and pick it. We have Makerere University SPE president. Then we have King Caesar University. Please, any university chapter president, start making your way. Then Makerere, then Imbara University of Science and Technology, International University of East Africa, and Victoria University.
Time for jubilation, congratulations, no more tribulation.
So we shall go to awarding of the distinguished participants in the gala, or most valuable player. Okay.
Give me your attention. Very, very soon you will share your testimony. One by one you will tell your testimony. Bigger than money, we say sweeter than honey.
Congratulations, God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And
so we have for football, this is the best player of the overall tournament. We have Tamale Jesse from Victoria University. If they are not around, anyone else can come and pick their awards. So they will be getting a medal and a certificate. Oh. So we have for volleyball, we have Ahmad Juma from International University of East Africa. Please give them a round of applause. For netball, the best player is from MOOC, but I was told they have not yet submitted the name of the best player. So we have for sack race, best participant is Martin Lubega from Victoria University. The best person in egg race was from Makerere University. Again. For the best person in egg race and the best person in netball. So we have the best person in relays is Mfumu Yusuf from Victoria University. And then the 100-meter race, of course we all know it's John Paul, Victoria University. Please give them a round of applause as they move to the stage. We have the best female. For 100 race, we have best male and best female. Best female is 𝘠𝘳𝘢𝘯𝘢𝘣𝘏 from IUEA. And then for chess, best players, we have 2 players to be awarded. That is 𝘉𝘁𝘆𝑚𝑎 Andrew from Kyambogo University and a player from Makerere University. Again, I was told the name was not submitted, so please. And then we have tag of war. Yes, best participants from our University of Science and Technology, Marvin Mugisha. So, thank you. So we shall go to awarding of overall university-wise, the overall winner for the gala. In the third position, we have with 38 points is Mbarara University. Mbarara University of Science and Technology, please. And in the second position is International University of East Africa. Then, of course, in the first position with 71 points is Victoria University. Give them a round of
qu'il pas très souvent travaillé. Maman dit travailler c'est bien, bien mieux qu'être mal accompagné.
Please, he's a winner. Guys, let's give some
compte mes doigts.
4. The overall winner is Victoria University. Please give them a round of applause.
Qu'on y croit ou pas, il y aura bien un jour où on y croira plus. Un jour ou l'autre, on sera tous pareils. D'un jour à l'autre, on aura disparu. Serons-nous détestables? Serons-nous admirables? Des géniteurs ou des génies? Dites-nous qui donne naissance aux irresponsables. Dites-nous qui? Tiens, tout le monde sait comment on fait des bébés, mais personne ne sait comment on fait des papas. Monsieur, je sais tout, on aurait hérité. C'est ça, Paul sucer de son pouce ou quoi? Dites-nous, c'est caché, ça doit.
So we are going to, as we all know, we had about four competitions to participate in. Actually, if you include the gala, it should make it 5. That's the Petrobowl, paper contest, Petro Voice, and exhibitions, and of course the gala. So that was the first session. So the second session is the paper contest. So we are going to be awarding the first 3. Yes, the first 3. So in the third position is 𝘉𝘁𝘍𝑜𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘍𝑜 Joshua Aten. Please, thank you so much. And of course, in the second position is Kintu Joshua Joel. Please give them some vibe. And in the first position from is 𝘚𝘳𝘢𝘉𝘢𝘪𝘯𝑒 Innocent. So our third awarding session will be for the Petro Voice. And for the first time, we have had the Petro Voice, and these are going to be the first winners of the Petro Voice. And in the third position, we have Muhangi Edward.
But I see
Hush, my dear, it's been a difficult year. Terrorists don't pray on innocent victims. Trust me, darling. Trust me, darling. It's been about this year.
So in the second position of first runners up is Karungi Mary Sharon. Karungi Mary. And in the first position we have the first winner of the energy quiz is 𝘉𝘁𝘀𝘐 Arnold. So for the second last category is the exhibitions category. So here we are giving two people because it was a team of 2 people. So we have in the third position from Makerere University is Billy Gavin and Okech Lazarus Gilbert's project. This presented a project about production of biofuels from water hethans through hydrothermal liquefaction process. Please give them a round of applause. And the university in the second position, they presented about a project about AquaTrack, smart pipeline monitoring. And that is from Kyambogo University. We have Musoke Elvis and Sentongo Alcam. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first position, their presentation was about a satellite-based AI system for automated deforestation detection in Uganda from Mbara University of Science and Technology. We have Ainebiona Caleb and Victoria Mabirizi. And of course, the final competition.
Kill the demons of my mind ever since you came around. We a river running wild. How could I have been so blind? I just live a fast fast life, forget about the past. I numb out to escape my fears. Friendships only pass by, short girl like strobe lights. With you I feel something real.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the masked president to come and pick your trophy for exhibition. Thank you. Give him a round of applause. So of course we are going to do Petrobowl awarding. We already know that these ones we already know the results. But yes, we shall invite the president to come pick the award. Then we know we are out of time, so we are trying to do all those things fast. So of course for Petrobowl, the first three teams will be representing the country in the competition. It will be in Nairobi in July. Yes, so communication and a clear way of go will be made. I think you will get in touch with the student liaisons team. So in the third position, I would like to invite
Through my fingers, out of sight.
position is Kyambogo University, who are the hosts of this event. Kyambogo team. So we shall get the certificates later because of time. So of course in the second position we have Makerere University. Please give them a round of applause.
Fingers.
Please give them a round of applause.
Could I have let you go? Cutting corners, turning stones, but I can only see your ghost. I just live a fast life, forget about the past. I'm not to escape my fears. Friendships only pass by short.
And of course,
with you I feel something real.
For the fourth time, if I'm not mistaken, in a row, for the fourth time in a row, the champions of the Petrobowl 2026 is Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Yeah? Yes, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Please step forward and take your. Please give them a round of applause. You are the champions, guys.
Day after day, we make a new way, a masterpiece. My love. You take one look at you, you're taking me.
Hey. No, not the whole university, not the whole university. I request that people celebrating, you can celebrate from down here. We shall break the podium. Just go down and make your noise. Down. And you have only 1 minute of celebrating.
Okay, so at this moment, I will request the judges to take their seats. Thank you so much, judges. We appreciate you very much.
Eventually see if our time is running.
We can now close that.
Whispers running around my mind. The walls are closing, I'm trapped inside. The ground keeps shaking. Feels like there's no one escaping. I try to call you, I can't get through. But in the clouds, I look for you. Where are you hiding?
Thank you so much. Can we have our seats?
So tell me if there's a way that you can save me. Right now I need you to be by my side. 'Cause I can't take another sleepless night. Sleepless night without you. Without you, without you, without you. Without you, without you, without you. 'Cause I can't take another sleepless night. Sleepless night.
Yeah, so excuse me. So most importantly, all participants, you will get your certificates from your chapter presidents. Because of time, we could not award all participants, but whoever participated, yes, you can approach her. Whoever participated has a certificate which will be sent through your presidents. So on behalf of the SPE Uganda section president, thank you so much for coming, and till we meet again next year. Thank you. The announcements will be made soon.